The story begins with a nighttime cityscape. In a room with floor-to-ceiling glass windows offering a clear view of the twinkling lights outside, there are computer equipment, a bed, and 4 supercars. He scrolls through his phone, admiring his outfit and exclaims, "Yeah, pure quality, the only one of its kind on the entire server." A smirk spreads across his face. Golden armor. Having said that, he leans back and bursts into a delighted laugh. He. At the peak of his joy, he can't stop laughing. The next second, he falls backward onto the floor. His head hits the ground hard, but this doesn't stop him from laughing. Cough, cough. He laughs so hard that he bites his tongue, tears streaming down his face. His phone falls to the ground, shattering the screen. Seeing this, he mutters, "Damn it, my Galaxy 6 limited edition." Ha! The screen's broken. After 2 sentences, he starts laughing again, his head swollen and looking ridiculous. At that moment, his phone vibrates. He wondered, "Task, who's texting him now?" He picked up his phone to see a message, "Ding, pay up." His smile vanished. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "This guy really knows when to ask for money." The young man stood up, saying, "All right then, time to make some money," he said as he walked towards the bed. Luke City Venture is an application that allows you to play games and dream at the same time. At this moment, a notification sounded beside him. Beep beep. The phone screen displayed the words, "Connecting to the world." He arrogantly curled his lips. "I am the best. Why? A notification then appeared. Rank 1, Hat Caught, has logged in. Northern Kingdom. The scene shifted to another world. A powerful warrior appeared. He smirked. "I'm back." The main character struts confidently down the street, completing his mission. Everyone around him turns to look at him, whispering and gossiping. They glare at the main character jealously. "That bastard, he took my mission. I know that scoundrel. He said he was bored, so he stood there blocking the quest for 3 hours, preventing me from completing it. Last time, he snatched all the monsters I killed. That cheeky dog. Ranked first again, damn it, I'll roar." Amidst the curses, the main character smiles triumphantly, secretly thinking, "Bunch of chickens. Just drool over my armor. Will ya?" He was saying, "He." Then he jumps up with joy. Delicious, drool more, he had. A woman nearby glances at him, then quickly covers her child's eyes. Diddy, don't look. At that moment, someone runs up. Bop, bop, bay. Loivo 3, whose name is Potato Soup Cho Kole. He holds out his hands, his eyes sparkling. "Can I have 10 gold, please, great master?" Everyone is stunned, mouths agape. Hez asking the devil for money. This newbie is clueless. The main character closes his eyes and thinks, 10 gold coins, 10 gold coins. The others are intently watching, waiting to see his reaction. Then, they see him bow his head and are instantly shocked. What is? What is? He had a bag full of gold, a whole lot, thousands of gold coins. Seeing this, Potato Soup's eyes lit up and he happily exclaimed, "Wow, thank you." But the next second, things took a different turn. The male protagonist shoved the guy right in the face, distorting it. He angrily said, "I hate newbie beggars." Everyone around instantly froze. He killed the newbie right away. Potato Soup was officially sent to the afterlife by that punch. Immediately after, another person ran over powerfully. The murmurs continued, "It's a PK, it's a PK." The NPC guard is running over. The man running over with bloodshot eyes approached the male protagonist and said, "I will arrest the red player." The red player is a murderer, a player who killed another player in the game. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bag of gold was held right before his eyes. And so, He transformed into a cute and adorable interface, winking at the male protagonist after receiving the bag of gold. Other players witnessed one surprise after another. He's bribing him. That devil. After settling everything, the male protagonist happily walked away as if nothing had happened. The others watched him leave and muttered curses. Damn it, Cao Xiao will keep an eye on you. At a certain house, smoke rose from the chimney and blended with the sky. Someone's voice echoed, okay. You borrowed 20 million last time, right? Shuya and Newer. If it's you, I don't have to worry about anything. A man is writing and saying, you will take care of it if it's a top-tier mission, right? This person is the lone shark, Hearthitter. Having said that, he turned to instruct his assistant, Rim, coffee and documents. Rim, while making coffee, replied, yes, master. Rim placed the coffee and documents on the table. Hearthitter asked, so how does it feel to wear the armor I bought with my money? Hatcot spread his arms and said contentedly, awesome, right? This is just a precaution, but... Pausing for a moment, Hearthitter continued, I hate those morons the most, and borrowing money and not repaying is the stupidest kind. He gestured towards the fingers nailed to the wall as a subtle warning. The fingers of the morons, you know who they are, right? The main character glanced at them and replied, it's usual, give me the mission. Hearthitter smiled and continued, okay, first. I hope you can fulfill the supplementary contract with us. You always forget and keep borrowing money from us. Then he instructed his assistant, Rim, give me the contract. Immediately, Rim handed over a contract. Here, read it. But the main character didn't take it immediately. He froze like a stone. Then he got angry, slammed his fists on Rim and scolded, you brat, handing documents to a client with one hand like that. Raj, what's that? Ouch, what's that? Just after signing the contract, the male lead said, don't be so cheap, Hearthitter. He glanced at the person across from him and said, I'm the best. Do you understand the meaning of that? Signing all these papers means nothing. So you should, and say, what in? Give me the mission. The male lead stared in disbelief. Hearthitter calmly smiled and replied, signing without even reading the content. You're quite bold, aren't you? S-rank mission. The reward is 40 million gold coins. If converted to real money, it would be 20 million. The Duke of Kobit says he's dealing with a Yamuji that's continuously attacking merchants. Right now, the male lead is facing a giant snake. Merchants, interesting. Then, disregarding that, it must be a special Yamuji, huh? Suddenly, the snake lunged forward with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Had CIT didn't hesitate and charged right into the snake's mouth. After the male lead went completely inside, the snake spoke, got you, you bastard. My whole body is filled with deadly poison. Die, you fooled. No matter how lucky you are, you won't be able to withstand my poison. The protagonist is now being violently shaken. Hurry up and become my food. But the protagonist just grinned. Ha! What are you blabbering about, you stir-fried snake? As soon as he finished speaking, the snake's entire body was cut into hundreds of thousands of pieces, causing it to only manage to utter, How is this possible? My deadly poison, hack. Ugh, mew, ow, adier. The snake disintegrated into hundreds of pieces, revealing its bones and flesh inside. Its blood splattered out, staining a large area green. At the same time, the protagonist appeared. Keck. He landed on the ground, stepped on the snake's corpse, and arrogantly said, You're so weak. Why the heck is it spraying blood like that? He was sure. Die down, why? The protagonist stretched, then said refreshingly, Done, it was too easy. Now let's go get paid, shall we? He was fiddling with the system screen, but when he couldn't press the complete mission button, he saw a message displayed. The Aarm Demon Castle quest requires the elimination of emoji Route 1, not completed. After reading it, I'll and dying. As it she was fair, so open day. After reading it, the protagonist immediately got angry. Damn it, stained with slime all over my armor, all for nothing. Hatcot kept wiping the snake's blood all over his body. Do you know how much this cost me? This is worth 100 million, you know. Finally clean. He laughed. Nice, the blood is gone. Ha-hee, my armor is too awesome. Suddenly the male protagonist's entire body was engulfed in flames and burnt black. It turned out to be the work of those people above. They stared down at the male protagonist, laughing gleefully. Ha-ha, we succeeded, Hatcot. We just waited for you to exhaust yourself. One of them asked, is he dead yet? And was immediately rebuked, you fool. We used 20 magic bananas on him. No one can survive that kind of beating. However, at that moment, the male protagonist was still very much alive, with a fireball in his hand. He said, Hellfire. Immediately the flames erupted fiercely, surging towards the people who had just ambushed him. One of them dodged the fire and exclaimed, Impossible. That skill is Hellfire, a skill belonging to a sorcerer. What faction is this guy from? They watched the burning flames and cried out, God da kui sai human, and Guy's leader just one spell, and the entire front line was, I put all my luck into this plan, you damn Hatcot. He gritted his teeth, his eyes welling up with anger, growling. That bastard is out of breath from the previous blow. Come on, let's attack. He stood up and urged, mana or weapons, pull them out and use them all. KTA and those plot-armored guys are amazing. Let's go all out with him. Immediately, everyone up there charged forward simultaneously. The best one, Hatcot, furrowed his brow in anger. The only player, maxed out all stats. He spoke, you bunch of chickens dare to soil my father's armor. Those guys continue to charge straight at the main character. Come on, let's collectively feel his cool heart. But these things couldn't trouble the main character. He dodged each attack in the blink of an eye. Those who charged first were shattered by his sword. Everyone saw a Hatcot suddenly bend over, and their expressions were all confused. The main character bent down deeply, a red-hot sword in his hand. The ground cracked, and then he suddenly stood up and charged forward, unleashing a powerful sword strike. Just as the other person was about to counterattack him, his hand was suddenly severed by the sword. His hand was completely severed. Not just one, but many were affected. In an instant, their bodies were shattered into pieces and turned to stone. They flew around in disarray. After the male lead's single sword strike, Moonlight Thunder, he stood amidst the corpses, arrogantly saying, too weak. So that's how it is, Admire. Just then, a dark figure gradually emerged in the distance. I thought it would be too easy. You're just trying to be funny, aren't you? As he spoke, the male lead turned around. What awaited him behind was a colossal dragon. You die and draw a circle to perform the blood sacrifice, and in the end, you become a zombie dragon. No wonder this mission is so tough. Far away amidst the wreckage is Potato Soup Choco sneaking towards him. He stares at the main character's bat. It seems Hatcot noticed him too. He says, behind you, huh? I know someone's awake. But any attack will be useless. Potato Soup Choco rushes forward with a small knife. The main character's voice continues, I'm busy now, so I'll let you off. While I'm being lenient, you should collect your rim and run. Glancing at the approaching figure, he says, you're that rookie from earlier. What the hell, a high schooler dares to jump at me? Such a foolish attack is useless. Hatcot extends his hand. The knife plunges straight into his palm. This startles him. He looks down at his hand pierced by the knife. Potato Soup Choco's face gradually fades away. He doesn't need to think about himself. Instead, a beautiful woman gradually appears. It'll always be number one, really. Seeing this, the main character angrily says, What the heck? Before I could say anything else, you landed another blow on my stomach. Ugh, hack. I can't dodge them all. Ugh, just like this. The girl, while spinning her sword, said, judgment dodging, all of that, in the end, it's all just luck, isn't it? She smiled. In the end, you fell into your own trap. The male lead lowered his head and growled, Who are you, you bitch? Ah. Hearing this, the girl angrily retorted, bitch, her hand clenched. Tight. Tight. Then aimed right at his face and punched him, talking so rudely. To a lady like me, another blow landed on his chin. Slat. Slat. One punch after another landed, slap, 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 along with blood splattering. The male lead's face was beyond description at this point, his eyes dark purple. He spoke in a broken voice. Well, what are you doing? How dare you? Play with me. You were grabbed by the hair and scolded by that girl. If you think about it, you didn't suffer any injuries because of your equipment, right? Take off all that gear. What? Click. Click. The sound of removing equipment echoes, click, click. In his head, he hears the sound of explosions boom, his gear. The system sends a notification, remove King Knight's holy sword equipment, the sword of 7 truths. Equipment. The system continues to report, removed Golden Fire Dragon Boots equipment, removed Rui Dai Ringu Band's memory equipment, removed the Third King's belt equipment, removed the hero's sword. All I-16 equipment. At this moment, the male Lee is left with nothing but his naked body, helplessly shouting, My equipment! I had! Damn it, one re. Fuff. Ewen. Mischaust advadir. Rauschel and Swa. He angrily yells out loud, but the woman pushes his head down to the ground with her foot. Be quiet. The male Lee's face pressed against the ground, gritting his teeth with hatred. I'll kill you? I'm the top-ranked expert. Damn it. I'll rip you apart. I don't care who you are. Ignoring the male lead's yelling and threats, the woman walks away. Even if you don't want to, you will know soon. Because from now on, you will be hunted by me until the ends of the earth. He continues to yell, barking something. You bitch, give my equipment back. Oh my God. What do I do now? Everything's mine now. The girl teases, and isn't it about time that thing woke up? The male lad trembles upon hearing that. Oh no! All right, good luck. She nonchalantly walks away, leaving him alone, and right above him is a giant zombie dragon sticking out its long tongue. Before leaving, she said, Oh yeah, I heard. Once you die, all the stats will revert to 1, right? Hearing that, the male lead looks at the woman and asks, How do I? Don't worry about your equipment, I'll take care of it. He angrily shouts, Oh no, Ilfshiang. At the same time, the dragon's mouth lunges at him. Before he could finish his last word, his head was completely devoured by the dragon. In the capital of the Eastern Kingdom, Ropalin, on the bustling and lively streets, a voice echoes, Come on, everyone, line up. Please form a line. A man holding a skewer of grilled meat said contentedly, Finally, I get to eat. Even the dog beside him couldn't help but be moved by the skewer of grilled meat. The girl who was queuing to buy it saw this scene and smiled. I've been training in the mountains for the past year, and the food I crave most is this, the specialty of Ropalin, the ropey grilled skewer. The vendor's voice rang out, Next customer, number 8, only 5 more people. In her mind, she imagined a delicious skewer of meat, her eyes welling up with tears. The eggplant with 5 distinct flavors combined with the finest dragon meat, and also topped with super shrimp, one of the 5 ultimate dishes in the Luxit. Seeing that it was finally almost her turn, she was overjoyed. Next is me. Someone has already gotten a skewer, craving it so much that they're drooling. Thank you. Here's the money. All right, next. Now, dear. The vendor called again. Customer number 87. The last one. The girl replied, yes, it's my turn. However, at this moment, a hand appeared. A hulking brute shoved the girl aside and barged in, thrusting a pouch of money in front of the vendor. Excuse me, anyone, we're not very sure. What is you said when you had our name? Should be enough, right, boss? He took the skewer and turned to grin at the girl. My apologies, miss. Ow, my. Apologies, miss. Oh, wow. I traveled a long way to get this. The girl, small as his hand, wouldn't let it go. She pointed at him and snapped, you want to die. He glanced at her. What? Immediately, a coin was flung, hitting his cheek and making him flinch. That's for the skewer. And for me beating you up. Without hesitation, she charged at him, launching an attack that sent the skewer flying. Plack, he grimaced. Aye, you onion, This strength, no. Not giving him a chance to say more, she unleashed another blow. This time, he was sent flying, the skewer still suspended in midair. His body smashed into the wall, creating a pile of rubble. Hey, shoo, and wild, She quickly snatched the lighter, enro. Our view through, outrage me. I've been waiting a whole year for this, you know. Then she immediately took a big bite. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint her expectations. Its flavor made her eyes sparkle brightly. She ate until her cheeks puffed out, chewing noisily. A few bites and the skewer was gone. Wow, so delicious, she wanted more. While she was engrossed in eating, a crowd was gathering behind her. Noticing the lively and noisy atmosphere, she turned around curiously. Han, are they fighting? Are they fighting? She walked towards them, clueless about what was happening. Then she got closer. Ha! The scene before her left her speechless in surprise. It's the male lead. His neck is being squeezed by a hand. That's it. Cut to a scene of a girl slurping a hot bowl of noodles. At the same time, the rabbit charges forward. Bam! Thud. He clenches his fist, preparing to strike. However, despite swinging his arm multiple times, the male lead misses every blow. Seeing the male lead's miss punches, the rabbit frowns, finding it irritating. Then he gently touches the male lead. Surprisingly, the next second, his hand bones shatter, crackle. The male lead is in so much pain that he sheds tears. His scent flying backward, his blood draining instantly. He rolls away, then face plants onto the ground. Lying there motionless, Hatcot couldn't help but think, just yesterday he was still the best. All his stats were at 999. But now his stats were reduced to just 1. Even a small rabbit made him break his hand. Someone nearby saw him lying face down, motionless. Hey, over there. He approached and bent down to ask, newbie, hey, are you all right, healer? Come here. In response, the protagonist didn't move, but simply said, Scram, I don't need you. Hearing that, the other man asked, you're asking me to help you, Scram. Suddenly, he noticed something. This voice, it sounds familiar. Maybe, perhaps it's, I've used video, sure go louder, one Saturday. Thinking this, he grabbed the protagonist's hair to look at his face. Hey, look up. Hardcore leveling warrior, Leve Goar, Rio, immediately retorted, I told you to scram, didn't I hear you? Seeing the protagonist's face clearly, the man laughed. Aha! No wonder this stinky voice sounds familiar. Immediately after, the protagonist was tied to a pillar, and those who hated him gathered around. So it's you. Hatcot fearfully asked, what do you want? Everyone laughed, as they were about to get their revenge. Ha 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 ha. Healer, now I under. Ailed Shay. She was to Moscow now. I come on. More and more people surrounded the pillar where the protagonist was tied. A man who had been wronged by the protagonist said, "You have to heal him properly." Facing this scene, Hatkot's face turned pale, and he spoke up. "If you're going to heal me, do it like a doctor. Why are you doing this? Is it because of the scroll I took? Please let me go. I'll return it." It was a watch shay I saved true towards you. As soon as the sound finished, the protagonist's entire body was enveloped in a blue light. What is this? What is this? Then, the other guy rushed forward and kicked the male lead hard in the stomach. "If you die, you'll be kicked out of the game." The male lead cried out in pain. "Ugh, ouch. Just a few hits won't get you out of the game, will it?" Saying that, the man took out a stick and used it to recover. "Look at how many people want to beat you up, kid." At this time, the male lead couldn't speak and could only moan, recover, and then. Countless people excitedly rushed forward. After each recover, came a punch or a kick, mercilessly hitting the male lead. Then the leader asked, "All right, everyone had their fun, right?" He looked down at the male lead and said, "Be smart and get out of here. If we catch you again, you'll know what's coming." The male lead's face was now swollen and bruised, his mind filled with curses. "Damn you guys, wait for me. If I recover, you're all dead." Everyone turned and left after getting their revenge, leaving the male lead behind. The final rope snapped, and the male lead crashed straight onto the ground. Another sound echoed, regeneration. Hearing those haunting words, the male lead was startled and panicked. "No, don't. He immediately covered his head and shouted, "Stop hitting me. That's enough. Isn't it enough?" Oof. The newcomer looked at the male lad and said, "I don't know who he is, but has reduced our client to this state." Harthitter and his assistant Rim stood there. It's truly unbearable to watch anymore. "Yes, I've heard about it. I heard you're broke now." Hatkot immediately bowed his head in denial. "No, it was just a temporary mistake." Harthitter didn't listen and interrupted. "I don't care what the reason is." His face darkened as he turned to Rim. Rim's hand reached out and grasped the male lead's neck, lifting him up. Harthitter opened the contract and said, "Didn't I tell you I hate it when—" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Fools. And you're the biggest fool of all, borrowing money and asking for an extension. The biggest fool among fools. You also know this isn't just a debt in the game. The in-game currency can affect the real world. Don't you?" The male lad coughed in pain. Harthitter wasn't finished. "Since you were a valuable customer to us, I will." At this point, the girl standing outside watching spun a stick, then charged forward powerfully. Aiming directly at Rim's hand that was squeezing the male lead's neck, she attacked. Instantly, Rim drew his sword from his back. He pointed it directly at the girl blocking the hatch and asked, "Who are you?" The girl also reached behind her and drew her sword. The two faced each other, swinging their swords continuously. "He is," she began. "Are you Ming Alder, and are you under Dole?" she began. "Important, what to me?" Hearing this, Hatch was surprised. Who is this, he wondered. A year prior, Hatkot ranked 3rd at that time. The great war that the Red Players' Nightmare Guild caused in the war called the origin of all wars. The male protagonist approached to check on the woman hanging on the tree. "Are you okay?" The girl looked up at him. Sora, level 30 at that time. He had defeated countless people in front of me. The boy said to her, "You're in this state because you're weak. Become stronger." "Okay," he said, and cut the rope that was tying Sora's hands. And saved only one person. The girl fell, tumbling. Hatkot was startled and exclaimed, "Oops, sorry." Sora lay upside down on the floor. Whether it was dizziness or shyness, she blushed and replied, "I'm fine." I pondered as I watched him walk away. I have to become stronger. Back to the present. The The girl leaped and landed a blow on the person in front of her. The white-haired boy quickly used his sword to block. He was pushed back a long distance while blocking Sora's attack. Having such a strong comrade, huh? The purple-haired girl witnessed the battle, sighed, and said to the person beside her, "General, I told you, it's impossible." The man reached out and said, "Enough, Chu the An. Give me your weapon." She sighed, "Chu Thong, unknown level." She opened her bag and took out something, still not forgetting to remind, "If you cause more trouble, the Emperor will surely scold you." Chu Thakong handed the weapon to the large man beside him. "Tisk, I like how you don't mind that, General." The general laughed, "Ha. Look at this, Chu Thang." He excitedly said, "I came to hunt rabbits, and I encountered a toothless tiger." The man grinned, and the dragon-shaped blade of his greatsword also emitted flames. The general shouted, "We meet again, Hatcot. I will settle the old score with you. Die, die." The young man startled and turned around. "Mother, run, mercy." "Get down," the male lead shouted. He rushed to embrace Sora to prevent her from being caught in the red-faced man's attack. Unfortunately for him, the white-haired young man was struck, his body cut in half. The red slash extended, splitting even the large buildings behind them in two. The buildings behind them were also cut in half. The veteran general exclaimed excitedly, "So you dodged my first strike, huh? Let's see if you can dodge another one." Hearthhitter calmly looked up. He clicked his tongue. An unexpected incident has occurred. The blade met the paper clip. The man was stunned. His attack was blocked by that peculiar object of Hearthhitter's. He said, "Actually, I only told Rim to scare him. I really didn't expect him to get so agitated suddenly." Rim, with his lower body kneeling and upper body bent, apologetically said, "I have nothing to excuse myself, my master." The general angrily shouted, "You seem arrogant for an NP." In his heart, he felt uneasy. Did I lose the overbearing debuff already? He took a defensive stance and shouted, "You're quite capable." Then how about this, however? In his mind, he hesitated. "If I use 100% of my power here?" Hearthhitter smiled enigmatically. "Ha ha! How could I possibly withstand General Guan Yu's full power strike?" Guan Yu sneered, "So you know my real name, huh? Then, what are you going to do?" The loan shark smiled and said, "Do I have a choice?" He snapped his fingers. Pataiji. Their only option was to run. Suddenly, teeth like a beast's maw appeared both on the ground and above them. The strange, blue beast swallowed both people and land into its mouth, taking the general by surprise. Its bizarre appearance made people think of a winged owl-dog hybrid. Guan Yu shouted, "Fine, I just need to get rid of you." Hearthhitter waved from inside the beast's mouth. "So, tell them I sent my regards." It soared into the sky. Guan Yu looked up in confusion. "So that's the dragon they've been talking about?" Zhuang asked. "No cooldown time for the super long penalty," he replied dejectedly. "Ah, forget it. It'll be punished by the Emperor again, won't I?" The dragon sped through the air. It casually flew over the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. "What is that?" "The enemy's transport. Attack, charge." Hatcot winced and cried out, "Ouch, that hurts." Except for Hearthhitter, the other three were huddled in a corner, trapped under rubble. "What the heck is this? Unbelievable." Sora said hesitantly, "In quite heavy. I apologize." The blue-haired, one-eyed man chuckled. "It was too fast, so I had to use this method. Contested zone. Dragon's Peak." The blue dragon flew towards the bizarre house at the edge of the mountain. It deposited everyone. Hearthhitter carried the two halves of Rim and walked ahead. "Follow me." Sora exclaimed in surprise, "Dragon's Peak? Hearthhitter, this is." He turned and said, "It'll make you an offer you can't refuse." So what?" Hatcot glanced at Sora. The girl replied excitedly, "Of course, it'll protect Hatcot Nane. We promised, didn't we?" She was shy near better. We promised, didn't we? Yeah, that's right. Shez being casual, and we promised to talk freely with each other anyway. Why are you being so reserved with me? Oh yeah, right. He's sweating nervously. If this girl finds out that I don't remember anything, she'll unleash all hell on me. The weird little guard dogs run over and lick the visitor's feet. They seem to share a bloodline with the green dragon outside. The house has a dark tone. There are many different kinds of skulls displayed on the shelves. A voice calls from inside, "You're here?" "Year." Hearthitter replies, "Yes, sir." The person asks, "Rim broke it again, didn't he?" Rim cries and answers, "I have no excuse, sir." The door creaks open. The strange person holding the green beast asks, "You are Heart, correct?" He silently assesses, speaking to Hearthitter in such a superior tone. This guy is no ordinary person. At the very least, he must be a powerful guild leader. The person continued, "I heard you're the first one to reach max level in this game. Is that true?" Hatcot replied, flustered, "Yeah, so what? What on?" The boy sitting on the chair said, "Please, I will boost my level." Hatcot spoke, "What's in it for me if I help you?" The boy calmly replied, "Money." The main character asked back, "How much?" The boy with slanted eyes pondered. Then he said, 1 billion. The people beside him were shocked but didn't dare to speak. 1 billion. From that kid. 1. The male lead scoffed. Widener. 1 billion, too little. You think I'm some weakling with broken legs. Hearthitter showed him the invoice. "So how are you going to settle our debt?" he replied. I said, "I'd repay it soon with interest, didn't I?" The person beside him switched to fangirl mode, looking at him. So cool. Has the best. Hatcot stretched out his hand and said, "What's this, Hearthitter? Don't you conduct business based on trust? If you don't believe me, why don't you chop off a few of my fingers?" Hearthitter smiled sarcastically. "Seems like getting your head cut off before wasn't enough for you, huh? Doesn't pain transfer to real life? Do you have a sugar daddy sponsoring you? I think I heard something about that." He thought to himself, "Playing that game. Are you?" He smirked. "Who knows? Just baseless rumors." Suddenly, an alarm blared loudly. Hatcot jumped. "Forced logout," he said. "Let me log back in." The boy propped his chin on his hand. "Take your time. I'll wait. And hey, the male lead is curious. Go on, be careful." He logs out of the game, and his character disappears. The young man frowned slightly. Has being carried away by 2 large men. The male lead is startled. "What the heck is going on?" "Let me go, you bastards." He struggles. The man puts his hand in his pocket and says, "Oh, Hez awake, is he? What are you doing? Let him go." Hez tossed aside like trash by the other 2. He sits up, coughing. "Is Chairman Kim the one who ordered you?" The leading man says, "Did your brain fall out? You think the chairman is your friend? Everything you eat, sleep, and use is all thanks to the chairman's investment, isn't it? Now you're a noob, aren't you? What are you going to do about the upcoming arena competition? You know the chairman has placed a bet on you, right? Right. Before you regain your old level, you're not leaving this place. Understand, if you want to go back to where you were, then quickly regain your level." They left, and the male lead was locked in an empty room with very few supplies. And an hour is a or sure. If I had 1 billion, would he let me go, humph? How? Ray. How finay. Damn it, He thought about that offer, 1 billion. He looked up. What's that? A bottle of mineral water in the corner of the room. The male lead yelled, "That crazy bastard. What does he think I'm made of?" Made of. I day. 3 years ago, on the rooftop of a building, a man in black was pushing a boy's head down. The man drinking coffee said, One ho. The boy was terrified of the building's height. You are, I'm sure. Trash. I'm on bear and trash. The young man said nervously. What's wrong? What's wrong? Take it slow. The man threw his coffee cup down and said, Principal, a person must keep his promises. If you keep breaking your promises, you're no different from trash, right? Say it again. How many floors is this building? Q-Tai, 5 floors, right. The man in black replied, It's 4 floors, sir. Chairman Kim laughed and patted him on the shoulder. If it's only 4 floors, you won't die. At worst, you'll become mentally disabled. You're lucky 1 more floor, and you'd be dead for sure. He gave him a push. The male lead's eyes widened in horror, but he didn't fall. Chairman Kim had caught him. Won-ho was trembling all over. He begged, Please don't kill me. Please give me a little more time. I will kill you. Why would I do that instead? I could let you sell chewing gum on the street. Won-ho said fearfully, Please give me a little more time. I will. Chairman Kim said suddenly, Kyung-tae, release him. Yes, the man untied him. He presented a contract. You said you were a gamer, right? Sign here and put your thumbprint on it. Can you earn 80 million won selling those rock-hard chewing gums? I think even famous snack companies would find it hard, don't you? You know Lucid Adventure, right? I heard that Giga Company recently created this weird game. Right now there are no real money transactions, but it's only a matter of time. Currently, about 10 million people are playing, so I think the game's currency will also be valuable, don't you think? In my opinion, it's a golden opportunity. If you want to help me, then it's better to be in a place where you can make the most money. I'll provide you with a supply house. The protagonist is surprised. A supply house? You still need to repay me, right? Work for me. Shizurada. Now, Annie. Back to reality. The protagonist angrily picks up a water bottle. Does he mean that I just need to know how much money I bring back to him, and he doesn't care about my physical condition? That damn Chairman Kim. Suddenly, a voice comes from outside. Oh, shut up. I thought I was alone here. Don't be noisy. Another person says dejectedly, Let me go. I want to go home. The person immediately scolds, Shut up. Are you going to cry again? Won-ho was stunned. You guys are playing Lucid Adventure too. Yeah, damn. It seemed like a plan had formed in his head. Nice. This is playable. He asked them, What are your nicknames? Your nicknames. The male lead logged back into the game. Sora was sitting beside the silver-haired boy, happily shouting, Hat caught Nim. The boy was startled. You're here. At another table, Hearthitter was helping Rim stitch him up. The boy with slanted eyes asked him, Will you accept this? He said, Before I answer, you said I was in danger. How did you know? Do you work for Chairman Kim? He replied, Why should I tell you I'm definitely not on the same side as that chairman? Returning to the offer, Hatcot said, You have to pay me more. The boy asked, How much? He raised his finger, 3 billion. The boy, satisfied, leaned his chin on his hand and said, 3 billion approved. Sora gaped in surprise, then continued munching on the pastry to fill the silence in his mouth. We're going to grind levels. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Sora, do you want to come along? I'll go too. The capital of the Eastern Kingdom. Yopilan, Shiran, Shirmares, An. The boy looked around. So this is Yopi Land. The male lead covered his face and instructed. We're going into a dungeon, so we'll need to prepare a few things. Sora, go to the pharmacy and buy me a lot of medicine. I'll swing by the bank to get a few things. Sora nodded. All right, what about him? The boy with slanted eyes spoke warily. Hey you. Hadcott turned his head and asked, What? To be honest, I've only heard about how strong you are from Hearthitter, and not really sure how strong you are. And I'm a cautious person. You still don't understand. Ask again, then what? The boy said, show me. Right now, how? He glanced around looking for something he could use. He glared at the boy, saying that there was no need for him to prove strength to him. Aha! That guy should do. That onion-headed guy over there. Show me you can beat him. The male protagonist looked in the direction the boy pointed. He smiled mysteriously. Him, huh? Hatcot takes off the cloth covering his face, confidently steps forward and says, look closely. I'll show you how I fight. Gyu happily holds a large baguette, eyeing it with delight. Suddenly, a hand appears from nowhere. It slams hard on his head. Hey there, little buddy, the person says. The baguette flies off the table, scattering crumbs everywhere. Hatcot, after delivering the blow, mocks and asks, do you know how much pain your brother felt last time? The young men with the green-haired man are panicked, rushing to ask, Boss Gyu. Seizing the moment when the redhead isn't paying attention, Gyu lunges forward and grabs him by the neck. His face darkens with anger. Did you soak your brain in a toilet bowl or something? You think I can't kill you? Just because we're in a village, he growls, emphasizing each word. Grabbing Hatcot by the neck, pinning him against the wall, but Hatcot kept provoking. You can't because you're trash. Hearing that, the onion-haired man angrily glared. What? Then squeezed his neck even tighter. Suddenly, a group of soldiers approached. What's going on over there? Asked the armored man. Seeing the tall soldiers, someone nudged Gyu. Master Gyu, let's go, the guards are here. But the green-haired man was still furious, angrily shouting, let go, I'm going to make him sell salt. Asura, who was nearby, saw the commotion and scolded. You bastard, are you messing with Hatcot Nim? The boy with violet eyes, on the other hand, was calmly leaning against the wall, watching the fight. He said he would show him, meaning he wanted to see him tortured, it seems. A voice rang out in the slightly chaotic atmosphere. If you little brat wants to provoke me like that, why don't we have a proper PK match? The red-haired man suggested. PK match? Yahello questioned. Hatcot also confirmed his suggestion. Let's fight to get whatever we want. He laughed smugly and happily. At the official PvP arena. This is the only duel format that allows players to kill each other within a village, under the protection of the authorities and the battle god, a test of strength. Sora looked at the surrounding people watching and gossiping. Hatcot will win, right? Someone excitedly guessed the outcome, but the person with him didn't think so. No way, haven't you heard about Hatcot becoming a noob? The rules of this official duel are, firstly, even if you kill your opponent, you won't take over their character, and the player will make a request for what they want to have. Trong Tai walked to the middle of the two, warriors, before the duel begins. What do you want to gain if you win? The NPC referee asked them. In the second rule of this duel, at the duel site, an NPC will be automatically summoned and act as both a witness and a judge. Gyu stated firmly, what I want is for Hatcot to delete his character and quit this game forever. The onlookers watching the spectacle also joined in, yelling, go die. Hatcot just scoffed, delete character. Then he told his opponent, if I win, I want all your stat points. Hearing the redhead's request, Gyu immediately got angry. Are you kidding me? In a formal PK match, you can only bet your life or property. But the male protagonist didn't seem to care much about his words, glancing at the NPC referee. Da Ki-Yuin, with his hovering wings, readily agreed to the condition. I accept. Based on the player Hatcot School's characteristics, it's doable. The young man with two horns on his head was deeply pondering, thinking about his characteristics. Hatcot taunted, are you scared to fight someone at level 1 with all stats at 1 star? Such a pathetic skill, he mocked. Suddenly, a fist flew towards his face, and of course, the player Hatcot was sent flying backward. The redhead, unprepared, tumbled to the ground muttering, what the heck, this guy? Gyu walked towards him and said, just because of your reckless way of playing, so many people have quit the game after getting injured by you. Do you know that? He seemed very angry. I won't touch you right away. although someone like you can be sent to the grave with just one hit. The red-haired guy wondered, is he normally this strong? Hatcot slowly got up, holding a knife in his hand, and said, shut up. Then he unleashed his move, Kamado Box. The blue-haired guy looked at him with a judging eye. With that blunt sword, the main character charged again, counting 88, 89, 90. But his opponent still dodged perfectly. Having dodged safely, he then used his inner strength. This is, for all the members of Yahello, the ones who quit the game because of you. That single blow was enough to make the main character's health bar plummet uncontrollably. Then he restored Hatcot's health. The red-haired guy worried, does he plan to treat me like a punching bag again like last time? Restored to full strength, the main character jumped up and slashed twice more with his knife, but it lacked power. Not done yet, Q said, I have to hit you at least 100 times to satisfy my anger. The onlookers were still buzzing. One person asked, hey, who are you talking about? Another replied, that blue-haired guy. Another chimed in, that noob. What chance does he have to win? Has toast KKK. Oh, a match. Huh. A voice echoed from behind. Hey, that's Hatcot, the newbie. Has so excited. I heard his level was Risei in Asura. He's about to cry, constantly calling Hatcot Nim. Suddenly he asked Sora and the guy beside him, who are you guys betting on? Betting on what? Sora asked, confused. The black-haired guy with his eyes covered couldn't believe someone didn't know about this. What? You look like you're at a high level, too. Is this your first time seeing a PK match? The girl didn't deny it. Yeah. The newbie explained those who choose to watch the match can bet on who will win. The winner can receive gold and experience points depending on the amount of gold bet, but there's a certain betting limit. See that window? The one who's currently dominating the fight, he said. Then, the dark-haired person rested their chin on their hand, thinking, who should I bet on now? She's not betting. So, looking dejected, said, I don't have any money at all. The horn-headed one, on the other hand, said, my money is overflowing. Hatcot tried to stay steady, silently counting in his head 98. Then he spoke to the onion-headed man, you idiot. You should know who you're fighting. Do you really think you can beat me? Giyu got angry and yelled, shut up. The red-haired boy observed carefully, his going for it. The onion-headed man launched an attack, but the main character quickly dodged it. He was secretly pleased I dodged it. While he was breathing a sigh of relief, his opponent unexpectedly attacked again. Giyu was like a madman, rushing in relentlessly. You're so happy just for dodging one hit. Hatcot continued to evade the attacks, still counting in his head 99. The onion-headed man's strength was overwhelming, and the main character was sent flying to a distant corner. Finished the game, he looked at the red-haired guy sprawled at his feet with satisfaction. The surrounding audience murmured and gossiped. The end of this match was too obvious. Wasn't it? Too boring. He's really a noob. Suddenly, the newly arrived dark-haired guy said something that stunned everyone. I bet 100 million on Hatcot. I'll defeat these noobs, he said cheerfully. The bully clenched his fist, putting all his strength into it. Finish, he said. I'll make you disappear from this game forever. He grabbed Hatcot's collar, but the protagonist wasn't exhausted at all. He sat up. He saw the emblem on the other person's head suddenly flash. Then, with a snap, all of Giyu's muscles suddenly stiffened. He realized in panic, paralysis. Hatcot sneered, softly uttering a few words, 100. The ring on the leader's head exploded. He screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Hatcot gripped his blunt knife tightly. You dirty player, one day I will, Giyu said weakly. Then he took a full kick from the male lead to his face. Bark, he scolded. The leader's blood drained away. The system announces that the red-haired person has won the match. Only now does Dakiaiwan appear with a final amazing blow. The winner is Hatcot. The NPC declares that the winner and those who placed bets will receive their rewards now. Hatcot, you can only choose one item. Your level is too low to possess them all, Daki instructs. The male protagonist thinks very seriously. Only 3 chests. I just need some luck. So Ra in the back is overjoyed, while the others weep in regret, losing their money. He hesitates. Which one should I choose? Scene changed to Yopi land in the central area, specifically the palace. Tisk, a bunch of cowards. A person clicks their tongue. The man speaks to the captured robots. You yourselves said we should cease hostilities, yet you sent assassins to the palace. Who sent you here, General Tech? He angrily asked. Suddenly his aide Lai Mei reminded him, General, behind you. He glanced back, irritated. I know. Then, lightning fast, he dodged the attack from behind, muttering, such a nuisance. Immediately, he punched the intruder in the face. I said he'd be here. When is he coming? Only after Head dispatched the man did General Tech realize, oh, I shouldn't have killed him. Suddenly, 2 more people appeared from behind. The long-haired one taunted, causing trouble again. Aaron you, Duckbill. Hearing the last 3 words, General Tech went into a rage. I told you not to call me that, you undead hag. Hey, why are you so late? The long-haired person ignored his outburst and continued. You idiot killed the hostage. Get in. And what's with the hey, you? This is the king of this country. Show some respect. Advisor Poo-Poo pointed towards the young man. He ruffled his hair, chuckled. Oh, I dropped by to watch this interesting match. Midnight. Sorry. Has the king of Dopey land named Dopey? The general was fuming now, ignoring the king. He grabbed Dopey and shook him repeatedly. If you were late, you should have informed me beforehand. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Advisor Pooh panicked. Stop it, you madman. Now let's get serious and get down to business. But this guy's skills are no ordinary. He must be sent by the Empire. Are they planning to stab us in the back while we're in a truce? The young king pondered. Then he gave his own assessment. Nah, I don't think so. Assassinate us with a hitman of this caliber. No way, absolutely not. They themselves must have assessed it already. Dopey said. So, maybe they're trying to provoke us to start a new war. The general offered another theory. But Dopey brushed it aside immediately. That's just simple thinking. General Tech was losing his patience. So what is it then? I don't know. Shui, ow, I don't way. Perhaps they're trying to sabotage something, the black-haired boy pondered. That guy, he's more playful than I initially thought. Dopey suddenly said something cryptic and out of nowhere. What are you talking about, kid? The general didn't understand. He then explained, it's that person I glanced at earlier. The young king seemed very excited when mentioning that person. Looks like it's going to be interesting. Pooh, P.I. Yes, your majesty, the advisor quickly replied. Monitor those who have recovered early. If there's any new development, report to me immediately, he commanded. The advisor promptly responded, yes. Scene change, Dak. Did you manage to buy anything valuable? The other person retorted, don't you have enough skills to protect me with your broken sword? A system notification popped up, displaying a level-up quest for a dark magician. Hatcot cheerfully said, here it is, audio. Why was Mr. Hand near me? Except, you now. Editor, how did one know so, except, all straw, or chote? Dak was surprised. Hey, there's something appearing on the map. Hatcot teased him. Don't reveal your newbie status, kid. The two-horned boy pouted. Your level is the same as mine. But never mind that. How did you win earlier? The red-haired boy arrogantly replied, you don't need to know. So, if I say I won't give you the money. Suddenly, the boy pulled out money to threaten him. Hatcot was furious but only dared to mutter, damn brat. Having no choice, the male protagonist had to say, I used a secret toy. That sword creates a critical hit after 100 swings, no matter what. Sora was impressed. A rare equipment. Hatcot is truly different. Dak, on the other hand, was not impressed. So boring. Sora suddenly changed the topic. Let's forget about that. You must be incredibly rich. Dao and endure. He then proposed a huge price to Hadcott without any hesitation. Dak slowly asked, "Do you guys know Giga? My grandfather is the chairman of Giga Corporation." The girl was very impressed. Giga, the world's #1 company. Meanwhile, the male protagonist just thought, this guy probably got fed with a diamond spoon. That was the day my grandfather decided to write his will. DWC continued to narrate. Cat was a little surprised. A will, he looked healthy on TV. The rich boy then explained to him. He recorded it when he was still in good health. Returning to the story, after gathering all his family members, he said, "Everyone has a Luxit Aventura account. Right, log in tonight. Well, write my will there." And after saying that, to this day he hasn't regained consciousness. According to the doctors, he has a maximum of 3 months left, GBC shared sadly, but on the Luxit Aventura friend screen, it showed he was still logged in Hall. "But I still haven't been able to reach him," the boy explained further. CIT blurted out a scolding. What a silly old man. Therefore, it can be said that his consciousness still exists somewhere in Luxit Aventura. DAC believes so. They walked for a while until they reached a tall stone building. "We're here." Wow, "We're here." A magical NPC greeted them. "Welcome to the Black Magic Dungeon Tower." "Who will be the executor?" the NPC, Dodo, asked. The boy, Dak, boldly rushed forward. "Me." The NPC looked at the three of them, pondered, and then decided with a team of 3 members, "All right, go in. However, I'm not sure if you can make it through." It expressed concern for the 3 of them. As soon as the door opened, Dak exclaimed, "It's so windy." Hadcott immediately teased the boy. "What? Do you want me to clear this dungeon in 3 seconds? Hearing him say that, so Ra was very excited, really. The 2-horned boy suddenly asked, "But what stats did you get from that box earlier?" Fire asked. "What is it?" the girl chimed in. "That, huh?" The red-haired person was vague about the gift he received. They went deeper inside and the door closed behind them. In the open space outside the dungeon, someone was watching. He spoke through a walkie-talkie. The person on the other end asked, "Have they arrived yet?" The watcher reported the situation. "Yes, exactly as you said. Even Hearthitter would find it difficult to do anything in the dungeon," he said. "Yes," the person on the other end of the line agreed with what he had just said. "Then I will carry out the mission." The red-faced man obeyed the order. He then vanished from the screen. The silver-haired boy with elf ears gazed ahead thoughtfully. The surrounding noise suddenly caught his attention. He looked towards his teammates' fierce battle with the demons. The girl in the blue shirt delivered powerful kicks, eliminating the evil demons one by one. The red-haired boy was no less powerful, swiftly dealing with the demons. The male protagonist looked ahead in slight astonishment. 100. His incredible power overwhelmed the demons, who fell like wheat before a scythe, unable to resist. The demons' bodies lay scattered across the ground. A sigh escaped him. "Phew." A terrified demon stammered, begging for mercy. "Adventurers, you've fulfilled the request. Please, spare me." The male protagonist sneered, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You know how to talk, don't you? All right, I'll spare you." He looked at the key ring in his hand, a dark smile hidden behind his black hair. An unnatural silence fell over the room. A voice echoed, "Have you dealt with them yet?" The young man, his face flushed, spoke with a hint of fear. "Not yet." The man's voice was laced with anger. "If it's a dungeon security issue, you can use your skills to infiltrate, can't you?" "What's going on there?" The red-faced young man glanced away. "Nothing." He looked anxious and stammered, It's. He was terrified, on the verge of tears, trembling as he thought about what had happened. How could he, the greatest assassin in the world, be scared of zombies? The demons inside him urged him hard. "Nothing. I'll handle it properly." That's what he want. No mistakes allowed. He flinched but still obeyed. "Yes." Towering mountains surrounded the tower. 3 people walked up step by step. The silver-haired boy began to complain. What kind of level-up mission is this? It's so difficult. The red-haired boy turned around and mocked him. This is easy. Don't you know that? The teased boy said angrily. Easy? How is it easy when novice versus 100 zombies? How? 100 zombies? How? The main character continued. You really are an all-around new player, aren't you? Do you know how many players in the Luxy Adven region are combat-focused? Only about 30%. The other 70% choose to be merchants or ordinary farmers to enjoy a normal life. Level-up quests are difficult, and this game doesn't force us to fight to level up or to satisfy our desires. So, what's your level-up quest? The girl replied. Me? Oh? The girl laughed and replied, it's like killing 1,000 werewolves. It took me about 2 months. The male lead replied, that's better than mine. The guy behind was surprised. 1,000. The male lead walked towards the door and said, in this game, no one else but me can complete the level-up quest I received. Got it. He walked forward and grabbed the doorknob. The door opened, revealing the 2nd floor. 2 demons stood ready to greet them. Newbies, Bogova. One of the demons said, last time was boring. Huh? They died instantly. You guys gonna be any better? A quest chain popped up. Conquer the Dark Magic Prison Tower, Part 3. 1. Complete the Dark Magic Level 1 requirement. Eliminate 100 out of 100 zombies. Completed. 2. Complete the Dark Magic Level 2 requirement. Not completed. 3. Complete the Dark Magic Level 3 requirement. Not completed. The Horn Demon began to prepare for battle. Come on, Bogova. Time to play. Hey, Ryan. Where's Joe? Sure, yeah, I'll try ye. Suddenly, the demon breathed a stream of fire. The flames seemed to want to burn everything. Sora grabbed the 2 boys and dodged. Fire, how annoying. All 3 jumped to a different spot to avoid the demon's attack. The male lead gasped and called out, hey kid! The young boy looked at the sword in his hand, surprised. The male lead said, I've swung this sword 99 times already. Find the perfect opportunity and use it. The boy was incredibly surprised. Me? If you give me this, what will you fight with? The red-haired boy angrily shouted, you idiot, don't turn your back on the enemy. Sora immediately rushed forward, leaving the 2 boys bickering behind. A demon claps happily. Ha ha. Gotcha. Medusa's curse. And hour. Bagova's punch has a lot of magic, you know. So has instantly petrified when attacked. The male lead notices the unexpected situation. Ugh. I plan to rely on her great power. Unexpected losses. The 2 boys rush forward. Teast, I have to use the sword now. Dodge for now. Ian herder. Alright, Sharis. Look for an opportunity and hit him. The blue demon swings a missed punch. Oh, a clumsy move. The red-haired boy assesses. He's slower than I thought. Thanks to the stats of that onion hacking guy, I can temporarily use it now. The boy holding the sword thinks to himself, please give me a good item. The drawn sword is a chipped longsword, attack 6. A normal longsword sold in any store. Because it's chipped, the attack stat is reduced. The male lead is furious about the lousy sword. Damn it. The boy behind him sees the sword and says, why did you pull out that crappy sword? The grumpy boy said, do something, you idiot. Did I hire you to just stand around? The male lead tried to escape the demon's punch, muttering, get out of here, or I'll blast you to pieces. The other boy unexpectedly tripped. Oops. The green-haired demon said, hey, what are you doing? Running around like that is boring. Then, adding power to the demon, go wild. The demon, empowered, unleashed a powerful attack, causing the 2 boys to panic. The silver-haired boy angrily said, what's going on? What are we even doing just running around? You said you'd clear this dungeon in 3 seconds. They ran and yelled at each other. It's your fault, my plan is ruined. The demon knelt down, gathering strength to jump. The boy yelled, you useless idiot, you're fired. The male lead didn't back down from the insults either. You idiot. The demon sprung up and stomped down powerfully. They both fell down. What is it? The red-haired boy's leg was crushed by the demon, causing the other boy to be extremely panicked. He was too worried to speak. The male lead looked up and said, I need the money. If the client dies beforehand, how can I receive payment? The statement shifted the silver-haired boy from worried to angry. The demon behind him pointed and commanded, board, end it, Bogovia. Immediately the demon raised his fist to continue the attack. Hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, kid. Boil it, the male lead said. The demon stared intently. Its legs suddenly broke off. The demon in the back directing couldn't believe his eyes. The petrification spell had been undone. How is that possible? The blue demon fell. Bogovii. The silver-haired boy tightly gripped the sword in his hand and charged toward the falling blue demon. A precise stab to its head caused blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing this, the director yelled, No, Bogova! She clenched her fist in anger. You bastard! How dare you! Before she could finish her sentence, she was attacked in the face. Sora, who had turned to stone with anger, flung a rock towards her, saying, How dare you attack the Overlord? The Level Up quest appeared again. Level Up quest, Black Magic Prison. Conquest of the Black Magic Prison questling. 1. Ans. Ai. Auditory aware. Or why? Complete the Level 1 Black Magic Prison requirement. Exterminate 100 zombie. Completed. 2. Shine. Daniel. Wow. Complete the Level 2 Black Magic Prison requirement. Defeat 1 Bogova. Completed. 3. Anel Val. Ow. Complete the Level 3 Black Magic Prison requirement. Not completed. Rewards are 200 experience points and a black magic seal. The male protagonist was still lying on the ground, laughing and saying, Hey, kid, help me up me. I'll wire. Why? What are you dawdling around for? You bought a bunch of medicine, didn't you? The young man held the bottle of medicine in his hand and opened the cap. He then poured it directly onto the male protagonist's head, who said, Enough. Don't pour anymore. Sore. The girl replied, Yes. He asked, You haven't killed her, have you? She retorted, Yet, I only injured her. I haven't killed her. He commanded, Tie her up. She was tied up listening to the male lead speak, thinking about being defeated by someone like him. He interrupted her, Sorry, but the zombie boss on the first floor told me everything. He told me to watch out for your petrification magic. Only stupid, clueless fools would kill monsters without extracting any information. She was surprised that stupid zombie. The male lead continued. After giving him a few drops of holy water, he spilled everything. She looked down and asked, What did you do? The male lead was sinister as he tickled her. He also told us your weakness is ticklishness. True experts do whatever it takes to extract information. He said triumphantly, Spit out everything you know about the third floor. He continuously tickled her with a feather. Unable to bear it, she said, I don't know. I told you I don't know really, she continued. Ha 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 ha. I only know it's a demon lord? The male lead asked again. Really, she replied. That's all I know. Ha 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 ha. A powerful demonic figure's back was visible as he spoke. It's too noisy down there. The lone shark, Hearthitter, grinned and said, My lord. He grabbed a man's head. You still enjoy teasing like always, don't you? Then he suddenly frowned in displeasure. If you do this, what will become of my status? Can you immediately apologize to me? The black market merchant, too, Sam, beside him spoke up. Kill, damn it. I'm here to do business, damn it. Hearthitter, stop scaring them, damn it. Hearing this, the man chuckled in response. Oh, my emotions seem a bit excessive. It's just Hearthitter. Just joking, Just joking. On the other side, the lord of the cobblestone castle, Soma, raised his hand and said, I thought you would practice a bit while you were there, so I prepared them. If you feel unwelcome then, he let out a sinister smile. Allow me to apologize. I am sorry, I am sorry. At the trading table, the man silently thought, what a damn cunning snake. Seeing this, Kusam reminded him, enough of that talk, damn it. Let's trade, damn it. Do you have the money, damn it, damn it. He still smirked triumphantly and said, of course, but I need to see the goods first. Kusam carried the chest in his hand, frowning and saying, the goods. The chest was opened, revealing dark, ominous aura. Kusam warned, here, am Yair, and Zhao warned, she am mine. Don't touch it, man, Amur, Yadir, Suser Albanmain. The curse is terrible, man. The man named Setso Mai stared at the sword in the chest and said, one of the 39 swords that the master blacksmith created, and this is the 38th one. He picked up the sword. This power, Kusam beside him was horrified and scared. Huh, this curse is real. Aren't you afraid of the curse, man? Setso Mai was joyfully triumphant. With this, I can, share newer. I can. Kusam frowned, puzzled by his expression. Sir, sure. Dark aura escaped from the sword everywhere. Aren't you afraid of the demon lord's curse? On the main character side, Sura is showing off her new outfit, the ideal equipment here. These are the Medusa's close combat gloves, 20 defense, and a special skill with a low chance to petrify the enemy upon direct contact. The two boys are still searching for items. Only the gloves are good stuff, the rest is all junk. The boy next to him glances over. Ah, there are a few other things. The boy picks up a tattered pair of pants and asks, this one has decent defense points. What about this one, Sora? Those are the Bagava's pants, 130 defense, level 30 limit. The only valuable piece of clothing Bagova has. Sora replies, my pants have higher defense. The Black Dragon's steel shorts, 230 defense. The shorts are meticulously crafted from the Black Dragon scales. It seems to be a product of a clothing fanatic. The boy is incredibly surprised. What? Seeing this, the main character explains. Why are you so surprised? It's an unwritten rule of the shady genre. The more revealing a female character is, the more powerful her equipment is. The three continue to ascend to higher floors, chatting as they go. Hey kid, swing that sword 99 times before we go to the third floor. Exactly 99 times. Humph. Don't act so high and mighty. Hey, how strong is the demon lord? There are tons of demon lords in this world. Our main character starts to explain. A newly born demon lord is only slightly stronger than the Bagova from earlier. But the ones at the level of preparing to ascend to Demon King are different. They're on a whole different level that even I struggle against. Usually you can tell how strong they are by the size of their horns. Sora laughs happily and replies, I understand. The boy, upon hearing horns, unconsciously touches his own head. The main character looks up and contemplates. Let's see how strong the demon lord on the third floor. The boy beside him glances over and asks, what, are you scared? Hearing that, he spoke up, hey, it's likely much tougher here than the second floor. If you keep blabbering like you did earlier, I can't save you, all right? All right. The horn man sighed in annoyance. Oh, come on. Take care of yourself. The door slowly opened. All three of them looked inside in shock. Whoa. The guy inside had fallen face first to the ground. What the heck happened? What's going on here? Sora looked confused. A trap, inside a dungeon. The boy beside him said, that's the summoner. A demon with long hair spoke, hey you humans. He spoke with cold eyes. What took you so long? I got sick of waiting, so I killed him. Then he rubbed his head, recalling something about black magic or whatever. He kept rambling about things I didn't care about. The male lead got a little worried. Oh no. He's stronger than that Bogov guy. The demon looked at the one he had just killed. Then he looked at the three others and said, "Hey, humans." As he spoke, he threw a punch, catching the male lead off guard. "Are you strong?" Sure. A loud explosion echoed. Sora stepped forward and said, "Hat caught Nim, let me handle this." The male lead agreed. "All right, leave it to her." She immediately ordered, "Kid, get those puppets here." The demon laughed at that, a female warrior. "You're strong, aren't you, and fast too. Not bad. Not bay. You're worthy of being my sacrifices. With you, my mission will be complete." The male lead reminded them, "He's not just any ordinary guy. Be careful. He's a boss-level monster. He has a mission of his own. Where did this song come from, kid? Get ready to unleash your ultimate move." The demon raised his finger and said, "Support, feel free." However, Dane, and the others are Ray, shoot us shall we want that there's stakes here. He pointed at the three of them. His power shattered the water bottle in the horn boy's hand. "Holy water, I don't like it. It disgusts me." "Ayan, out shall we near or stone. Asura. All three of you, focus all your strength. Come on. To you I near. Time to shade and just shade. This to burn row. Only Betsy die." Sora, without any fear, charged forward. The demon saw this and exclaimed, "Ho!" He raised his hand, that fighting spirit. "I like it." A loud sound echoed, as if it were about to shatter the very space itself. He looked on triumphantly and said, 50 points. Sora fell down, a little scared. His sword froze. He was terrified. The demon grabbed the sword and pointed it at my neck like that. "Are you stupid?" Immediately, Sora regained his composure and unleashed a series of punches at him. The girl spun around. A powerful kick was delivered, sending the demon flying. He was surprised. "You dropped your sword to use martial arts." Humph. The demon's face darkened with anger. He assessed 0 points. The pointless ones. Sora continues to rush forward with her sword in hand. The demon, this time, was prepared, and she was immediately defeated. He dodged, causing her to miss and stumble forward. Activating the special skill of the Medusa, close combat gloves, petrification. Thanks to Pup, she can execute it with 100% effectiveness. She unleashes the skill, petrification. The demon is completely immobilized. "Human this game," Sora announces in a cheerful tone. "The plan is a success." She smiles and says, "Now let's attack." Suddenly, a hand presses against her face. A powerful punch from the demon. He cursed, so vile. "Dying dear me. Are you all dare? Should've said sure. As I been out older yay. Any seller are bonds." Sora was sent flying. The two boys couldn't believe it. Their sorcery was ineffective. "This is it, we're done for." A girl with long hair surrounded by swords. "Demon Lord, is that all you can do?" The demon was kneeling before the girl. The demon lord bowed his head and said in a low voice, "I have been defeated." He closed his eyes and said, "Finish me." The girl didn't hesitate. She chopped off one of the demon lord's horns. "What good is your head? Those horns are filled with resentment. They're far more useful to me than your head." The demon lord, having lost his horn, grimaced in pain. Then he cried out in despair, "Kill me, you fiend! To live after defeat is a disgrace to my kind. Kill me. If you want, I will kill you myself." He lunged towards the girl with swift and decisive action. The girl, without a hint of fear, calmly extended her hand. "If you wish it, I'm rain. I'll ask, I just say." In an instant, her blade pierced the demon lord's body. The girl spoke. I will take your remaining horn. Is this what they call the final moment of a fool who's never known defeat? What a gruesome sight. Suddenly losing his 2 horns, the demon lord's eyes were filled with immense rage. The girl spoke. Han. Anyway, you'll be sealed away somewhere. Perhaps if you survive, you might meet me again someday. The demon glared at the 3, frowning. You will be my final sacrifice. Die quickly, you weaklings. The demon glared at them without blinking. The demon immediately lunged towards the 2. The male lead held his sword and prayed silently. Oh, please, please, he exclaimed. Right back. This is a random attack sword too. Special skill. Every time he draws the sword, it transforms into one of the swords in the world. It returns after 10 minutes. He prepared himself to face the demon lord's punch. Our male lead frowned and silently wished, please, give me a good sword. The demon lord rushed towards them with terrifying speed. The drawn sword, a sleek shadow blade, launched the first attack, crafted from a material that felt pleasant to the touch. It was a custom-made product from the Delhi village, featuring a special skill that negates one close-range attack. Both of them sprayed hairspray upon seeing the sword. The male protagonist's face turned pale as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, what the hell? The sword seemed to have a very adorable expression with sparkling eyes. The demon lord's punch still landed directly on the sword's face. The demon lord blushed, retracting his hand. You scouted me thoroughly. You knew my weakness is cute things. You're more troublesome than I thought. He's weakened by cute things. The other side angrily shouted, You idiot! The demon lord couldn't help but wonder, why would you dare to attack me with a shadow blade? The male protagonist simply replied, Screw you! Daidisei observed everything. Assessing the spirit swords, he needed to pull out a spirit sword. If possible, he needed to hold on until it regenerated. The demon lord attacked, wanting to end everything. End it, you trash! Dlic, with determination on his face, stepped forward. I have to use the name Swagger. I have to use this. The Pact of the Goblin King necklace. This necklace links to the Goblin King. Its special skill enhances his power depending on the price paid. It can only be used once. Well, yes, I my hours and terror, I'll die. So, the demon lord's power was like a giant whirlpool, but it was blocked by the pact necklace Duichi's used. He raised his hand and said, Contract fulfilled. The demon was quite surprised. You repelled it. Then he laughed sinisterly. Cuckoo, interesting, very interesting. Daidisei recalled the warning. He could only use it once, so he should only use it in the most critical situation. Daidisei sighed. The demon and Daidisei both charged towards each other to attack. 2 powerful sources of energy collided fiercely. The 2 faced off in a direct attack. The male lead watched the battle from the outside, assessing the situation. The Goblin King's necklace. If it's that powerful, then that kid. How much did he spend? A few billion. This guy is born with a silver spoon in his mouth, or rather a diamond one. But thanks to that, I managed to buy some time. The demon lord delivered a decisive kick. Hack is mockingly taunting. The weakling. Dak falls from the demon lord's kick, his strength surging. So this is the feeling of being strong. The fierce battle fills the space with dust and smoke. The demon lord watches with folded arms, indifferent. So, only one remains. Suddenly, Dak launches a surprise attack on the demon lord's face, catching him off guard. Dak watches the demon fly away and says, it's the first time he's punched someone in the face. But it doesn't feel that refreshing. The demon lord falls, his face filled with anger. He stood up and spoke. That was truly a low blow to you. He didn't even try to hide it. I admit it. I admit it. You are worthy of a fair duel with me. Daidisei thought secretly. His attack was effective. One more hit, one more. The pact necklace informed him. You have 10 seconds left for the price paid, KK. DDC was surprised. What? The buff is about to end. Time is running out. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. 6 seconds. DAUC didn't expect the buff to end so quickly. Only 3 seconds left. The Demon Lord lunged forward. His buffs expired. He thought, I can't dodge this. This attack? His buffs are gone. It's saying goodbye. Hello. The Demon Lord's hand stopped in front of the guy. His hand was stopped in an instant. The male lead arrived just in time with a sword in hand, charging in. The guy smiled wickedly and triumphantly. Legendary spirit sword. His face covered in sweat. He frowned and said, "Too slow." The male lead looked at the sword in his hand and complained, "Out of all the spirit swords, why this one? Ugh, so boring." He held the sword to his neck and said, "You put up a good fight, kid. But now this stage is mine." His face contorted in anger, the severed horns making his appearance even more grotesque. He stumbled backward, his severed right arm gushing dark green blood into a large pool. He channeled his strength, causing the bleeding wound to rapidly clot. At the center of the clot, a light began to flicker. His features twisted as he pulled an energy sphere back and roared, "I will not fall." In this deadly miasma, the sphere, fueled by his roar, grew immense, dwarfing those around him with its power. The vibrant green of the sphere continued to expand, a stark contrast to the blinding golden light of the sword the main character held. Then, he poured his remaining strength into launching the sphere forward with tremendous force. His face contorted in extreme tension. The colossal sphere hurtled forward, impacting the ground with devastating force, and instantly erupting into a blazing, eerie green fire. After releasing the sphere, he seemed to be completely drained of energy, his head falling to the ground. From his right arm, plumes of green smoke billowed upwards, rising towards the sky. As if realizing something, his lowered head suddenly snapped up, his eyes flashing with alertness. Ahead, where the orb struck, the ground seemed to tear apart. At the end of the explosion's reach, only a small boy stood alone. His companion vanished. Seeing this, he was surprised he escaped. After the initial surprise, he quickly assessed the protagonist's next move. Confident in his deduction, he lowered his center of gravity, tilted his head back, bared his teeth, and said, "If so, your position is too obvious." Above his head was only a clear white sky, no sign of the person he was searching for. He felt a pang of discomfort at his mistake. He muttered, "What? Not there." Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. The protagonist's body radiated a bright golden light. He raised his sword towards him, smirked, and said, "Behind you, fool?" The protagonist's sudden appearance behind him caught him off guard. He panicked. Firing blue orbs in that direction, he angrily roared, "Growl, damn A." The protagonist easily dodged the incoming orbs, targeting and charging forward. His face grew serious. He still had time to be arrogant, not so fast. He thought the sword's inheritance allowed him to borrow stats from an angel. He delivered a final blow to the man, speaking, "It's over, Demon Lord." Then, his face contorted in pain, his teeth clenched. But a second later, a strange smile crept onto his lips. In the space, the protagonist's sword swung, tearing through the air, creating a brilliant, bright yellow streak. The force of the blow sent the earth flying everywhere, creating a majestic and powerful scene. After the main character's sword strike, the man fell to the ground, his body leaking green blood. The main character stood there, proud before the corpse. He breathed out in relief. "Phew, the mission is complete." The sword with the golden power surrounding it after the final strike gradually lost its power. The main character stuck the sword into the floor. The orange-yellow light gradually disappeared, revealing an ugly stone sword. His companion saw this and wondered why he didn't retrieve the sword. The main character turned his back to the sword and walked away. Hearing the question, he glanced back at the sword and said, "It's unusable now, it's been forcibly sealed." Kubaba's Spirit Sword. Attack Power 90. Demon Slaying Limit 999. The sword is imbued with the power of the Kubaba fighting angel. Once you defeat your enemy, it will be forcibly sealed. Cooldown time 99 years. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the young boy. The young boy looked at it, swiping his finger across the notification. I've leveled up to a dark sorcerer. A ring suddenly appeared on his index finger. He wondered, I suddenly have a ring. A stream of energy flew from the ring towards the man's corpse, enveloping his body. Behind the main character, the figure of a woman named Asura appeared. The man was sucked into the ring by the shrinking gas. Seeing this, Main pointed at the boy's ring and said, "Oh ho, your familiar is quite ferocious." The boy didn't understand the meaning of his words, and asked back, "Familiar summoner rings can only be used by dark magic users with a magic power of 5 or above. The ring that makes a contract with your familiar cannot be traded." He reached out his hand, and a control panel with icons appeared. There are new skills too. Which one should I level up first? Summoning, incantation. Main crossed his arms in front of his chest, analyzing the situation with the current state. Outside the tower, the sky was pitch black, surrounded by unsightly jagged rock formations. In the distance, a large red cannon was aimed at the tower. A strange voice echoed, "Rock on," establishing target for elimination. After that statement, the muzzle of the cannon began to gather a bright red light that grew larger. Target locked, signal complete, stable. Executing elimination. As soon as the voice fell silent, numerous cannons rose and fired at the tower. Their destructive power caused the tower to be instantly pierced, sending rocks flying everywhere. The man outside controlling the cannons was flying in the air, clad in a protective suit. He looked towards the tower with a smug expression. "Seems like it's going a bit overboard." He thought to himself, "If I can't get inside, it'll just destroy the whole tower." The tower couldn't withstand the force of the attack and collapsed into ruins. The man retracted his guns, looking at the desolate scene before him with satisfaction, having completed the destruction. Under the rubble, in a place concealed by rocks, a strange, slimy green substance appeared. The man in his bulky suit landed on the ground, walking to the side of the ruins. He uttered, "Oh my." He glanced around the area, walking and saying, "I should take their head as a token." Under a small rock, a bloody, gooey hand appeared. He noticed it, walking towards it. He controlled his device to lift the rock, excitedly saying, "Wow, perfect." But then he discovered that the person underneath was just some random player. He was disappointed. This isn't my target. Suddenly, a green liquid shot out, grazing the man's side before he could react. Where his cheek was struck, fresh blood oozed out. He analyzed the situation, the attack. That liquid substance extended, striking towards him, forcing him to retreat and defend. Underneath the ground, where the liquid was being controlled, a voice emanated soothing, "Please retreat." From the green orb, an arm extended outwards. The woman from before was creating a protective sphere around the other 3 players with water bubbles. The assistant, Lime, addressed the man. "These are guests of King Dopey Len, King Dopey." He defensively leaned back, raising his hands to control the 2 guns on his shoulders, aiming them forward. "I don't yield to others. I have my own reasons. I'm sorry, but it's necessary." He didn't hesitate to load and fire at Lime. Suddenly, the 2 cannons on his shoulders exploded unexpectedly. On his shoulders, the guns had unusual holes. He was confused. "My cannons." The assistant, Lime, explained to him, "When I attacked you earlier, I locked all the exits in your weapons. In my previous attack, I intentionally dropped tiny slimes onto your equipment." Limey walked towards him, offering him a chance to retreat. "This is your last chance. Back off." 3 players were floating inside the water sphere, seemingly indifferent to everything happening outside, chatting amongst themselves. The young boy accompanying them pointed towards Limi and asked, "Who's that?" The main character was just confused. "Who knows, Sora?" Innocently wide-eyed exclaimed excitedly, We can breathe here. We can breathe here. The main character thought to himself, training a slime to do this, the owner must be a lecherous, perverted old man. The man outside didn't back down because of Li Me's threat. He smirked wickedly, drew 2 swords, and said to her, "Back off before a slimy monster. I don't just have cannons, I have a million ways to deal with a useless monster. You'll regret this." He then charged forward, for daring to interfere with me. With that, the sword in his hand pierced through Li. However, she had no intention of dodging the attack. She raised her hand to receive the blow, and the area targeted by the sword cleverly expanded itself around her to avoid the blade. He thought he had pierced Li and became smug. He laughed triumphantly. "Haha, you're so weak and slimy." Suddenly, Li transformed into various liquid forms, separating around him, leaving him confused. Those liquids clung to his body, preventing him from moving. Li used her power to break through his protective armor and penetrate inside, causing him to cry out in pain. She swiftly took his sword and dealt the finishing blow. She acted as if nothing had happened, explaining to him, "You really don't understand. Do you mechanical beings like you have so many openings for me to exploit?" The next second, a massive explosion erupted there. Having finished everything, Li walked in front of the 3 players. They remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Li didn't say much to them either. She smiled at them. Then Li said, "Come, the king awaits you." The Giga Empire, the 3rd castle, the capital city of Totorat. A castle situated in the middle of the sea, enveloped by water. A voice echoed within the palace. "So, what are the results?" Inside the castle, guards were stationed everywhere. A different voice respectfully replied, "We sent our top-tier assassins." However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the other voice interrupted, bluntly asking, "They failed. They failed." Kim Jang-suk, the head of the Temporal Affairs Division, knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to the chairman. I have nothing to say, Chairman. I never imagined they would interfere," Kim Jang-suk stammered in his report. Suddenly, someone approached him from the front. Kim Jang-suk dared not look up, only pleading, Please forgive me." The very next second, the vice chairman's personal secretary delivered a swift knee to his chin, catching Kim Jang-suk off guard and sending his head flying bad. The secretary glared at the table and spoke, "Why don't we just fire him, this useless, salary-sucking employee?" From the table another voice spoke, "Stop it, Secretary Kane. Is it your intention to get fired again so soon?" Upon hearing this, the secretary was startled with embarrassment. The vice chairman continued, "If Dopey Len has decided to interfere, then this will proceed faster. Send a diplomatic delegation." "Well, go to Dopey Len immediately, the capital of the Eastern Kingdom." Dopey Len. Outside the surrounding walls, soldiers stood guard. A voice echoed, "This place is as dilapidated as ever. This rotten country. I can't believe it, these dopey people." He says his director Park Bujang of the Giga Empire. They treat NPCs here like they're equal to other players, even though they're practically devoid of id. Why is that? A bustling marketplace comes into view. The mixed-race man named Lai reminds him, "Director Park, we're in enemy territory. Be careful what you say." He continues, "We're not here to fight today." Behind Lai is a group of people escorting him. Suddenly, a little girl's voice rings out, "Visitors, would you like to own a beautiful Dopey Len flower? Just 1 coin, please," the girl offers, holding flowers in one hand and tugging at Director Park Bujang, who's walking near her with the other. Director Park can't stand it. His eyes, filled with red veins, glare at the girl. A second later, he uses his energy to cause an explosion where the girl was standing. Park Bujang doesn't see a problem with what he did. He even says, "Die." His hands are still burning from the explosion. He glances in that direction and says, "Disgusting." The thought of them touching me directly. This city is truly... The smoke from the explosion had just cleared, and a man was standing where the little girl had been, shielding her from the blast. General Tech, his hands wounded, was protecting the frightened little girl, who could only stand there frozen. He angrily shouted, "You son of a bitch, are you insane? I caught you red-handed, you damn dog! I came to greet you fools. And you treat one of our citizens like this." General Tech moved the little girl to the side and stood up to confront the others. The man's face was tense with anger, his features sharp and defined, his eyebrows furrowed into a deep line. The veins on his temples and cheeks bulged. His eyes flashed with fury, and his hands clenched into fists. He snarled, "You're dead, you bastard!" General Tech lunged towards them. "I never liked you from the start, you maggot. You need to be punched 69 times by 96 to get some sense into your brain." His movement was halted by a chain flung from the other side's soldiers, binding him in midair. Though immobilized, General Tech remained defiant, ordering, "Get me loose, you trashy beastmaster." Vice President Lai spoke with an emotionless face. "General Tech, are you intending to attack a foreign envoy?" Lai lowered his head, gently reminding him, "You know what that means, don't you? Are you prepared to take responsibility?" General Tech, not only was he not intimidated by Lai's threats, but it also made him angrier than ever. He yelled at the vice president, "What the hell are you mumbling about? You guys were the ones who attacked first." Director Park Bujang was unconvinced and tried to defend himself. "I only attacked a useless NP." His words seemed to hit a nerve with General Tech, who retorted, "Oh, is that so, you son of a bitch?" In the distance, a man stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly ordering General Tech, "Stop it, Tet." Then he turned to the group and said, "Welcome to Dubai Line." But his greeting was met with silence. General Tech was still furious. He shouted at the man, "That son of a bitch attacked one of our civilians. Are you going to let him get away with it?" The man replied calmly, "The girl wasn't hurt, and his hand is just slightly scratched." "What's the big deal?" "Shayiner, my nation by mayor order ray, and elder Mao." General Tech continued to yell, "What if I hadn't been able to protect her in time?" Hearing General Tech's question, the Dupai king of the kingdom paused and pondered. If that were the case, behind him were two close advisors, one of whom was the woman named Lai Mi. Suddenly, Du Pi's eyes changed, becoming menacing. He glanced at them and said seriously, "I won't let it slide." The Du Pi king's words caused an unusual silence to fall over the visitors. Then Du Pi returned to his usual demeanor and smoothly greeted them. "Well, that's enough pleasantries. Please come inside, esteemed guests." At Harthitter's pawn shop, a simple two-story house, congratulatory words echoed, "Congratulations, boss." Inside the shop, Harthitter stood with his arms crossed, a joyful expression on his face, the beginning of a true adventure. Rim, his assistant, seemed even happier than his master. He pushed out a towering cake, giggling, "Here's the celebratory cake." The newly promoted boy took the bizarre celebratory cake, not looking very pleased. Thanks, but it looks a bit weird." Beside him were 101 expressions of his teammates. Sora, upon seeing the cake, excitedly shouted, "Cake!" Rim, standing beside her, burst into tears of happiness when she saw Dak holding up her cake. Behind them were Maine and Harthitter, both unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The strawberry-filled cake was cut, and everyone cheered, "Thank you for the treat." Dak ate while pondering his future, "But I've leveled up. What do I do now?" While Sora was busy eating, the main character spoke the obvious, "Well, you grind levels, of course." Harthitter also offered a suggestion, "Now that you have a class and have leveled up a few times, I think it's time we head to the village and buy some equipment. And since your spirit can also be equipped, let's go with him." At that moment, the ring on Dak's hand emitted a long beam of light outwards. Dak said, seeing it, his reacting. Dak gave permission to the being within. "Come out, you old muscular fellow." The ring then emitted an increasingly blinding light. His appearance silenced everyone. Sora even stopped gnawing on her bone. A pale-skinned naked man with short, wispy hair appeared standing on the wooden table, making everyone's faces turn pale. He turned to Sora and spoke, "Who summoned me, Master?" He introduced himself. "My name is Laziest. You can call me Rari. My defeat in the war means my submission. Perhaps I've tasted defeat, but it was a worthy fight that I gave my all to. And one more thing, my master. I will become stronger based on your energy, which is why I look like this. Quickly become stronger." He stood there delivering a long speech, but it seemed like everyone's attention wasn't on him, but on what was dangling below. Hetti stared at it and commented, "Wow, that's so cute." Sora reacted quickly. She grabbed a tablecloth and wrapped it around Rari, saying in embarrassment, "I'll go buy some clothes for you." Da saying this, simply agreed, "All right." In a meeting room in the Dopelan Palace, after explaining the reason for the envoy's absence, the man concluded, "For that reason, 3 of our people are absent." King Dopelan, without much preamble, spoke directly to the point. "All right, let's get to the main issue." Director Park Bu-jang brought up the problem. He completely eliminated one of our fighters. However, he was just a regular scout. I demand that you take responsibility for this excessive reaction. His assistant, Lai Mi, thought for a moment before speaking. "I warned and maintained a defensive stance multiple times, but then your fighter attacked me first. This was merely self-defense." Director Park Bu-jang remained dissatisfied. He addressed King Dopelan. "Humph, we're here to talk to this NPC. King Dopelan, what are you doing?" King Du-pi also spoke up, proposing peace and apologizing for his associate's mistake in eliminating one of your people. "In exchange, I will allow you to exploit the mine near Tito Castle." However, King Du-pi's face turned grim. He didn't maintain the conciliatory attitude he had just displayed, and instead warned, "If you call her an NPC again, it'll rip your damn mouth to shreds." Director Park Bu-jang, though displeased with King Du-pi's words, dared not say anything. He could only shut his mouth and think to himself, "Crazy bastard." Vice President Lai reminded him, "Director Park, watch your words." Then, he turned to apologize to King Du-pi. "Please forgive his rude behavior, King Du-pi. Let's put my business aside for now." Vice President Lai rested his chin on his hand. "I have a much more important matter to discuss with you. The reason both sides agreed to a ceasefire was the ever-increasing influence of the nightmare. The more players there were, the stronger the nightmare became. If it continued, the entire world would be enveloped by the nightmare, leading to the game's end. But thanks to the combined efforts of both kingdoms, the nightmare stopped growing and has now fallen asleep. As for the Giga Empire, we have almost finished repairing all the castles, and operations have returned to normal." Vice President Lai continued his speech. "However, I hear that the smaller and medium-sized territories near Dopelan are still recovering. This is the best time for anyone to punish Dopelan while its influence is weakened," said Vice President Lai, resting his chin on his hand as if he was deep in thought. Vice President Lai's words angered General Tenril. He slammed the table, stood up, and immediately lunged forward, throwing a punch at the vice president. Secretary Kim, who was sitting beside him, could only hold her breath and remain still, not daring to move. He roared, "You scoundrel! How dare you speak like that?" But then General Tech was stopped by a pink chain, which angered him. He growled, "Again with this, damn it!" The white-haired man in the distance just sat there, smiling as he watched the general get stopped, amused. "Fool." The conversation continued. Vice President Lai spoke again, however, "War will not happen if you agree to a single condition." King Dopelan, upon hearing this, opened his mouth, seemingly pondering the gains and losses of this agreement. Bajers, alrighty. The vice president began to rise from his seat and continued speaking, stating his condition. "Don't interfere with Dak anymore. It's my family matter and doesn't concern anyone else." Lai turned and walked towards the exit, his voice still echoing in the room. I hope you will think carefully about this. Meow and me. All those who accompanied him also stood up and headed towards the door. They proudly walked out and headed towards their own empire. Amidst the towering buildings, a surprised voice echoed, Hey, you done any money? The group standing in the middle of the market talked among themselves. The boy Dake explained his situation. When I fought that demon, I spent all my money on that elf necklace. The main character immediately thought of his own benefit. Hey, what about my share then? Dake confidently replied. Don't worry, you'll get the money soon. From above, a voice called down to where the four of them were standing. Han Gun Woo. Dake immediately jumped, turning to look towards the voice, thinking to himself, my real name, who is it? On the high steps, Vice President Lai was descending. Dake couldn't help but be surprised. He repeated the vice president's name, but not the game name, his real name, Gun Su. Unlike his conciliatory attitude when talking to King Du Pai Ban earlier, he slightly furrowed his brows and looked towards Dak, saying, Don't call me brother. The vice president spoke up, reminding him, What did my father say? Have you forgotten already? You're banned from playing Luxit Avon. You useless brat should live up to your name, just like your father. Faced with his harsh words, young Dak stood there silently. Director Pak spoke up, suggesting, It'll kill him, Vice President. Lai, as if looking down on the boy, replied, No need. Leave him be. Even if he's killed, he's not worth it. Sora, standing there in anger, could only retort, What a bunch of insolent fools. Maine, upon seeing them, thought, Those are the people who run the Giga Empire. The boy in the middle, on the surface, looks like Hez being protected, but is not simply being protected. For a moment, his aura seemed like that of one of the highest-ranking individuals. From Maine's perspective, Vice President Lai, walking ahead, exuded the power of a strong man. Young Dax stood there silent. He remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand on his shoulder startled him, his eyes widening. The person behind him accompanied it with a howl. The boy, DLC, looked back at the main character, who was also looking at him and spoke, Hey kid, he confidently grinned and pointed at himself. What's the big deal? I'm your superhero now, don't worry. It sounded like a very heartwarming statement, until the boy realized that they were both at the same low level. He looked at him like he was an over-the-top creature. You're so full of yourself, you're only level 15. Hearing that, the main character didn't seem angry. He turned around, put his hand behind his head, and walked away from Daichi, saying, That's because you don't know anything yet. You'll soon realize how great I am. DAC turned his head to watch the main character go. When Soul heard that, he ran to stand beside him and asked, You can just snap your fingers and make those people sing Cotton M, right? The main character was full of pride. Of course. Ri, who was walking beside him, just sighed. Looking at the peaceful scene, he unconsciously smiled and called out, Hey, wait for me, before running to join them. Music started playing, signaling the beginning of a new day. Good morning, Ding Pa Pow. It came from a room in a very luxurious apartment building. The alarm clock continued to ring, Pa la ding ding, la pa pa pow ding ding. The bell kept ringing to wake the girl up, but she continued to sleep soundly in her comfortable bed. The alarm clock did its job. Sora suddenly woke up. She mumbled, Huh. A loud voice broke her sleep. Sora, wake up and eat breakfast. Then, Sora's sleepy morning greeting followed. And after that dream world, reality set in. Scene shifts to Seoul, South Korea's capital, Gangnam District. The headquarters of Smile Production is located in the Gangnam District. This headquarters is also known as Smile Tower 1. The exterior of this headquarters building looks like any other skyscraper, but in a hidden corner of it, deep beneath it, lies the underground world of Lucid Adventure, a deep factory in the earth. On the lowest floor, B13F, There is a row of rooms, the last of which is Hatcot's room. The alarm music blares outside the room. Good morning. La 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 pow pow pow, ding ding, la la ding ding. Hatcot is still fast asleep with his headphones on. One headphone falls off his ear, making him hear the alarm, ding, la la, which he finds extremely annoying. Hatcot grumbles, "What the heck? It's like crap." From outside the room, a voice called out, "Good morning, Hatcot." He tiredly sat up and responded, "Good morning what compared to the top floor? This place is nothing but a shithole." Another voice replied, "Huh, you're awake now." The main character still wore a grumpy expression and said, "Ah, I'm so hungry. I wonder what I'll eat today." A moment later, the food arrived: 4 bottles of water, 5 cans of tuna, and 2 packs of crackers. Seeing the meal he was given, the main character became even angrier and shouted, "Damn it, crackers and tuna again? How am I supposed to power through with this crap, Mom?" Here's a stress-relieving kick. He then kicked the crackers and tuna cans, sending them flying across the floor. After kicking, Hatcot helplessly watched a tuna can roll towards him. He looked at the food for a while, pondering whether or not to eat it. Immediately after, the main character opened a can of tuna with vegetables and ate it ravenously, saying, "At least I have tuna and veggies. It's actually not bad." After eating his fill, the main character sighed. Sora woke up and quickly boarded the bus to go to work. As it approached the stop, the bus announced its arrival, and Sora hurried to get off. Stepping onto the bus, she looked around for a seat, thinking to herself, "Oh no, I overslept. All the seats are taken." She recalled the previous night's memory, a look of delight on her face, thinking, "I fell asleep last night, but at least I got to go to the party in the end." Sora glanced at people engrossed in their phones, then continued her thoughts. Whatever you say, it's really popular. Now everyone is focused on Lucid Adventure. The bus reached the stop, and the system announced, "This is the Smiling Tower intersection stop." Hearing this, Sora said, "This is me," and quickly got off the bus. As she walked down the street, she overheard 2 young men walking by chatting. "Hey, did you hear? Apparently Hatcot, the #1 player, got hacked? Huh? Your news is slow as a turtle. What did you hear?" Lucid Adventure, a virtual reality game, allows players to participate while they are dreaming. And because of its limitless freedom, it has been dubbed the Second World. It has no age or gender restrictions, and the entire country is going crazy for it. Sora arrived at work and said, "Sister, I'm here immediately." She received a reply just in time. Sora. She quickly put on her apron, grabbed the delivery box and said, "All right, let's get started, shall we?" Because the game's popularity had impacted the real world, high-ranking players were treated like idols and often appeared in commercials, making them very prominent. Hearing this, Sora thought, Hatco Nim is much more amazing. Not only that, but the amount of work you could do increased based on your in-game abilities. Sora continued her cashier duties. After calculating the total, she said, "That's 8,901 in total." The 2 schoolboys were still chatting excitedly. "Let me pay as long as you pull me in Lucid," one said. "Okay, just call me if you need anything," the other replied. After paying, the 2 boys said goodbye. "We're leaving now." Time flew by, and evening arrived. The sun began to set, and it was Sora's time to leave work. Sora stood tiredly at the bus stop and sighed. "Ugh, I've dealt with nothing but troublesome customers today. I'm so tired," she muttered, still waiting for the bus to go home. After saying that, she glanced at the other people standing beside her and thought to herself, "Everyone looks so exhausted. I bet they play Lucid Adventure too. I wonder what they look like in there." At this moment, a person carrying a bag of food bought from a convenience store approached and said, "This is really strange, young master. Why would you want to eat convenience store food?" The blonde girl looked at the boy and continued, "I bought it secretly, so it's trash." The boy interrupted her, "I am hungry." She looked at him with gentle eyes and softly asked, "Have you ever eaten this before?" Gunyu replied, "Never." She sat down on the chair, held a triangular onigiri, and guided the boy on how to eat it. Hold it like this, like this. Can you see? The boy stared at her and asked, what about my grandpa? The girl looked up at him and asked back, are you asking about the chairman in this world or the other one? The young master held the triangular onigiri, his expression thoughtful, and said nothing. After that, Gunyu replied, and they both ate a rice ball. Hearing him say that, she told him about the chairman's situation, that he was still in a coma in the hospital, and he was missing in the other world. Everyone in Giga was looking for him. So what about you, young master? How are you? The boy took the milk box, looked at her, and replied, you mean about seeing that thing, right? I'd still seeing it, eh? When I've been here, I courage star. After all, it's not something that can be treated. Around where the boy and the girl were sitting, there were ghosts. Hearing the boy finish, the girl's face also showed a bit of fear. The young master continued, this is the curse that fate has ordained for me. After saying that, he threw the milk box to the ground. The girl responded to the boy, maybe. Compared to this world, that world feels much more comfortable. A message notification appeared on the screen. Can you go online now? In the other world, Hatcot saw Dak arriving and said, you're here, kid. Sora was delighted to see him, and cheerfully said, you're here, Dak. Dak replied, yeah. Hearthitter approached and said, boss, you're here. Assistant Rim, standing behind, also spoke, boss. The boss asked curiously, what's up that you called me in such a hurry? Hearthitter, replied, come inside and I'll tell you. After saying that, he went ahead to open the door. Once inside, Hearthitter told everyone, first, take a look at this. All the equipment you requested before logging out is here. There was a pile of equipment on the table that he mentioned. Hearing that, everyone reacted. Hat exclaimed, wow, Sora, standing beside him, said, I have some too. Meanwhile, Deck crossed his arms and looked on with a scrutinizing gaze. Hearthitter continued, also, the main reason I called you all here today is the answer is our mayor Sir Cyber while a child. A top-secret S-rank mission delivered by someone. Hearthitter pulled out something resembling a letter from his clothes. The male protagonist was surprised and exclaimed, an S-rank mission, and it's top secret too. Who would entrust such a high-level mission? Hearthitter quickly continued, not only that, this mission, seems to contain clues left behind by the chairman. Hearing that, Deck's face showed clear surprise at the information. Rim poured tea into the pot and said, Master, your Earl Grey tea as usual, sir. Hearthitter rested his feet on the table reading a book when he heard Rim, and replied, thanks, Rim, it smells great. Let's have a cup and then go collect the debt. Having said that, he thought to himself, forget about it. The boss and those idiots have been gone for quite a while. I wonder if they're all right. I didn't me. After all, it's top secret. But whatever, why should I worry? That silly Hatcot is with them. At this time, at the Leaf leveling dungeon, on the 12th floor, Hatcot appeared. The male lead shouted loudly, calling out, Laziest! Combined attack. The male lead, in a rush, held his sword, preparing for battle. The person behind him, seeing him like that, looked annoyed and snorted. From the building across the way, a person appeared and said, I truly adore moments like these. With a snow-white face and hair, and bloodshot red eyes that made him look incredibly frightening, he stared intently at the group opposite him, and continued speaking. The restlessness of the moment before I slaughter these despicable people. He was the red player, holding a green sword in his hand, and said jokingly, to taste that flavor, I want PK you right away. How about that? His actions contradicted his words. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and launched an attack. The red player swung his sword, creating a massive spin. He smugly announced, which part should I chop off, the hand or the leg? Let's see. Chopping off the head would be better. No, maybe chopping everything off would be better. At this moment, the red player had gotten close to the group. His actions took Hatcot completely by surprise. He grinned devilishly and said, "Lengthen it." The sword he was holding quickly extended. This was the bamboo spear skill. Hatcot held his sword, dodging to the side to prepare for an attack. The red player's sword attacked him. The male protagonist resisted, held the sword tight, gritted his teeth and said, "Ugh, you greenhorn." At this moment, the sword pierced through the wall, shattering the stones on it. Laziest then appeared. Hatcot quickly said, "His weapon is locked. Take the chance." Hearing this, the greenhorn quickly flew upwards to attack the demon. Laziest quickly approached him. Laziest will attack him from above. The red player knew this, smirked and mockingly said, "You guys think too simply." Then he shouted, "Shorten it for me." He then flew up, catching Laziest off guard, instantly throwing her back. Seeing his action, Hatcot thought to himself, he shortened his weapon to avoid Laziest's attack. Has more experience than I thought. Enro is manipulating size, his personal trait. Immediately after, the red player attacked the protagonist with a sword. Luckily, he managed to block the attack. He opened his mouth and yelled, "Game over." The protagonist and the red player faced each other, neither yielding. At this moment, Hatcot threw out some gold coins. 5 years ago, still in the leaf leveling dungeon, after completing the mission, the protagonist spoke, "Done. The 5th floor is clear. The reward for the 5th floor is experience points." "Not bad, we've reached level 30, he said. Dak, standing beside the protagonist, spoke, "Our goal is to clear all 20 floors of this dungeon. And we also need to capture the red player within this dungeon, right?" The protagonist replied, "Why the rush after leveling up? It's best to upgrade our skills and stats first." He then started operating on the system screen, "Upgrade." Hatcot chose to test his skills. After reading the information displayed on the screen, the male lead spoke, "The level limit of the lucky coin has been removed, and with just this, I have enough fuel to outmaneuver the yellow shirt." He held the coin and said, "Personal traits are also unlocked at level 30, I think." Hearing this, Dak questioned, "Personal traits, what are those?" Hatcot smiled at Dak's naivety and said, "What, didn't Hatcot teach you?" Then he explained to Dak, "In Lucid Adventure, you can freely choose your race and profession, swordsman, archer, medic, and so on. Of course, you have to pass the level up test. However, personal traits are randomly chosen based on your character creation." Dak was stunned after hearing this and said, "I don't understand any of it." The male lead continued to explain, "It's an ability you receive, regardless of your race or profession. For example, usually mages aren't dexterous, but if they have the craftsmanship personal trait, they can become a mage who shoots fancy magical arrows. And if your character has the martial arts trait, you can become a tough cleric who uses healing and martial arts simultaneously." After saying that, he smugly thought, "I seem to have become a teacher." Dak curiously asked the male lead, "So, what's your personal trait?" The male lead replied, "Ugh, who knows, I'm too lazy to check. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, you idiot." Hi. After that, he left. Hatcot walked ahead alone, while he silently thought to himself, the dungeon's difficulty would increase with each floor. That's the basic principle. But this secret mission, is it too easy? This is obviously something that Dubai set up for us, but what good does it do him if he makes us grind? Daisy spoke, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Hey, how do you check your personal attributes? What about Sora?" "What's that?" Sora's response was silence. Then she spoke, "I don't know." The male lead angrily shouted, "What, you're at such a high level, and you still don't know?" Sora innocently replied, "Yes." Hearing this, the male lead looked annoyed and said seriously, "These noobs." Hatcot and the two others continued walking. On the way, he said, "There's a piece of equipment that helps us determine our personal attributes. It's not ordinary equipment, so we'll have to find it and buy it. For now, let's focus on clearing this dungeon." The two replied, Clear it. Because the three were engrossed in their conversation, they didn't notice that many eyes were watching their every move. One of them spoke. "It's the same group we saw at Dubai Land, right? If we can steal that equipment, well, fear nothing." At this moment, the three reached the next stage. Hatkat leads the way and opens the door. Before them stands a giant deer, the guardian the 6th floor, at level 40. Its immense size startles the three of them. Dat sees it and says, "Wow, it looks like the difficulty just spiked." Hatkat replies, "Dodge it. Lucky coin skill." 3 coins appear in his hand. Before tossing the coin, the male lead says, "Heads, I get a buff. Tails, I get hit." He then flips the coin, and it lands in his hand. The coin lands on heads. He lets out a soft hum and prepares to act. Holding his familiar sword, the male lead strides forward confidently, saying, "As expected, my luck is incredible." The deer seemed annoyed and spoke, "Go back." The male protagonist immediately said, "Bye, darling." Then he gripped the sword firmly as if preparing to swing it and attack. Right after that, the male protagonist decisively sliced the deer in half. After achieving his goal, Hatkat returned to the ground after that precise sword swing. He smiled brightly, turned to look at his teammates, raised 2 fingers, and jokingly asked, "Impressive, huh?" At this moment, the male protagonist stepped on a switch in the middle of the ground. It beeped, and instantly a net descended, enveloping him and suspending him in the air. Hatkat was furious, shouting, "Hey, what the heck is this? A trap? I already dealt with the boss." Seeing him trapped, Dak laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha!" Meanwhile, So stood beside him worriedly saying, "Hatkat Nim, I'll rescue you." As soon as he finished speaking, they also stepped on the pressure plate on the ground like the male lead. Dak and Sora were also trapped like him. Dak felt confused and shouted, "What is this? Why?" At that moment, a voice spoke up. "Aha, you're all trapped, as expected. You're unbeatable at this game." Hatko frustratedly looked at them and shouted, "Hey, release us. Are you messing with me, Al? Hey, can't you hear me? Do you know who I am?" The stranger replied, "Of course I know, Hatkat. I am the divine thief, Kynes. Now I demand that you hand over all your equipment, especially that short sword." Sora, uncomfortable in the net he was trapped in, growled, "This thing is too tight." She turned to blame Hatkat. "Is this how you do business? We're trapped." He tried to pull the net but couldn't. "I'm not a scout." "Hey, you lot, untie us quickly. Do you want us to die while looking at the net?" He thought. "It's a magic trap made of magic stone. It seems to be a high-level trap that restricts movement. Damn, could they be the red players in this dungeon? Secret mission. Conquer the top floor of the stone dungeon and defeat the red players who appear in the dungeon. They were surprised to see the people who set traps for them. They are our targets. You guys are the red players, right?" The yellow-hatted girl was confused. "What does he mean, Kynes?" He smugly replied. "Huh, looks like it. Looks like the rumors about our gang have spread to the nearby villages." He said loudly, "That's right, and the infamous red player gang. If you cooperate obediently, I'll spare your lives." Hatkat retorted irritably. "What equipment? We're just a bunch of noobs. We don't have anything worth taking." Scram Kynes gestured towards him. "Your short sword. I saw you use it in the official PvP in Dubai. That's definitely not ordinary equipment, right?" "Sure, I Manhwa, or maybe the why. If you own such a unique piece of equipment, and I'm sure you win any tournament." Ignoring his anger, Kynes approached. "Now, let's try to take a look at the infamous Anicap's inventory, shall we?" He extended his hand, activating the search skill, which surprised him. Damn it! He was frightened. "Run!" He was shrinking wise, and they're shy now, enro. As using the search skill, Kynes looked at the list appearing before him with frustration. "You don't sort by category, here it is, the paralysis sword." He cheerfully said, "All right, a little request for a short sword, please." He activated the steal item skill. After a moment of transformation, a deer antler appeared in his hand. Deer antler, Good for the body, unsaleable material. Kynes was angry. Can't I just do it? Seeing this, he sneered. Your skill is as bad as you are. Huh? He got angry. Shut up. You think I'm a parasite or something? Kynes, the Lord, the fastest hand in all of Dupai Len. Hearing this, he smirked maliciously. Oh, so you're from Dupai Len. He used a few spells to break their traps and rushed out. Kynes was surprised. How did this guy know the shop's secret code? But before he could think, he swung his weapon at him. After one strike, he successfully freed his two teammates. With murderous expressions, they looked at Kynes. He said, "What are you staring at like a cross-eyed dog, kid? Are you wondering how I knew the secret code? A few weeks ago, your dad was still sitting at the top of the leaderboard for both games. Kid, how could I not know the secret codes in this shop? If you want to bind me, you'd need at least a master-level binding mage to do it. Hey, if you crave that sword so much, how about this? Let's have a fair 3v3 duel. If you win, I'll give you the short sword." DAC didn't agree. What if they fought and he got double-crossed? He could lose his equipment. What kind of shady trick was he trying to pull? He calmly said, "Listen carefully. They're at our level. That high-level rogue using the LAEC die trick shows they're just noobs who specialize in setting traps and stealing items. Besides, we have a high-level warrior, Asura, on our side. So, the odds are heavily in our favor." Kynes didn't hesitate either. "All right, let's fight." He found it interesting, and to summon the NPC for a duel, they had to shake hands. Kynes didn't say anything. He thought to himself, I'll trick him into a duel, a one-on-one match, then I'll absorb all his stats, a perfect plan. He set a condition, a friendly duel to maintain good relations. All right. The two of them stepped forward to shake hands. Suddenly, Kynes let out an evil grin. He then chanted a spell. He was surprised. A large bear charged towards him. It held him tightly, preventing him from moving. It's the Isha Apagaman. Its strength is unmatched. You don't stand a chance, kid. Kynes quickly rushes over, replaying the old trick. Activating his skill, he rummages. He happily holds the sword. See, now it's mine. Sora immediately attacks. Don't you dare return it. Her sword takes him by surprise. A green energy envelops him in a protective sphere. The hat shouts loudly, "You idiot, foolish, utterly stupid. A loser, a total chicken. They are the enemies. Kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them." He laughs loudly. "Kill them all. Kill them," she softly says. "Gumdong, could you please stop using those words? That kind of language isn't nice. I don't like it," he says in confusion. "Say it louder." The girl shrinks back. She's a clueless fool for centuries. Haha, a social outcast. She cries and says, "Please just talk nicely." Activates his skill while scolding. "I'm not wrong, you fool," activating the decay skill. But it has no effect on a PIA man. He turns back to look at him. "You said in fear." I'm so sorry. It was about to punch you when Sora delivered a kick towards it. The kick sent the monster flying. The hat kept urging its wearer. "Your comrade is injured and you're just standing there. Use fire magic to burn them. Burn them all. Incinerate these wild brats." Oh, Gumdong still hesitated. Is this the right thing to do? What if they're injured? And could you use some nicer words? It echoed in my head. She then created a fireball. Hatcoat stood up. That smelly bastard, he dares. He was in a passive state due to his broken bones, his body barely able to move. Sora said, "Hatcoat is done for." A loud knock. The crazy hat said, "Burn them, burn them, burn them all to death for me. Can you hear me? Why haven't you burned them yet? Why haven't you burned them yet?" Oh, Gumdong immediately attacked. Sorry, magical fire blazing bright. Hatcoat saw this and was immediately terrified. This time, I am screwed. Suddenly, she stepped out to block in front of him. Her action made everyone panic. A few months ago, in a large arena, the loudspeaker announced, "The following is the second round, and the blue team is none other than Kyan's team. This is the quarter-final round. With the skills that I and my team have developed, as a result, we've come this far. Kynes is a balanced pair, a strong contender for the championship. We've prepared for anything." The person with elf ears felt satisfied. Right now, the loudspeaker boomed. "Ah yes, their opponent. The red team is entering. Who will it be da-da-da?" Just upon seeing the other team, Kynes was stunned. They were the cash-rich players, notorious for being brutal. The Cat Sing Mania team. "I heard that if you sold their equipment, you could buy a whole house," the match commentator said. "Now have the players and the audience finish placing their bets. Now let's see which team wins." The match begins. The match announcement boomed. The commentary from the stands became livelier. "Hold on, what's this? Team Kynes? Are they being decimated like this, right now?" Someone from the Cat Sing Mania, a team, was preparing to bring his foot down. Kynes was flat on the floor. A powerful stomp landed right on top of his head. The commentator's voice echoed again. "Cat Sing Mania," as move landed right on Kane's head. Did he deliberately miss? The person with long elf-like ears let out a soft groan. "Humph. If only I had a Korete. Co-hit." The people on the red team were extremely smug. "I was worried because I heard you guys were a strong team in the tournament. But why are you all such noobs?" he continued to taunt. "Just like people say, rumors are like fire. Believe them and you'll be burned." Kynes yelled angrily at him. "You only won because of the items you paid for." The Cat Sing Man, a member with 4 arms, his face burning with anger, glared at the one lying flat before him. "My items are bought with my money. That's how you use items in this kind of RPG, isn't it? You probably couldn't afford to buy any, you lousy bug." Is he cursing before he dies? Kynes, as expected, equipment matters more than skill. The commentators chimed in. The audience below were also very excited, cheering, finish him now. Kill him, get rid of him." Some others were annoyed, cursing, "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have bet on that Kynes, the useless dog. Deal with him, kill him." That's all the audience demanded. Cat Sing Mania prepared for his final blow, ending it right there. A powerful blow landed on Line's back, and he groaned in pain. Kynes tried to hold on, but if he persisted any longer, they would all die. He thought about buying more equipment, better equipment, rare equipment. Yes, if he had rare equipment. The commentator announced the winning team. Team Kynes had failed against the power of the equipment. The winner of the quarterfinal match was Team Cat Sing Mania. The scene switched to another location at the same time. Hatcot panicked. "It's over, damn it." Suddenly, So-Ra jumped out to protect him. The shattered fragments flew everywhere, scattered all around. The red-haired person wondered, "Bones, bones. This is the second level of black magic, Bone Wall." Sora cheerfully called the two-horned boy, Doc. The boy thought to himself, high-level magic consumes a lot of mana. I'm out of mana. Out loud, he scolded the girl. "It's very dangerous, you fool." The girl with black hair remained cheerful, waving her hand. "Thank you, I'm alive because of you." Seeing her arm on fire, Dak panicked. Your hand is burning, you fool." "Wow." Sora was startled to realize her arm was burning fiercely. Hatcot, exhausted, propped himself up on the ground. "Thank you, Sor." He secretly gave the girl a mental plus point. As expected, she is useful. "Thank goodness I brought her along. That mage used a higher level magic than her level. Is it a personal characteristic of hers? Never mind that, the problem now. Firstly, my unique item has been stolen, and secondly, because of that, she no longer has a reason to bet with me. No matter what, I need her to bet with me." The red-haired boy was determined. "It's too slow for me to farm Lavu normal. At this rate, I won't be able to keep my contract with the old man, and I won't be able to find that woman. You dare to level up against me? Hakat said coldly. Hey, low leveler. I'll use this short sword well. Thanks to my excitement, I'll spare your lives. Be wise and back off. Or do you want to die at the hands of a red player like me, the threatening holy thief? Seeing that the blonde guy was no longer angry, Hakat suddenly got an idea. Now I'll provoke him. Thinking his doing, the red-haired guy immediately activated his annoying mode. I can't stand this childish game anymore. If you want to lie, you need to use your brain. You idiot. You're truly retarded. He taunted him. And of course, the thief couldn't stay calm after hearing that. What, retarded? I spared your life. Do you think I'm an idiot? The ogre mage also joined in. Retarded, retarded, retarded. He called you retarded. Your IQ is just a number. You freaking retarded idiot. Hardcore leveling warrior. Livio Lingori. Oh, still wouldn't stop. Earlier you said that with that equipment, you could win any tournament, right, you cow? That person can't participate in the tournament. As usual, he agreed with his own words. Kynes got angry. He frowned. What? The red-haired guy continued to taunt him. Do you think that kind of bragging can fool me, the Lord? Hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Goreo. Who do you think you're fooling? Hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Goreo said sarcastically. It's obvious you were weak at the start of the tournament, and you probably didn't want to become stronger properly, so you decided to steal someone's items, hoping to get lucky and benefit, right? The divine thief Kynes was truly angered, roaring loudly, having gotten lucky with a big win. Seeing his reaction, the protagonist was very pleased. The provocation worked. I'll do it, sir. Wow. Our name is prosperity. Why, Joe was doubting. Now, to rub it in a bit more, he thought, Asura. Then he continued to provoke. That's why you've been like this from the beginning. I've seen many like you, those who live a useless life because they can't do anything for themselves. Kynes could no longer control himself and lunged forward, grabbing the neck of hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Goreo. He pressed a knife against the red-haired man's throat, snarling, If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment I met you. A thief specializing in speed. Huh, the protagonist observed, based on his reaction. Suddenly, from afar, a voice called out loudly, Caves Irons. The female mage was trying to calm the blonde-haired man down. Let's go. You've already stolen his rare equipment. The others around them agreed. Yeah, you idiot. What if you fight him and lose? You're so incompetent. And speaking of which, didn't you lose to a squirrel recently? Hearing these taunts, the thief became even angrier. Grrr, daring to call me weak? But he quickly relented. All right, I'll listen to you. He wanted to stop, but hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Gory didn't shout. Seeing him calming down, the protagonist quickly added fuel to the fire. I've never seen a thief as slow as you. Are you a snail? He finished with a scornful smile. He wanted to stop, but hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Goreo didn't. Seeing him falter, the main character quickly added fuel to the fire. I've never seen a rogue as slow as you. Are you a snail? He even added a mocking smile to his words. He continued his annoying provocation. You crave that trashy item so much that you follow me, and you should get out of here, because you don't stand a chance against me. Fine, scram, you useless thing. Many unpleasant words were hurled. Rogue Kynes couldn't take it anymore. He was about to leave, but kept getting taunted, so he decided to turn back and settle things with hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Go, once and for all. As he charged in, he kept saying, Shut up. You're all talk and no action. Suddenly, Kynes was grabbed. It was a large camel person. The rogue was a little surprised to see him, Paxman. The camel person shook his head in disapproval. Seeing that attitude, Kynes accepted the compromise and decided not to fight anymore. All right, in leaving? Hardcore leveling warrior Levelin Goari. Oh called out, "Hey, what about this?" He turned around and said just 2 words, "Go away," then turned and walked away. Suddenly, the red-haired guy pulled out 2 rare items. One was a salamander carving, and the other was an angel scripture. He boasted, "Amazing, right?" while the others were shocked with wide-open mouths. These are exclusive items for the team's medic and forensic expert. Jealous yet, they're bound to me, so I can't trade them. But through a bet, we can exchange these items. Hardcore leveling warrior, Levolin Goar, or cheerfully made his request. Thief Kynes thought to himself, this guy has 2 rare pieces of equipment others would kill for. Instead of getting rare items for myself, maybe upgrading the whole team would be better. With that thought, he let out a faint smile. Then Kynes pointed at hardcore leveling warrior Levolin Goari. Owen said loudly, "I know what you're planning. You're equipping yourself with those exclusive rare items to beat me. Am not falling for it. It's obvious you're trying to trick me, kid." Suddenly, the main character took off all his gloves and shoes. He turned back to taunt the thief. "I took off all my rare and exclusive items, kid. I only have common items now, kid. I don't need to rely on rare items like you, kid. Are you scared now, kid? You're so embarrassing, kid." Only then did Kynes realize he'd been tricked. He was furious. "You damn dog, you dare mock me." He broke free from Apake Man's grasp and charged towards hardcore leveling warrior Levolingo. "Give it back, you've truly angered me. I don't understand why you want to fight me like this." Then he reached out to shake the male lead's hand, his tone resolute, "But I will make you taste the bitterness of regret." All the items on his person fell to the ground with a clatter. The male lead stretched his arms and legs, laughing in a very uncool way, saying, "Dad has dropped all those rare and unique items. Kid, Dad only has common items, kid. Dad doesn't need to eat items like you, kid. Still scared, kid, shameful kid." The sacred thief, Kynes, was furious and wanted to gnash his teeth and curse. "You dog dared to provoke me." He told Appa Command to let go, and then rushed towards the male lead. "Hey, let go. Has really driven me crazy. I don't know why you want to fight so much." The two gripped each other's hands in anger, "But I will make you taste the bitterness of regret." The handshake, full of resentment, seemed to ignite the atmosphere. Suddenly, the NPC, the younger brother of the Suindekun sparring match, appeared, surprising the two, who requested a divine duel. The male lead asked bewilderedly, "Su, where's Daikun? Where's your sister? Why are you here instead?" Daikun replies, "My sister's been quite busy lately. With the tournament approaching, people have been fighting more often these days. It's all quite boring for me, and I've caught a cold on top of it. Now put up your stake and the winner takes all." The man gestures with his arm, "State your names and what you desire upon defeating your opponent." The male protagonist and Kynes face each other. Kynes speaks first. "I, Kynes, will take your 2 pieces of equipment if I win, the fire newt engraving and the angel scripture." The male protagonist responds, "If I, Hakak, win, it'll take all your stats, you slave." Su raises a hand in confirmation. The reward is locked in and accepted. Now there are few irregularities, but I don't want to waste time fixing them, so I'll let it slide. You two are ready to enter the game and accept the challenge. Su, weary from his cold, reminds them, "I'm feeling tired, so whoever's going to lose, just lose and get it over with." All right, the match begins. Kynes holds a sword firmly in his hand. It's the paralyzing sword, a scrap from Attacker 1, a master blacksmith. It has a hidden enchantment that's impossible to determine. The one above, upon seeing this, judged, "Oh, a legendary weapon versus a rare weapon. Judging by the weapon, the rogue has the advantage." The male protagonist uses a long sword, luckily gaining 24 luck plus 3. He secretly thought he doesn't know about the conditions to activate the hidden skill. Then, He charged forward decisively and powerfully. The male protagonist raised his sword high and said, "Even if you're equipped with an item like that, it's useless. You don't even know how to use it, you ox-brained fool." Kynes didn't back down either, unexpectedly attacking, causing the male protagonist to be startled. He frowned and thought, "Just as I thought, has a rogue specializing in speed." "Huh." Kynes delivered a powerful kick. "Hey you! You!" The male protagonist quickly used his sword to block the attack. Kynes smugly said, "You think I stole this short sword without knowing anything about it?" Holding the sword, he talked about it. The effect is defense penetration, and the vital points are targeted. No matter how strong you are, you immediately suffer a critical hit, and the activation condition is the 100th strike. The main character didn't expect him to know everything so well. Seeing the main character's expression, Kynes continued, "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" He laughed triumphantly and mockingly. I am a thief after all. Not only can I steal items, but also information. Kid, when you're stealing this and grabbing that, you have to pay attention to the information too, kid. Holding the sword in one hand and clenching his fist with the other, he said, "This item is something I've been searching for. Do you know how difficult it is for anyone to use it better than me? Now watch this." Thief's exclusive skill. His steps were light and agile as he moved quickly. The main character watched his movements and thought, he also has an exclusive skill. He turned his head to look around. That troublesome player, where is he? Immediately, he appeared behind him. He immediately blocked the attack. I can block single attacks. The main character swung his arm powerfully, pushing him away. Kynes didn't back down either, launching a kick straight at the male lead's face, causing him to fall. The guy didn't expect his strength. He managed 3 attack combos in just one attack sequence. Is his personal characteristic a combo attack? The kick caused the male lead to bleed. The thief jumped down decisively. He said proudly, "Triple attack. If the first hit lands, the following attacks will hit with 100% accuracy. This is just a warm-up." "What's wrong with you, kid? If that's the case, why are you still messing around? Your level and stats are far inferior to mine, don't you know?" Hearing this, the male lead said, "Oh, so I'm lacking in stats, huh? If that's the case, I just need to borrow it." He asked, "Sora, we are allies, right?" Sora replied, "Huh, yes." The male lead said, "Then lend me your strength. I'll return it promptly." He activates the borrowing power skill. Hearing his sudden request, Sora blushed, covered her hands, and stammered, "Well, what you want my strength? Why are you asking so suddenly?" Seeing this, Kane angrily asked, "Why is your face so red?" Sora agreed to the request. "One, I'll lend you my strength." Agreed. When, and may and I'll one more bear. Agreed. The male lead happily said, "Okay, thank you very much." According to the state's regulations on loan conditions, Sora blushed and said, "The contract is established." The guy exclaimed, "How useless," and swiftly charged forward. Kynes spun around to watch the guy's actions. The male lead said, "I will return a considerable amount of profit value." The sword plunged into the ground. Along with that, the sword slid across the ground, causing it to crack. The sharp sword swiftly glided across the ground. The ground was destroyed. The nimble thief dodged. "Hey." He calmly said, "You think those rocks can hurt me?" He launched an attack from above. His strong, veined hand gripped the rock tightly. The male lead below also braced himself with one hand. He was pushed far away. Then it shattered, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Kynes frowned and thought to himself, this isn't his own strength. He asked, "What kind of bug are you using?" The male lead sneered, "Bug. You noobs always complain about bugs and hacks. You're just weak, you cow." He thought silently, "Those skills are the ones I showed him on the first floor. He copied them exactly." The girl cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with admiration, said, "He's got the nimble go oni onane. Isn't that great?" Dak couldn't understand her. Is she crazy or something? Kynes bit the sword in his mouth, raised 2 fingers and said, "I didn't want you to see it, but I will. I'll show you my secret technique." The protagonist is confused by his words. Kynes says, "KG bun sin no dut sir. Each clone is real. Now I'll be able to attack 9 times every time I attack." Activating skill, the ultimate skill of the thief. Ka jie bun sin no datsu. Sora and Dek are watching the match closely from the outside. The clone skill. I've never seen it before. Sure. The protagonist doesn't know his next move. Is he planning to thrust his sword to finish it quickly? 9 times. Kaze laughs sinisterly and says, "Triple attack and I triple. Do you think you stand a chance?" Hate Kovalingorio. The thief unleashes a series of attacks. 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. The protagonist is tired of parrying the continuous attacks. Ugh. Kynes says triumphantly, "You can't handle it, can you? I'll you. This speed. How can you possibly keep up?" "Ha ha ha! Dare you, dog." The male lead silently cursed in his heart. "It's barking way too much. Its combo skill is really annoying, but I can still hold on." Right after that, the bandit's attack landed directly on the guy's face. Ugh. Kynes attacked while taunting. "Damn the annoying bastard. With that speed, how can you possibly touch me?" The guy assessed him, but no matter what he does, he won't be able to win. Has missed one of the most important details. Holding his sword, he stated clearly, "You've bored me enough, you cow. Surrender already. Even if you rely on your weapon, you'll still lose. You'd better surrender quickly so I can absorb your stats." Kynes was enraged upon hearing that. What the hell? Surrender? Dream on. He ran quickly in a circle around the male lead. Then he decisively launched an attack. The sword plunged straight into the man. A series of attacks targeted the main character. Sora, witnessing this, became worried and scared, chanting "Hat, see with I levailing, Dorainim." The viewers outside concluded that Kynes had won. But to everyone's surprise, the main character didn't bleed after being attacked. Why wasn't he bleeding? Kynes was annoyed and confused. The fatal blow clearly landed. So what the hell? The main character laughed triumphantly. "Kachi Acher, Aurimasabelie, the mayor. You should have checked carefully before attacking. You tried so hard and ended up falling into your own trap. Kid." The bone demon was summoned by Hatsia Levi, Lingora. The guy suddenly jumped up. Wow. He attacked while saying, "I told you I won't lose." 1 down. Gyal Alward. One of them had already fallen to the main character's attack. Kynes was incredibly surprised, He can borrow skills. A weary voice announced from the outside, "Kynes has lost 33% of his health. Finish it quickly. I'm tired." The thief angrily snarled, "Grr. What the hell is this? Sir, and May. DAC suddenly recalled. It felt like it was sucked out of him at that moment. Did he borrow it when he took the potion from me? He remembered the main character's words. Who do you think you're fooling? You think you can bluff your way past the gory lord of Hatsia Lin? The main character angrily said, "What's with that attitude? It's just one of my skills. I don't just borrow stats, I borrow skills too, kid. Relying on weapons, leeching items. This bull, if you're going to use something, then use it properly. That short sword is a damn useless item if your 100th strike is that pathetic." Kynes, angered, gritted his teeth and growled. The male lead continued. "And you only have 1 clone left. So how are you going to manage to land another 99 strikes?" The thief angrily yelled, "Shut up! Even if you brag until New Year's, you won't be faster than me. As long as I hit your weak spot, It's over, kid. Then he suddenly attacked from behind. He plunged the sword down and yelled, "Die!" The sword plunged right into the male lead's palm. "I told you, that short sword is damn useless." Keynes was incredibly surprised. The male lead, while defending himself, said, "Even if you stab me 100,000 more times, it'll only ever deal 1 point of damage." He said with a stern face, "My hand is numb. Compared to breaking your neck, it's nothing." He powerfully flung the thief away. Keynes fell face first onto the ground. The male lead looked coldly and said, "Now only the main body remains, right? You don't stand a chance. Why don't you just give up?" Keynes' face darkened, not believing it. He angrily said, "This is a scam. This is cheating. His hacking, isn't he? It must be cheating. How could he possibly borrow other people's stats and skills? It's not fair. Has cheating." The male lead nonchalantly said, "Cheating? Not fair?" He raised both his hands and said, "Do you know how many ridiculously overpowered characters exist besides me? This game was unfair from the start. It automatically sets your individual abilities from the moment you create your character. As if you don't know that if you die once, all my stats will revert to 1. Keynes was still indignant and refused to yield. "This duel is invalid. The conditions given are completely unreasonable. So, this match was unfair from the start. Why don't you judge fairly? So you won't fight anymore?" Sue asked with folded arms. The thief couldn't keep his calm and yelled, "You think I'll accept that? This duel is void. What kind of god of combat is this? You're using a bug, aren't you?" Sue frowned because of the insult and said, "According to my judgment, player Keynes has no intention of continuing the fight. For insulting the title of god of combat and the crime of abandoning the duel without any reason, I will punish you with access restriction." Keynes was punished and speechless, filled with anger. In the clear blue sky, the dragon asked, "Your Majesty, why did you give them the secret mission? Not only are they low level, but one of them is also a debtor. To assign a secret mission, you have to spend your own stats and experience." "Right," Dopey said with folded arms. "Puapu." He said, "It's true that I gave them the mission, but after all, it's just his mission, and that group will soon become prominent in the near future, I assure you. Just wait and see." The two dragons said, We're late again. That's why I said we should have left earlier, Your Majesty." I said, "At the Toto Castle, the allied nation of Dopey Len." Dopey reminded them, "Hey, I am the king. You should stop nagging me." Upon hearing that, Wulong said, "Can't we just have a virtual meeting? Riding a Wulong is fun." But Advisor Papu explained, "Virtual meetings will always be interrupted and monitored by the Giga Empire. I heard they've been stepping up their efforts in that area recently." Dopey complained, This is so annoying. Advisor, please be serious about May Urenin." Entering the room, everyone was gathered. They said, "You're late again, Dopey." The room gathered kings and lords, including the king of Ajikol, Lord Rankankan, Lord Edidu Diradarara, Lord Toto, Munsik, the king of Arego, Padong, the king of Bansashimakam, the king of Gazulan, Afamatilian, and Lord Kabansat Surmali. Dopey smiled apologetically. "Oh, sorry. Shall we get straight to the point then? He is the king of Dopey Len, leading the Eastern Allied Nations bloc." The king of Gazulan said impatiently, "Am busy, why are you calling me? Is this important? Get to the point." He smiled and said, "It's important, extremely important." He explained, "Yesterday, I met with the chairman of the Giga Empire, and I had the chance to talk to him. Everyone was extremely surprised by that." Dopey continued, "Honestly, I was also surprised. He came to my office, demanded some things, and then left the country. I tried to track him, but ultimately failed." The king of Irugo spoke up, asking, "What did he request?" He replied, "I can't tell anyone about it. It's not that important. Besides, the important issue I am talking about Is that the chairman himself will participate in the tournament? Lord Ran asked again the chairman himself. Why, Dopey answered, I don't know either. Why? I guess it's because it's interesting. Has a peculiar person. Cone replied, interesting, all right. Dopey continued. Besides that, the reason we're gathered here today is to plan for the future. If we have the chance to capture the chairman, we'll have an advantage in negotiating with them. On the main character side, boxes appeared. Sue crossed his arms and said, here's your reward. Now, I'm Siu, or Yarnasatsu, Shir, Ayin. At this level, you can only take 2 chests. The male lead asked back, only 2? 2. He chose 2 of them, then I'll take this one and that one. The 2 boxes opened and he exclaimed, delicious strength? The male lead received increased accuracy and strength. He smiled happily. Now it's time to return the skills and stats. I borrowed them along with some interest. Thank you for lending them to me. He returned the skills to the 2 individuals. Both of them received increased strength and accuracy. Sora felt it. I received my strength by. I feel stronger than before. Is this the interest? The male lead pondered. Even though I have his strength now, after repaying the debt with interest to them, I won't have much left. Ha! He turned to the girls and asked, you haven't pressed the button yet, or do you want to fight me? His question left them speechless and unsure of how to respond. They ran away without a word. The male lead watched them leave, dumbfounded. He should have at least fought them. So boring. He was so boring. He turned around and called the 2, Sora, kid, let's continue the mission. Sora replied excitedly, yes. The male lead still felt a little regretful, a little sorry for the short sword. On the 7th and 8th floors, the 2 dealt with the beast quickly and efficiently. On the 9th floor, they had an eating contest. Sora showed off his skills, astonishing everyone. The 10th floor was also dealt with quickly. Done. Done. The 11th floor was no exception. They succeeded. Done. The 3 of them finally arrived at the door of the 12th floor. The male lead said, this is the 12th floor. The guy stared and said, all right, let's get this over with quickly. Then he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Let's go in. The creature had already been dealt with by someone. He glanced at them with bloodshot eyes. The 3 of them were surprised and asked, is that a player? He turned around and asked, who are you? Daoisha angrily pointed and yelled, who the hell are you? Stop stealing our experience points and get out of here immediately. He frowned and sighed upon hearing that. Ugh. Then he attacked, sending Daisy flying. The male lead, frightened, screamed, kid. The monster on the 12th floor let out a cry. Kuhuru. Then it immediately staggered and fell down. The zombie approached and sat on the monster. Here now. Even as a zombie, he still gets hungry like everyone else. In the mountain of corpses that has built. This is the 2nd time I've logged in. But with the killer not logging out for days, he probably doesn't have a job in the real world. Disgusting. What is eating and food? It's corpses. The zombie glanced over. It was a harrowing look. Have I been spotted? And me. I better. He looked up. It was bats. Someone was hiding in the pile of corpses, breathing a sigh of relief. It seems I haven't been discovered yet. The hidden person was a little scared. Please listen, my dear diary. This might be the best story I've ever told. So I can't die here like this. Days have passed and he still hasn't logged out. His eyes are getting redder. Finally, I remembered who the murderer is. Dear diary, he's the wanted man in the village. I believe has the brutal cannibal called the player eater, if I remember correctly. He killed people who wandered to the dungeon and ate them to get their stats. The cannibal looked at everything. He looks alright, huh? It seems there aren't many corpses left for me to hide in anymore. Is the game going to end here? The door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure. The cannibal saw the people appear and asked, "Are you players, huh?" WC angrily shouted, "What kind of monster is this? This is our experience. Get out of here." The hidden name writes, "Oh diary, a new group has arrived." Dak was attacked by the confirmed zombie before the protagonist. The kid was shocked. Looks like there are more zombies for this mountain. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Dak was unexpectedly worried that he was attacked so suddenly. The confirmed zombie attacked and said, "The first prey after a long time. I'll play first and then kill you." He drew his sword. It was short. Dak grimaced in pain, clutching his arm. Huff! The protagonist gripped his sword and commanded, "Laziest, combined attack." Laziest assumed a stance. The confirmed zombie said while baring his sharp, monstrous teeth. "I'm truly fascinated by moments like this. The anxiety of the moment before I slaughter the lowly ones." Then he immediately attacked, causing the protagonist to be startled. Gulp, "You're green." He lunged forward with his sword in hand. Game over. The male lead nimbly dodged the zombie's sword, falling backward with his face up. Coins rolled on the dirt. The male lead looked down in surprise, then fell. The male lead was unexpectedly attacked by the zombie and cried out, "Urgh! Urgh! Urgh!" He looked at the zombie in fear. Then he cried out, "Spit it out!" The male lead tried to escape, saying, "Spit it out, you dowd! Spit it out, all game, I shush." The zombie thought to himself, "I can't bite him." He spat and exclaimed, "Damn it. What kind of armor is this? It's too strong." Our protagonist was also surprised by his teeth. "He bit me and his teeth didn't break. They're incredibly hard. This armor is made of dragon scales. Do you think your teeth would have any effect on it?" The protagonist's words surprised the zombie man. The protagonist thought, "If he had used a sword instead of his teeth, I would have suffered a fatal injury. It's been a long time since I've been so close to death." The zombie man finally remembered. "Finally I remember, you're that guy named Hatcot, right?" He glared menacingly. "I don't know why, but I heard you've declined significantly lately." The zombie man said triumphantly, "I'll take your life and add you to my collection. I don't eat the heads of famous people. I just collect them like this." He started talking about the corpses lying around. "This one is the owner of some thorns, and that one is an elder from some village, I think." The young man looked at him with disgust. "Has a delusional autistic, has completely lost his mind." The male lead recalls the mission requirements. First, clear the 11th floor of the dungeon on the 20th level. Second, capture the red player alive. He thinks it will be difficult to capture him alive. Then he jumps into attack saying, "You're a national loser in the real world, aren't you? That's why you come into the game, to kill people, right? Do your parents know?" The zombie man frowns in anger upon hearing these words. He retaliates with a kick and says firmly, "Am not a child." Trash. The male lead falls unexpectedly from the kick. The room becomes chaotic. The enraged zombie man lunges forward. "You mentioned a real world. Yeah, this place is way better than that cesspool. Even if I tear you apart, I only need to face the truth that I am just a qualified player." Sora, seeing the situation, also rushed over. The red player immediately confronted Sora. "Besides this power, how could I possibly experience it in real life?" His powerful attack caused Sora to cough up blood. Cough. Seeing Sora injured, the male protagonist and Laziest immediately rushed to respond. The undead immediately dealt with Laziest, and then the male protagonist was also swiftly dealt with by him. He continuously defeated everyone. His smug smile looked terrifying. "You pathetic little things. Who should I eat first?" And he carried Daisy on his back and left. Then he turned back with a wicked smile. "Brat, you crave to be eaten first. All right, let's see how your flesh tastes." He pulled Daisy forward, but Daisy activated his decay skill. Eat this, and Daiji's skill caused his face to burn. He clutched his face in pain and cried out, "Ah, my face is burning." The confirmed target screamed miserably, "Kaha, my face." He cursed, "I must kill you. I must kill you. I will rip you apart with my own hands." Ugh, it hurts so much. I've turned my reality perception level up too high. His face was charred black, nothing but bone. I will make you suffer as much as possible. Then he activated his ferocious skill. Immediately, he unleashed his skill like a raging storm. The scene was chaotic. The male protagonist strained to fight Bide. Is he truly a player? But that form, it's like a nightmare. The confirmed identity activated a skill, launching consecutive attacks. He attacked everywhere, forcing the three of them to run for their lives. Sora pulled Dak and the main character along as they ran. The main character complaining, "That's not something we can handle with our current level. If we continue like this, the game will wipe us all out." Sora lost her grip, causing Dak to fall. She exclaimed, Dak." Dak looked at the confirmed identity, thinking of a bad ending. Is this the end? He was in pain and tried to get up. The confirmed identity roared, startling all three of them. He said, "Damn it, just you wait, you bastards, it'll kill you all. The player has been forcibly logged out." Dak asked in bewilderment, "What was that? Was that a player too?" Suddenly, a noise came from the pile of corpses, making all three of them jump, rustling. A person emerged and said, "Is this Hatcot's group? Thanks to you, I am still alive." Daisy anxiously asked, "Who are you?" And Enro, the woman with a large backpack on her back said, "My entire group was wiped out, so I pretended to be dead and hid in the pile of corpses. Oh, now's not the time for this. That red player just logged out because he exceeded the time limit." The woman introduced herself. "Oh my god, actually, Boo Boo. Nice to meet you all." Boo Boo, the author of the comic Dopey Len. The male lead said, "Wait, if he exceeded the time limit and was forcibly logged out," the woman replied, "Right? After being forcibly logged out, he has to wait for 1 hour in real life to reconnect. After 7 hours according to Luxit's time, he'll be back here. A group of people are gathered talking in front of a gate, that's it." Because he didn't know how to open the door to the 12th floor, he killed everyone who went to the 12th floor with a key. Hatcot stated his deduction. The pink-haired character replied, "Yes, but this door is a bit different." "Did you collect any deer antlers when hunting monsters?" Boo Boo asked. Someone held up an antler. "Oh, I have a bunch of them." She took the antler and brought it close to the strange gate, pointing it at the gate like this, and holding it near. The model on the top of the gate started moving, and opened its mouth. Hatcot was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "It's moving." Then suddenly, the model bit down on the antler. Dac was incredibly shocked at the sight. The gate was eating the antler. Right after that, the gate opened, and the Hatcot crew entered. Boo Boo hurried while reminding everyone, "He'll be back in 7 hours. We need to get out of here before that happens. Hurry up, we need to speed things up. I know the layout of this whole tower," urged the pink-haired girl. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. In a flash, 6 hours had passed. Hatcot and the rest of the crew were still diligently climbing the stairs to the 39th floor. Boo Boo anxiously gathered everyone to discuss strategy. "The clearing conditions are a bit boring, but we've already passed 18 floors. That's great. On mirror, and a roll later, I choose to show it in. It's time to strategize." Hatcot, who had been climbing from below, rushed over to interrupt them. "Hey, wait a minute." The pink-haired character continued working, ignoring the red-haired guy. "We need to hurry. We don't have much time left," she said. The red-haired man had to raise his voice. "Hold on. I haven't had a chance to ask because we've been so busy. But who are you? Only then did Babu realize she hadn't introduced herself. Oh, shoot, I forgot. I haven't told you guys yet. Let me see. Where should I start? After pondering for a moment, she began to activate her storytelling skills. Well, initially I came here with a Gematsu, I knew to investigate the scene. Back then, I was just a regular dungeon explorer, she recounted slowly. From the first floor, I'd heard a lot of information about the dungeon we're climbing. Gematsuda seemed to have experience clearing this dungeon. Hearing this, someone exclaimed as if understanding something. Aha, that's why then, Bubu continued her story about her trip. He eventually told me about his dungeon clearing experience, and during that time, I wrote it all down into a general guide. We never expected to encounter the red player on the 12th floor, she explained. Thankfully, I was able to hide among the corpses and log out multiple times while faking my death. Finally, Boo paused for a few seconds. Your party has arrived, the author girl said while looking at the book in her hand. Hatcot stroked his chin so, it's like that. Suddenly, Boo became hurried. She held up her watch and said, forget it, we really need to speed up. We have less than an hour left. Hez about to rejoin the 12th floor, and Hell chase after us. To get out of this dungeon, we have to clear all the way to the top floor. The red-haired player also joined in, immediately asking about the mission conditions. All right, what are the conditions for clearing the 19th and 20th floors? The pink-haired girl replied, that's the annoying part about this dungeon. Earth Spirit or Escape Scrolls won't work. Then the girl quickly took out her notebook and flipped through it, looking for something. Let's see, I wrote it down here. Down here again. Now, oh. But as soon as she saw the page, she panicked. Ah, blood stained it. A part of the book is gone. With no other choice, Hadcott had to comfort everyone. Well, now we just have to go up there and figure it out. But Boo seemed a little hesitant. We're going to the 19th and 20th floors without any information. Then, the girl immediately became dejected, holding her head and lamenting in worry. Oh, floors like this usually take 10 to 20 hours without guidance, maybe even weeks. Don't complain, a voice boomed. It was Dia. When soon. Our Yellowware, and Shurat and Ray. When I do, you continue. He caught you, then just fight back? This statement of his successfully surprised the female author. Ha! Darnay. Music out earlier. In suited years, actually, your idea isn't wrong, but it's too risky. Yes, but that red player, Boo hesitated slightly. While they were discussing how to overcome this difficult hurdle, Hadcott had already ascended the stairs beforehand. With determination, he said, come on, let's go, Kid Sora. Reaching the highest door, the male lead turned back, arrogantly stating, do you think Lord Hadcott would lose to a noob like him? Just wait and see. He was very excited, silently resolving in his heart, I must hand him over to the kid. With that, Hadcott decisively opened the door. To the 19th floor, his teammates below were naturally shocked. What? He's really going in without any plan. But the male lead thought, if there's no plan, I can adapt. The first trial on the 19th floor was the Hell Leaf Tower. As soon as he opened the door, he had to quickly cover his nose and mouth due to the fine dust particles flying all over the air. It's not spores from the mushroom pile. Another person confirmed that the object was emitting a lot of fine dust. That slightly dull green creature is the guardian of the 19th floor, also known as the fallen leaf spirit. It approached them, hissed a few times, you shall not come closer, quickly turned back. But this thing is not a match for Hatcode, because this is a leaf spirit. The male protagonist is ready to jump in for a solo kill, the cowardly type who hates fighting. That's great, you go ahead. Suddenly, a large patch of mushroom dust appeared, blocking his path. The red-haired player was extremely surprised. What kind of demon is this? He controls spores. His teammates were also incredibly surprised. The spores are gathering. Taking human form, those mushroom spores linked together to form a human figure. They activated the illusionary forest protective skill. In just a few short seconds, they completed the shaping process and two colossal figures emerged. Immediately after, those fungal spores used their second skill, activating the materialized powerful enemy skill. This led the male protagonist from one surprise to another, to the point where he exclaimed, "Swordsmanship master." On the other side, Dak had a huge concern about something. That character. It's him higher name or she was a rower. At serious, you look at the large male figure made of fungal spores. After activating both skills, they wielded sharp weapons. Then they charged forward, attacking and chasing away the intruders. Boo Boo also hurriedly searched her notebook. Guardians of the illusionary forest. I think I wrote it down in here. Then she exclaimed, "They are spore golems. Golems formed in the image of those the summoner deems strong. They only resemble the appearance, but their stats are those of a golem." She had found the most important piece of information. While the pink-haired girl was searching for information, Hatcot and Sora had already engaged in combat with them. Hatcot took on the male golem. He muttered, "Even if it's like this, these blocky monsters, they are really strong." So he's also struggling to fight them. He came up with a pretty good way to deal with them. If so, the target to aim for is the summoner. Then he activated his bone monster summoning skill. 3 bone monsters emerged from the ground one after another. Actually, fighting these golems isn't too challenging for the main character. Now that he's leveled up, it's easy to withstand them. Those guys are probably at level 40 at most. Should I try it? He pondered. Then he decided to open the skill window. While fighting, he glanced at the skill screen beside him, hurriedly searching. Is the cooldown for limit order over yet? If I use that skill against these guys, it'll be perfect. After scrolling a little, he found the skill and happily exclaimed, "There it is!" From behind, he ordered his bone monsters. "Come on, my bone monsters. Attack that soul." The 19th floor guardian, now alone, was suddenly attacked by his bone monsters and shrieked in panic, "Protect me!" Very quickly, the skeletal monsters were crushed into hundreds of pieces by those golems. Seeing the monsters shatter, he smugly puffed out his cheeks and clicked his tongue at his skeletal monsters. The guardian of the 19th floor looked at his mushroom spore and boasted proudly, "KK, swordsman is unbelievably strong." On the other side, Sora was still fiercely battling the female golem. Then, she activated the octagonal slash skill. The golem was then cut into small pieces. But surprisingly, it didn't disappear. Instead, it reassembled itself as if nothing had happened, showing no sign of being cut. She was furious and kicked the golem. No matter how many times she cut it, it regenerated. Sora was at her wits' end. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, "Everyone, get out of the way!" A coin flew towards them. It turned out someone had activated the lucky coin skill. It was Hacker. He was wide shouting. He had activated the skill. "Fall back," he ordered everyone. The red-haired player is very confident, proficient in using the skill. Excellent. He's going to burn the whole world. He's smug. The male lead starts to use his skill, utilizing the Hellfire skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame erupted from that coin. Boo Boo was very surprised to see this. Magic. He's using magic. Sora, on the other hand, was calmer. It seemed she had anticipated this scenario and simply said, "Finally." Hatsuku made the flames erupt even larger with his magical power, the advanced fire magic, Hellfire. The golems were burned black. Then they curled up into spherical masses. "Those are the cores of the monster," Sora instructed her, he said. Of course, these things are too easy for her. With just a few slashes, the 2 cores were cut in half, rolling on the ground. The fallen leaf soul, upon seeing this, immediately knew its place and raised its hands in surrender. "I surrender. Am completely out of energy. I don't want to be split in half anymore." Suddenly, Hadcott hurriedly stopped them. Hold on a second. The guard was also bewildered by his decision. What's going on? Even if you go to the 20th floor, you won't be able to defeat the master. On the other side, Boo Boo urged them anxiously. Everyone, we don't have much time. Hez about to come back. But the red-haired boy remained calm. Looking at the ghastly green thing, he said, "Don't worry, I've made up my mind. I'll fight that murderer, but my chance of winning is only 50%, the male lead said. Then he pointed at the leaf spirit beside him, however. If we use him, we'll have a higher chance of winning. Hey you, if I give you mana, can you revive the golem, right?" Without waiting for a reply, Hadcott transferred some of his energy to it, using his energy transfer skill. After the transfer, he commanded it, "I want to attack you, but you have to summon those golems for me." "Alright, now get ready to fight him." He reminded everyone to prepare themselves. Someone is walking up the stairs. The male lead side is also timing every second. Hez coming. Suddenly, a bright golden laser appears on the door. It shines straight into the room. At this moment, no one says anything, but everyone knows it's him. Hez arrived. That thing covered in blood, with a slurred voice. The higher the reality setting, the more real it feels when I tear someone apart. He revealed his bloodshot red eyes. I thought I was going to die when my face melted. It was too real. Just because of a simple fit of anger, I almost lost my life. So I've thought about it. You guys need to experience my pain. Who should I unleash on first? He looked extremely terrifying with his large, bloodshot eyes, his head like a skull. At first, it was just out of curiosity. The man with spiky, broom-like hair asked the man in front of him why he used that kind of stand. The one being questioned was annoyed. "Mind your own business." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man flashed a slightly twisted smile, then go die. Instantly, the man was stabbed to death by his 3-meter-long sword. The more players he killed, the more his interest grew. When he got bored of killing the noobs outside the castle, the system suddenly announced, "You have acquired the prey-devouring skill." He heard the announcement and swallowed. The flesh of a player had never tasted so good. He began to kill frantically. Gradually, the corpses of other players piled up. This game, it wasn't just about grinding levels or completing quests. This is fun, he thought to himself, instead of that meaningless real life. This is much more interesting, Hez happy. Then he takes the equipment of the players who have died, puts it on himself and enjoys himself, much more interesting than the real world. This satisfaction is as if this world were real. It's incredibly exciting. He has become extremely large and powerful and formidable. You have achieved the Berserker class, the system announces. Scene shifts to the battle between Hatchet and the Berserker. The male protagonist calmly observes the surrounding issues. It's escalating. The monster begins to accumulate its inner power, activating its rage skill. He begins to rise up. His strength is quite powerful, enough to force the protagonist's side to strain in order to withstand it. Rage, he really is a maniac, isn't he? Someone asked. Then let's start our strategy. Then that maniac charged towards them, but Sora reacted very quickly. She managed to block the attack aimed at Dak. She casually retaliated. It's a series of normal attacks, Sora thought to herself. Sora didn't hesitate to exchange blows with the monster. The sword in its hand slashed straight at her leg, causing quite a lot of bleeding. Despite being injured, Sora was still able to dodge the monster's subsequent attacks with considerable speed. She flipped over, returning to a defensive stance. After just a few exchanges with it, she was almost out of health. But this was exactly as Hadcott Nim had predicted. Suddenly, the maniac flew towards them, but Dak's reaction was faster. He activated his skill, Bone Wall. Sora smiled cheerfully. "Thank you, Dak," she said, then turned to her team leader. Hadcott Nim as planned. Let's switch places. Their plan was to injure him a few times and swap places with Hotch Nim, while she would use a recovery potion and swap back with Hotch Nim. If they swapped places continuously, they would definitely have a chance to win. she silently calculated. The monster looked at the pile of bones, sneered. Bones, all right. Sora cheerfully said to her teammate, "Dad, give me a few potions." But suddenly, a sword pierced straight through her chest. The blow dug deep into her body. Sora trembled. You used bones as a weapon." "I'm sorry, I was careless." She uttered her last words with difficulty. Hatcot Nim finished her sentence, and the girl was immediately slapped hard by the monster. Hatcot arrived too late. He yelled, "No, Sora, anti-senrai." Sora lay motionless on the ground. The bone used as a weapon was stained with her blood. The male protagonist was incredibly furious. "Motherfucker! Damn monster!" The monster heard the curses and turned its head towards him. "Because of it, my plan is ruined. Damn it. Damn yes. No other way, I have to use Plan B now," Hatcot muttered to himself. But his teammates were almost losing their composure. They were extremely flustered. "Hey, what's going on, Hatcot? If it continues like this," the red-haired person interrupted them. "Stop whining. Kids, I'm sure, and we will execute Plan B as planned." The monster, of course, didn't want to stop. It died too soon. "Anyway, it'll eat all of you." Hatcot ordered the 19th floor guard, Leaf Spirit, to hand it over to you. The fallen Leaf Spirit immediately obeyed. He activated the materialized strong enemy skill, the Guardian of the Illusionary Forest. "Attack," the male Lee ordered those golems. "Damn it, ganking in a group is the only way to kill those who go solo." The red-haired man excitedly unleashed the golems. The monster was surrounded and attacked by 2 homunculi from the Leaf Spirit's fungal spores, and its strength was greater than these golems. With just one punch, it successfully pushed the 2 golems away. But he rejoiced too soon. Another skill was activated, a trap. The golems that had just been shattered quickly regenerated to their original state. The berserk monster hadn't anticipated this. He was incredibly astonished. What? Leaf Spirit himself didn't expect his golems to be able to do that. "Is that a trap?" Hatcot placed something inside the golems. The monster was tightly bound by the trap, the male lead said. Hatcot chuckled. "What else are you questioning? It's a trap to catch you." Even Sora couldn't use his brute strength to break it. Luckily, it worked. Then the male lead charges his ultimate, preparing to unleash a powerful-looking attack. "Take that." "May our and matter." This is because Hez furious. To avenge Sora, Hatcoat aims straight at the maniac's face. Finally, he falls, succumbing to the red-haired man's power. Hatcoat breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. Taking him back to the village like this means the mission is complete. He observes for a while, and then says, "If I want to take him away quietly, it seems I'll have to sever his tendons." He groans repeatedly. Then, gradually, he starts to get up on all fours. Hatcot was quite surprised by the maniac's prohibition. Dak didn't know what his captain was thinking. Hatcot, since becoming a noob, you've changed completely. The red-haired player prepared to plunge a sword, wanting to frame someone, go to jail and do it, kid. But he had to stop. "I'm there, and the monster with cloudy eyes sneered. "That attack, that kind of trap is ridiculous." And it successfully escaped the male lead's trap. The maniac looked at the red-haired man and said scornfully, "This pathetic control. To me, someone who has surpassed control like me, it's nothing. You want to use something like that to catch me." Then he grabbed Hatcot's arm. He twisted it directly, causing the red-haired person extreme pain. In reality, at Sora's house, she suddenly woke up after being killed in the game. Then came a gasp. She blamed herself. No, if it weren't for me, the plan would. The whole team, no, Hatcoco Nim, would lose their lives because of me. Sora buried her face in her hands. "It'll be another hour before I can reconnect. Please, don't let anything happen." An hour later, the phone was already open to the game. Sora pleaded. Hurry, hurry, please be alive. Then she lay down, preparing to log into the game. System announcement. Sora Nim has logged in. Sora jolted awake. Hadcot Nim, she called out urgently. She gradually became aware of her surroundings, realizing it was Hearthitter's house. The brown-skinned person explained, if we're here, it means we've all been defeated and returned to the village. No, the mission was clearly completed, Dax said. She immediately checked the system. He was right, I leveled up a few times. Suddenly, she stopped. Wait a minute. What about Hadcot Nim? Dax suddenly became irritated. Don't mention that damn name again. What do you mean? It's so vague, I don't understand. Hearthhitter is outside the door right now. She's back, Ciora. Hadcot is gone. Gone, Dak? What does he mean? Ciora has a lot of question marks in her head right now. But Dak doesn't answer. He just stays silent. The people on the same floor as Hadcot are gossiping. What about that? What if he can't repay the debt? He's such a fool. The male lead is slumped in his room. He looks exhausted, letting out a sigh. They continue to talk. The men will have their organs harvested, sold, and then thrown onto a fishing boat to be dumped at sea. As for the women, besides being sold into prostitution, what else can they do? Hick, is it really that bad? There were originally 7 or 8 of us, but now only 3 of us remain. It's only because we still have some use in the game that we're still here. The male protagonist sat in his room, silently listening to their conversation. If they ever find us useless, we might wake up to find ourselves dumped somewhere unknown. We need to hurry up and pay on time. At this moment, Hadcot was thinking. His guarantee wasn't valid for much longer. Am I really going to die? Now's not the time to be picky. Hot or cold, any meal will do. Right now, I need to quickly take care of that kid's mission. Returning to the game world, a scream pierced the air. Ah! It was Hadcot's scream. He cried out repeatedly, it hurts, because he was being attacked by the maniacs. The maniac roared, grr, you money grubber. Seeing this, the male protagonist felt extremely panicked. He continued, that's right, it's you. Then he turned to the other side. He put on his monstrous voice and said to the male protagonist, come on, scream, scream louder. Then he spun the male protagonist around and around, causing him excruciating pain and making him cough up blood. The maniac didn't stop his brutal actions. He threw Hadcot into the air. Afterwards, he grabbed Hadcot's neck, and he was now suspended in mid-air. While choking the male protagonist, he said, are you really the former #1 ranked player, you weakling? At that moment, Hadcot silently thought, my organs will be used as bait for fish. No way, if I die again, I won't have a chance to redeem myself. Now was not the time to be picky. With that thought, he opened one eye and looked at the man. Because the maniac had squeezed his neck too tightly, the male lead struggled to speak. Cough, I'll have to use it. Open it. The system screen appeared. This made the maniac extremely confused. Hadcot tried to use the lucky coin. The male lead tossed the coin up and quickly grasped it in his hand. The maniac looked at the male lead's current appearance and said with amusement, that's right, very good. You must ride before you died. That's how it should be. Hadcot gritted his teeth and said word by word, flip, heads go. Come on. He tried to glance at the coin. The next second, he was punched by the maniac, sending him flying backward. Hadcot's hand was now turning black. Seeing this, the maniac thought to himself, what is it? His hand. Poo-Poo was incredibly surprised by the male lead's action. She worriedly thought to herself, the black equipment chest, has he used it already? But using that now will have side effects. Hadcot was now standing opposite the maniac, looking incredibly ruthless. The armor on his body had developed cracks. Seeing this, he said, this armor is so strong, yet it's breaking. This guy's pretty good, haha. If that's the case, let's see what this does. Then, he unleashed a series of bamboo spear attacks. A barrage of sharp swords was charging towards Hadcot. Seeing this, the male lead ran to avoid them, but unfortunately he was hit, causing him to cry out, "Ugh, there are so many." Sharp swords pierced the male lead. He said in pain, "I see you, Grandpa and Grandma." Now his whole body was stabbed. His body was covered with wounds. He cried out in pain. Then he used his own hand to pull out those sharp swords from his body. While doing so, he said, "It really hurts, no kidding." Pulling out the last sword, Hatca looked at the maniac and said, "Hey, you ox-headed, fox-brained, shrimp-minded idiot. My current power has increased 77 times. That's nothing to me. Not even a drop of coffee." The maniac was provoked by the male lead's words. He flew closer to him and said loudly, "It's just that I haven't wanted to send you on your way yet, grrr." After saying that, he used a sharp sword to attack the male lead again. Hatca quickly broke it, leaving him stunned. The male protagonist, enraged, shouted. His strength increased 77 times. Then he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, shattering the man's body into pieces. The maniac, horrified, exclaimed, "This can't be happening." He was kicked away by the male protagonist, tumbling through the air for several rotations. Then he landed with his body completely shattered. The giant maniac's body was now nothing but a pile of rubble, a pathetic sight. But in the very next second, something shot up from the debris. The maniac reappeared in a new form. He said gleefully, "I am the embodiment of lightning, and the more I am suppressed, the stronger I become." Hatca held the sword, looked at him and said, "Rambling nonsense to who? Everyone knows." The maniac threatened, "Enough of this game. Die, Hatca, sure." He looked at him with hateful eyes and said, "Too noisy." The male lead then used the one-sword style in Moonlight Thunder, cutting off his legs. The maniac, in pain and anger, yelled, Damn it." He lay flat on the ground, legless, but still bragged, "Where do you live, huh? Ha. Let's fight one-on-one, you dog," Hatca replied. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to get there, you madman." Then he turned to Dak and said, "Hey Dak, did you bring Harthiter's confinement item?" Dak took out the item and asked. "This one," he replied. "That's it. I see Stonewall." "Throw it at him." The maniac was imprisoned. Dak held it up and said, "Looks like a Pokemon, huh?" The male lead spoke. "With this, one of the hidden missions conditions will be cleared." Come on. Hurry up. There's still the final floor. It would be a shame to miss out." He turned around and walked away. While walking, he muttered, "The kid seems to be still in good shape. However, we can't drag this out. We need to clear this floor quickly. Finally, a last floor. Let's go." Hatca and Dak opened the door and entered. A blinding light shone directly at them, momentarily blinding both. At that moment, the tower's guardian Nokdong appeared. Hatca and Dak were incredibly surprised when they saw it. A man appeared on Nokdong's back, looked at them and said, "So you finally made it to the top floor, huh?" He is the chairman of the Giga Corporation, Han Gun-jae. He continues, "Finally, you're here." Dak is stunned to see Han Gun-jae. Dak asks, "Is it really you?" Han Gun-jae is slowly flying towards him. Han Gun-jae grabs Dak's shoulders and says, "Long time no see, Gun-yu." Dak angrily grabs his hair and says, "You old nuisance, having so much fun here, huh? Do you know what my family is going through right now? Leaving me all alone like that. What was I supposed to do?" After a while, Dak calms down and tells Han Gun-jae everything that happened. He says, "This is how things turned out. If you really do that, what am I supposed to do?" Seeing Han Gun-jae stand up, Dak hurriedly asks, "Wait, where are you going again?" The horse behind him suddenly startled. "Deal round now. Don't worry, Sherry." Han Gun-jae thought to himself, "So soon they've discovered it." Then he called out, "Gun-yu, I have to go and check it out," he thought, and walked towards his horse. Han Gun-jae said to Dak, "Track it." No. The remaining answer, "You should find it in this world." At that moment, the system announced, "The dungeon master has left the dungeon. The 20th floor has been cleared." all floors have been cleared. Han Gunjae turned to look at Daek, then said, "If it were you, you could have done it." Having said that, he disappeared. Daek clung tightly to the green circle. He was angry and exclaimed, "You say something vague like that and then leave. What am I supposed to do? Take me with you, you old geezer." Hadcott saw Daek's reaction and yelled, "You idiot! You idiot! If you leave the party while we're here, everyone will be warped away. I haven't collected all the items yet." Immediately after that, all three of them vanished. Hearthhitter spoke after learning the situation. The boss and Hadcott were warped to do Bylan, and the chairman disappeared. It seems Hadcott's skill affected the boss, causing the guards to appear and pursue them. If captured, the mission would be voided. So Hadcott left the party and ran off alone. He only left a message: "See you at the Grand Assembly in 2 weeks." Sora looked at him and asked, "So, what about Bayubiu?" Hearthhitter replied. She planned to wait for Sora to wake up, but ultimately left as well. The boss, after receiving the chairman's message, didn't want to cause a commotion either. Hearthhitter rested his chin on his hand deep in thought and continued, "It seems Hadcott believes the fastest way to rise is through the tournament. He can level up by competing in the Grand Assembly, and there are many items and rewards of all kinds. There's even a nation that promised to provide prize items." Dak, upon hearing that, exclaimed in surprise, "A nation?" Then Dak was lost in thought. Participating in such a large-scale Grand Assembly. Will I even survive? But Gunsu and the others will probably attend too. Seeing Dak's absent-minded look, Sora went over and put her arm around him, asking, "Hey, what are you thinking about? Right now, we only have one thing to do. We need to train hard before we meet Hadcott and N. First, we need to hone our individual characteristics, or something like that." Hearthhitter, Sora, and Dak arrived at the neutral zone, at the Temple of the War God, the place where they received the registration form for the fighting tournament. Seeing the scene, Sora exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, is that a real sword? It's huge." "It's..." Hearthhitter replied, "According to legend, it's the sword the god used in the battle. But whether the events of that battle are real or not, only those who fought in it would know." Hearthhitter replied, "According to legend, it's the sword the god used in the battle. But whether the events of that battle are real or not, only those who fought in it would know." Sora looked around and curiously asked, "There are so many people here. Why are they all fighting?" Hearing Sora's question, Dak glanced at the others and grunted. She turned to Dak and said, "Dak, you're so spaced out. What if you get lost? I won't be able to find a little kid like you." Dak became angry and retorted, "Don't underestimate kids. I haven't been spaced out." Sora walked with Hearthhitter, asking him as they went, "It's a formal competition, but why aren't there any NPCs for refereeing?" He replied, "At the Temple of the War God, when disputes arise between players, there's no need for NPCs to referee." Dak trotted after them saying, "Wait for me." Hearthhitter continued, "The battle tournament will be officially held soon. Right now it's just a show put on by those wannabes. The serious contenders rarely show up at this stage. Only a few appear to warn their real opponents of their strength." Sora understood immediately. They continued walking around, and Hearthhitter said, "We're here today to observe and learn, not to register." She reacted immediately. "What, not register?" JGC looked at him and asked, "Why are our abilities not good enough to participate?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Sorry, boss, but at that level, you won't even pass the preliminary round. If you join, you'll just be cannon fodder." Sora, angered, shouted, "What? We beat that red player, we can't be that bad." Darius, standing beside him, agreed. "Yeah." Hearthhitter, seeing their reaction, said, "If that's the case, all right." Seeing is believing, he said, looking around for something. He glanced over and said, "There. Let's watch a match first, then we'll talk later." Hearthhitter takes them both to watch the match. He introduces the two fighters to Sora and Dak. The big green-skinned demon is level 70, with incredibly high stats and powerful items. The brown-clad fighter on the other side is level 48, a human with standard equipment. Hearthhitter flips a coin and says, It's kind of boring just watching. Let's bet. 1 gold coin is enough. Sora immediately agrees. Sure, I bet the green-skinned demon wins. After a while, the match nears its end. Sora exclaims in surprise, "Huh? How come?" At that moment, 2 swords fall, signaling the end of the match. The green demon has lost. He lies motionless. The opponent approaches him and says, "Hard work." Sora stands outside, unable to believe her eyes. She shouts, "How could the green demon lose? It's absurd." Hearthitter holds 2 gold coins in his hand and says excitedly, "All right, the gold is mine now." Sora feels dissatisfied and says, "It's unfair." She turns to the others and asks, "Did you see the skill the brown-clad guy used?" Dak quickly replies, "Yes." The boy continues, "He kept throwing punches, and there seemed to be some kind of shadow enveloping him from behind." Hearthitter replies to Dak, "Exactly. That skill has never appeared anywhere in Lucid Adventure before. It seems like it's his unique skill." DAC looked away with a dubious look. The 3 of them were staring at the winner of the recent battle. He was fiddling with the system panel. Hearthitter turned and said, "This guy's personal characteristic is probably the object type. If what we witnessed is true, then it's indeed the object type. For the object type of personal characteristic, the player will be able to possess a set of skills and abilities unique to them. The first time I met you, we also encountered a player like that." Sora only now remembered and spoke up, "Oh yeah, it's the long-bearded guy." Hearthitter continued, "Let's compare. That green-skinned demon, if I am not mistaken, possesses the stat type of personal characteristic. He belongs to the Asmodean race, a race with innate magical elements, but in the previous match, he used melee skills. Of course, it's because all of his stats are higher than his opponents, and thus, the brown-clothed player used his personal characteristic to overcome that stat gap." Sora turned to look at him and said, "It's all too complicated. My brain can't keep up. So what about these guys' personal characteristics do you know, don't ye see?" Standing beside him, also asked Wright. Hearthitter immediately replied, "If that guy, Hat Caught, were here now, he'd probably yell 'You idiots' at the 2 of you. Well, with the skill or stat type, it will manifest even when they're still newbies. However, if the personal characteristic is a profession or a target, it will only be revealed at level 40, and of course, you have to go through certain specific tasks to find out. It seems you 2 don't belong to the skill and attribute type." "You have checked the skill list, right?" they both replied. "Yeah, we have." Hearthitter continued, "Then it must be a profession, faction, or a target. Finding the corresponding condition to identify it is not easy. If it's within 2 weeks, maybe only that guy," Daklian asked. "Who?" Hearthitter quickly replied, "Follow me. For things like this, we need to find someone with expertise." Then, he turned and walked away. Sora asked, "So we're not registering?" He replied, "If you can't show your personal characteristics, you won't be approved for registration either." Meanwhile, at Dragon Mountain in the contested area, 2 men in hooded cloaks were searching for someone who had infiltrated Dragon Mountain. While searching, they said, "Damn it, that bastard went up Dragon Mountain. He disappeared right here." The boss immediately ordered them to disperse and search. Following the order, the 2 continued searching and immediately encountered the foul smell. They exclaimed loudly, "It's so stinky, boss. It's earth dragon dung. It seems there's a dragon nearby." Humph. He thought to himself, "I can't act recklessly on Dragon Mountain. If I am caught, I am done for. If I happen to encounter it, all right, let's retreat. If it's on Dragon Mountain, it won't escape. Erase the traces and let's go back." After saying that, the 2 shot up into the sky to escape from the area. A human voice echoed from within the pile of earth, "Dragon dung. Foo." Hatcot emerged from the dung and said, "Those leeches, they followed me all the way here. Damn it, it's stinking like hell." The male protagonist walked along the trail into the mountain. As he walked, he said, "This is my stomping ground. At this time, there's no way any dragon would be hunting. Besides dragon dung, although a bit stinky, its smell helps repel nearby yokai. Let's see. It should be around here. Aha. Here it is. After a while, the male protagonist arrived at the hidden prison path's penitence cave. Coming here, Hatcot reminisces about the old days. This is where he first met Heartheater before becoming a top-ranked player. The key to the dungeon was in his hands. The place to atone for my mistakes, he said, had use it someday. I never thought I'd need it now. Anyway, thanks, Heartheater. After saying that, he used the key to open the door. After opening the door, Hatcot confidently strode in, speaking loudly as he walked. 2 more weeks until the grand tournament, you monsters. Just wait there. I'll conquer the whole map. Moving on to the appendix, personal attribute classification. It includes skills and stats, with stats accounting for 70% of players. Skill type and stat type are usually revealed in the early stages of the game. Their advantage is that they help you choose a profession or faction that suits your enhanced stats. At Tier 2, profession or faction accounts for 25%. The profession type allows you to acquire additional professions besides your current one. However, to acquire another profession, you need to fulfill hidden conditions. This is Hatcot's personal attribute. Tier 1 is entity, accounting for 5%. The entity type is based on a character or object that is mythological, iconic, a hero, or a great person. Guan Yu, who appeared in Chapter 2, is one of those who possesses this type of personal attribute. Unlike other personal attribute types, you can create and possess unique skills with this type. Tier 0 is Transcendence. This type encompasses the characteristics of all tiers. Very few players are known to possess this attribute. In a small alley Ropeland, the lights illuminate each house. There, nestled in the black market, is Cusham's shop. A hand rattles a bell, followed by a voice. Heartheater. What are you doing here? A giant cat, eating a pastry, replies, You know how it works. Today isn't a day for us to entertain guests. He is Cusham, the black market merchant. Heartheater remains silent, bowing his head. Then he speaks, I'm not here for business today. It's a personal matter. I need your help. He gestures to Dak and Sora behind him. Heartheater continues, I want to unlock the personal attribute for my bot. Cusham rests his chin on his hand, pondering. Whom you say? At that moment, a voice echoes from outside the room. OAMG, look who it is. Heartheater turned around and exclaimed, Wow. Sora and Dak were also surprised. Isn't this the dashing Heartheater? So you are here to see Tuxum. Raya, the stylish cat girl, walked over and hugged Heartheater's arm tightly, making him flustered. Not exactly. Her eyes sparkled as they fixated on Heartheater. I am free today, Heartheater. Can I ride your dragon? It turned out that this cat girl was Cusham's sister, Ola. Seeing his sister like that, Cusham spoke up, Shut up, you brat. When are you not free? He is here for work. Immediately, Ola retorted, Shut up yourself, meow. Pig belly cat, meower. Then she asked, So, it's about personal characteristics, meow, Annie? Ola walked closer to Sora and Dak to sniff them, making them stiffen. Yeah, the scent is fresh. She put her hands on her hips and said, I found the right people. But there's a fee, you know. Sheridan enter. Alist or stay. You know. A date with Heartheater should do, right? Yeah, matter. Heartheater immediately disagreed. No way, absolutely not. On the contrary, Dak didn't hesitate to agree. Of course. What? Ola, receiving the desired answer, was happy. Okay, deal, come on, follow me. Finally, Heartheater's lament. Why did you agree? They went to the #1 restaurant in Ropeland, Bet Tea. Ola's voice echoed, meow. Girl, your name is Sora, right, Sora? who was currently engrossed in watching a menu to the point of drooling, only replied, "Mom, wow, this place, just looking at it, everything looks delicious." "So you're the one who wrote eating as her personal hobby in her profile?" Ola laughed and said, "Yeah, Sora, order whatever you like." Hearing these words, Sora was astonished and couldn't believe her ears. She asked again, trembling, "What, really anything I want?" Ola replied, "Yeah, meow, it's part of the training, meow. Hearthitter's paying for it anyway." Immediately, Sora called a waiter. "Waiter, I'd like to order. Bring me the whole menu." The menu had 327 items. While she was overjoyed to the point of tears, Dak beside her was stunned speechless. At the same time, Hearthitter silently wrote in his debt ledger, "Total 1550 gold. Hatcot's debt." The restaurant waiter rushed out. Whoa, this girl, an unimaginable request. This is the first time this has ever happened. My #1 chef team will accept her challenge." Countless delicious and tempting dishes were laid out. Sora chewed noisily and stared at Dak, saying, "Is that all? Humiliate her." "Continue." As Sora ate, Dak fearfully exclaimed, "What's it got to do with me?" One after another, food carts were pushed forward. Hot water, move aside." Sora continued to eat, dirty plates piling up. Her lightning-fast speed stunned the restaurant staff. "Ooh, maybe she'll clean out the entire refrigerator." Ola turned to DAC and said, "You're probably wondering what we're doing here. Meow, ow. It's because her power lies in the art of eating. Mew. I can smell it from her. Mew, ow. And yes, I can smell individual characteristics. Don't ask me why, me, sir. And no, here's why me or ask me. I don't know either, Mew." On the opposite side, Sora was eating voraciously and continuously. She had finished her 326th dish. The restaurant staff behind saw the towering stack of dishes, and that Sora was still eating. They exclaimed, Ek, is she done?" But what about this one? The Golden Supreme Tower, the 327th dish, was brought out with a towering height. Even she wouldn't be able to overcome it. Ha, she should just give up. Amidst the mocking laughter of the restaurant staff, Sora just stared at the enormous dish. Her whole body trembled, and she looked delighted. It looked so good, she wanted to lick her lips. "Are you kidding me? And my..." So Sora began to conquer the Golden Supreme Tower. Immediately, cheers erupted. "Look at her, unbelievable." Spoon after spoon of food was continuously put into Sora's mouth without stopping. And finally, the plate is clean, so delicious, Dak was shocked by her incredible appetite. The restaurant chefs surrounded Sora's table, applauding. Everyone was so moved they shed tears. The waiter said, "Truly, a phenomenal talent. However, you still have to pay." Sora scratched her head and chuckled. Suddenly, her whole body was enveloped in a blue light. Seeing this, Dak was also surprised. At this moment, Ola spoke up. "Now you understand, meow. Our, no being sayer, our owl benny, or rower. I show her wall prime, RT, has unlocked a special trait." Sora felt the change and exclaimed, "Oh wow! Your current faction is gluttony. You have acquired a new skill, Rosetta Flavor Blade." The system displayed a notification, Gluttony Faction. The Gluttony Faction enhances all your abilities through eating. Rosetta Flavor Blade. By consuming food, the player receives stat rewards. After reading it, Sora was amazed. "What? Eating makes me stronger." Ola spoke up at this moment. "Meow, yes, meow. Eating will make you stronger. Meow, and Aniame will tear stronger." Dak immediately asked, "That's it?" Right after that, he was grabbed by the chin by Ola, who moved forward, finished with one, meow. "As for you, Bo, especially your scent, meow, Hanel. For example, meow, d, anger, enro. Shurjasubimi in the outer. Hearthitter smells of danger. Meow. Has extraordinary. Meow, outer. But you, Bo, are just normal. You have something very different. Ola's words startled Dak. The scene shifts to a bar near the war god's sanctuary, the gladiator's tomb. This place became crowded during the registration period. There are two groups of people gathered here. One is those seeking teammates to join a three-person party, because the tournament is based on a team competition format. And those who seek to recruit the contestants, the headhunters. A man's voice echoed, "Oh, there he is." His gaze was fixed on a man seated nearby, Sela. He possessed the replacement attribute, and at the same time had a high index. One of the favored characters. Seems like I am not the only one targeting him. He's the headhunter. Four-Eyed Park. There are many contestants signing up, and many headhunters coming to recruit them. Basically, from a different perspective, this is a competition in itself. The headhunter of the Barbed Alliance, Four-Eyed Park. There's also the headhunter of the Giga Empire, Rabbit, and the headhunter of Ropalin, Melody Monkey. At Silas' table, conversations were heard. A girl said, "Sela gave me this, so generous." It's nothing. I have 300 of these, sir. Suoan, madam, halt fry. As soon as she finished speaking, a bottle of alcohol was placed on the table, making Sela startled. Rabbit stepped forward, initiating a conversation at Sela, the hero of Bansack. "It's an honor to meet you." Sela was slightly surprised and replied, Yeah, no problem." On the contrary, Rabbit continued enthusiastically, "You are indeed a humble hero. I have something I'd like to offer you. Here it's Cock, Knock No 1919, the #1 drink of the Empire." As soon as he finished saying that, another arm appeared and slapped Rabbit's cheek. "Oh dear, it's Sela, daughter, and just shall, and hang wilder." Melody Monkey barged in and said, "Sela, do you still remember me? You saved me during the Bansack Great War." Embarrassed by his enthusiasm, Sela awkwardly replied, Melody Monkey." Melody Monkey approached and shook Silas' hand, pushing Rabbit away at the same time. "I came here to see you, my hero." "So, have you decided yet? Join our gang." Rabbit could only fume and mutter curses into his bottle, pot-faced idiot. Sela shook his hand back and said, "No, not yet." Immediately, Melody Monkey excitedly started pitching. "Come on, bro. What are you waiting for? We have 2 beautiful women waiting for you. They're crazy about you." "By you." Rabbit, having recovered, slapped Melody Monkey and said, "Beautiful women? My foot. You mean a mollusk and a submissive dude? Get lost? What did you say?" Insulted, Melody Monkey grabbed Rabbit's collar. "What now? Do you want me to knock out your teeth?" Rabbit gritted his teeth in response. "If you keep barking, I'll shove a whole banana up your sila." Watching their heated argument from the sidelines, was equally annoyed. These crazy fools! While the rabbit and the monkey were brawling, Four Eyes Pack seized the opportunity to recruit Sela. "Why don't you join our gang?" Sela, already losing his interest, replied, "No thanks." The preparations for the tournament were underway in the bar. The scene shifts to the back of a mountain, where footsteps can be heard. It's Hat Caught walking. He stops at a certain point and gazes at the scene ahead. A mirror. The male protagonist approaches the mirror, a voice whispering in his ear, "You cannot escape your sins forever. I am the soul of the mirror, trapped here by a wicked dragon." The voice emanates from the mirror's reflection. "Come here and face your sins." The male protagonist mutters, "What nonsense." He thinks to himself, he's never encountered anything like this. Suddenly, the mirror emits a bright light, blinding him. He has to cover his eyes. Ouch. When the light subsides, he slowly opens his eyes to see. But something has happened, leaving him utterly astonished. The mirror disappears, replaced by a multitude of dark figures. We are your sins. Jaime, and honor. We are your sins. We are your reflection. We are your We are your reflection. The male protagonist stands there, startled. Defeat us to cleanse your soul. The shadows reveal only white eyes. The male protagonist thinks, what in the world is this? Then he replies, shut your mouths, you bunch of noobs. This is just a game. Without hesitation, he draws his sword, activates his skill, Lucky Coin, and immediately charges towards the dark figures. Come on. Two opposing sides. Face the one who rules. Two bright streaks appeared in the twilight sky, rising from the ground. The wind blew into Daichi's face, making him unable to speak and only making a muffled sound. The two dragons soared through the sky, their roars echoing. We absolutely have to ride dragons. Sora has unlocked the village's special trait. Hasn't she? My perfectly styled hair is all messed up now. Ola winked in response. It's a field trip. Bodden. In contrast to Ola's cheerful excitement, Sora sat behind her, clinging tightly, her face pale and dejected. Dac, riding the dragon beside them, silently thought to himself, screw her, she wants to ride a dragon, so be it. The two dragons continued to soar through the sky. Shez reliable bot? Yaur, Yashi Meshes. Yaur me down Yaur. Shez the one who unlocked King Ropa's special trait. She knows what she's doing. Nia about Berry. Airs of us rewind, and Airy. Why? She's enjoying the moment, but that doesn't mean she's not working. We're here, Mia Merger. They flew towards a valley. Let's land. The two dragons carrying the four people landed on the ground. Dak stepped down and spoke. Goa, we've come this far. So what am I supposed to do now? Their current location is very far from Ropalin. Ola said, but your personal trait, I think it's a rare type. A good fight will unlock your trait. Hearing that, Dak was skeptical. A good fight? I fought a lot already. Those weren't enough. Kid, you should fight someone stronger. You were just a beautiful name. You were answered round row. You common why. I store. Only then will your trait be unlocked. And the opponent far stronger than you is right here. Dak turned around to look. So that's why we're here. But where's he? I don't see anyone. Just then, Harthitter walked in front of him and said, how? It's time for me to step in, bot. Dak stared at him, mouth agape. Huh? Why you? Has the opponent? Ola replied. Yeah, bot. Has enough to unlock your personal trait. Now get ready to fight. Dak was still in disbelief. What? Harthitter entered a ready stance? Yeah. You should get ready, bot. Bot, why? Dak just kept looking at him, pondering in his mind. Come to think of it, I've never seen him fight. Here like this, huh? Harthitter smiled, extended his hand and said, begin. He was different now. Dac and Harthitter both said in unison, go, and immediately engaged in the competition. As soon as the match started, Dac thought to himself, damn, I need to find his weakness. He activated his skill, summoning 5 skeleton soldiers, who charged forward. Looks like he's playing for real. Yaur, I was about Matty and Ray. Then let's go all. The skeleton soldiers immediately rushed forward, activating their magic weapon skill. Seeing this, Harthitter calmly replied, a good skill combination, died. And truly surprised. In his mind, he was calculating. I know he can be better. He's just testing me. The skeleton soldiers were now close to Harthitter, jumping to prepare for their attack. Whoa! Immediately, Harthitter only needed a few strikes to obliterate them. Ola, from afar, said loudly, stop messing around. I need to unlock his special attribute. Harthitter listened and immediately made a hand gesture. Okay. Dac saw his bone soldiers destroyed in an instant. Damn it, it's useless. Musai or Nadiator, Introgamit useless. Then what about this? He launched his next attack. Hearthitter stood still and said, "Ah, bullets." Daiji's attack was also ineffective. The bullets flew towards Hearthitter and disappeared. He said, "Just mosquitoes, old man." Direct magic attacks were also nullified. Daijiashi lost his composure and said, "This is infuriating." Then, Hearthitter used one finger to create a flame. He pointed it at Daishi and said, "Now, it's over, isn't it?" At the same time, Daishi thought to himself, "Don't panic, block the attack first, then seize the opportunity." He activated his skill, summoning a stone golem. Immediately, a huge stone golem gradually took shape. Hearthitter saw it and thought, "Stone golem." Daishi had been secretly observing, and seeing Hearthitter's reaction, he thought, "He's underestimating me. This is my chance then," he said, "Golem, protect me." Ahead, Hearthitter's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, he appeared right above Dak's head, still holding the torch. "That's quite a cover-up, huh?" "Ah?" Dak looked up, gritting his teeth. "This one's probably gonna hurt, bud." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames shot downwards, burning fiercely. Dragon art, Sheusamini, Newsaviami, Id, or Digan. Breath of fire. The golem was burned and collapsed onto the ground. Hearthitter landed nearby. Seeing this, he muttered, "Finished? A bit excessive." Suddenly, Ola, who had been watching the fight, exclaimed, "Hearthitter." That's because Hearthitter turned his head back and didn't see. Razi had already appeared right in front of him. And boom, Hearthitter immediately took a punch right in the face. Dak was currently hiding in a pit, having slipped under the golem's remains, thanks to the bone pit from earlier. He was inside the golem all along. Hearthitter, with one swollen cheek, spoke. "I must admit, I was surprised. You actually tricked me this time." Hearthitter smirked. "Am proud of you, Boot." Meanwhile, Raziye charged from behind to attack him again, a smug look on his face. "Laughing at what, you fool? Take this." Suddenly, Hearthitter reached out, caught and squeezed Razi's head, causing him to yell in pain. "Grah." As he threw Razi away, Hearthitter said, "But you need to try harder. In doing this for you, Boot." Daisy was still hiding in the pit, pondering. "What am I going to do? Hez overwhelmingly powerful. Am done for. Meow done for." Hearthitter lifted his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. The ground shattered. Immediately after, the ground broke apart, and Dak had no choice but to jump out of the pit. He thought to himself, that was close. He had just escaped from underground and wasn't prepared for anything, yet Hearthitter immediately charged towards him, causing Dak to jump. He spoke, "Bot, this isn't personal." Dak couldn't dodge. He could only watch Hearthitter helplessly. Sure enough, Hearthitter's punch aimed right at him, sending his entire body flying backward. Dak was still dazed. I can't even see. This is the end." Then the system displayed a notification. "Player Dak has died. Player Dak's personal characteristic has been activated." At the same time, in the cave behind the mountain, Hadcott was still fighting relentlessly against the monsters emerging from the mirror. While swinging his arm, the male protagonist muttered to himself, "These guys, they're trying to imitate me, my attack patterns and style. These dark figures all bear Hadcott's appearance." Hadcott continued to slash, saying, "You think you can be like me, by copying me? A bunch of idiots." He laughed. "If they try to mimic my movements, I can simply change them. I can just burn everything in the room with hellfire. The only problem is, with this range, it'll get caught in it too. Slice one off, here's a plate for you, kid." By now, the main character was exhausted. He stopped to catch his breath. Woo! Around him, the monsters were all chopped up, lying scattered on the ground. The main character wondered, "Is it over?" The experience points were insane. But suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Damn, so alert." Immediately, Hatcot turned around and asked loudly, "Who's there?" From the mirror, a figure identical to him emerged. He laughed, "KK, now this is the real challenge. Those shadows, they were just shells. I am the true sin. Is a new day. It is future. I will be out the true." His words surprised Hatcot. Just as he was about to grab his knife to fight, the copy that emerged from the mirror raised his hand to stop him. "Hey, calm down. Drop your weapon." He teleported behind the main character in a blink, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't try anything. Slitting your throat would be a piece of cake for me." Hatcot could do nothing but glare at him. The clone laughed. "Well, from what I see, you're a gambler, aren't you?" His expression was full of malice. "Then, how about we play a little game?" Hearing that, Hatcot immediately asked back, What? The clone suddenly leaned close to his face and said, "With your unique personality, it seems like it'll help me get out of here. Your gambling skills will help us bend the game's rules. Won't they? With you, it'll have a chance to escape, and you'll have a chance to purify your soul." Hatcot listened to him and replied, "So if you win, you get out of here, and if I win, my soul gets cleansed." "Correct." "Correct," the male lead muttered in his heart. With his overbearing actions, I should avoid fighting and rely on luck instead. I'm a gambler. I need to live up to my name. Completely random means equal chances. Then the male lead put down the knife and got ready to play and hit you. He exuded confidence, so there's no way it'll let him win. The clone cheerfully said, "Then what are you waiting for? Want to play any game? Choose one." Standing before the system panel, the male lead hesitated and thought, slowly, "Let me see." And then he chose a game, and here we go. Dice game. Offense and defense. Right after that, 3 dice appeared in his hand. His face was shrouded in darkness. He looked at the person in front of him, mocking in his thoughts, "Khaha, dice, you fool." His eyes widened, arrogantly looking down on the person in front of him. "You won't have a chance to win this game, kid." The man stretched out his hand in front of him. In his hand were 3 small dice. He said to him, "Other games are not quite right." He stood in the shadows, put his hand on his hip, and chuckled triumphantly. "Khaha, okay. The main character continued. "They were originally magic dice, but not anymore. I am not playing games with them. You can read my memories, so you know I'm not lying." He stared intently at the 3 dice and said, "Perfect, they are indeed genuine. Keep talking first. If you can erase my sins, I need you to prove it." He smirked, raised his hand forward to cast a spell. "Don't believe me? Okay, I can extract your memories." He reached out, controlling the spiritual consciousness mirror, causing the main character's memories to appear from behind him. He licked his lips in a gruesome manner, continued. "Then I hide those memories, one by encrypting the data on the game server. Then, one of his memories was encrypted and disappeared." He continued, "After that, no one except you and me can access those hidden memories." The main character was surprised by what he had just done. He looked behind him, where his memories were gradually turning gray, and exclaimed, "Manipulating memories." Then the main character looked at him and agreed, "Okay, I know that kind of ability. Before we start, I have something to ask." He casually crossed his arms. The main character asked, "Why are you imprisoned here by the dragon?" He replied simply, "I messed with his girlfriend, and is immune to my skills. Enough chit-chat, let's play." Behind him is a full-length mirror. He remained still in a posture as if talking to the other. "What's the rush? It's not ready yet." The other questions his words. "What's so stressful? Relax, man." He continues the questioning. "So if I win, what guarantees that you won't manipulate my memories?" The other remains silent for a moment before a sinister smile appears in the darkness. "Huh? Why would I do that?" He becomes excited. If you truly read me, you must have seen it right. He raises his arm forward. Here, this is my guarantee. A large cloud of smoke emerges from his palm. From within, a moderate T judge appears, holding a hammer. This being meticulously observes the game to ensure that the rules are followed. Along with its appearance, he speaks, summoning moderate T. The other stands opposite him, not paying any attention. Whatever, I don't care. The moderate T judge begins to analyze location, atonement cave, participants, hat caught, and the soul in the mirror. The judge throws his hand behind his head, proudly floating high in the air. He glances down and asks, "What are the rewards and terms?" The two below begin to state the rewards they desire in this game. He speaks first. "My reward is to hide my sins with the soul's power, something he can't use while playing." The other also speaks. "If I win, Hatcot will take my place in the cave, that's all." The judge has heard both players' desires. He announces, "Rules established, but remember, anyone who breaks the rules, the hammer he holds slams decisively onto the ground. Look closely. I will crush the hand of that person," he roars. "Is it clear? Don't you dare cheat." The two players looked each other straight in the eyes and spoke at the same time. Then, "It's clear. Attack and defense dice. Children's toys, do pile in. But this time there will be serious consequences." The judge, moderator, standing high, announced more about the game to the two of them. "We've added health points to the game. HP reaching 0 means game over." 30 appeared above both of their heads. Now let's clarify the rules. First, the dice are categorized separately. The white die determines whether to attack or defend. 1, 3, 5 for attack, 2, 4, 6 for defense. As for the other two dice, the larger number on the green die counts as magic attack or defense points, while the larger number on the red die counts as physical attack or defense points. If the two dice show the same number, the damage is doubled. If 3 dice show the same number, the damage is tripled. For example, Hatcot rolls a 3 on red, 2 on green, and 3 on white, which is an attack with both physical and magical damage. Lin Han Trong Guang rolls a 1 on red, 2 on green, and 2 on white, which is a defense. Lin Han Trong Guang's magic defense point is irrelevant to Hatcot's physical attack point, which is 3. If Lin Han Trong Guang rolled a 3 on the red die instead, the damage received would be 0. If both players roll an attack, both will take damage. If both players roll a defense, they have to roll again. Moderator looked down and asked, "Isn't that too complicated?" The two players stood facing each other. In contrast to Hatcot's serious expression, Lin Han Trong Guang had a mocking smile. They heard the judge say then, "Let the game begin." The soul in the mirror spoke. "I let you choose the game, so I'll roll the dice first." "All right, Aiden." Hatcot had no objection. He simply agreed. "Okay." Immediately he grabbed the 3 dice and threw them up. A mischievous smile plastered on his face. "Ha ha!" The soul in the mirror rolled. White 3 is attack, blue 5 is high, red 2 is low. The voice of the referee echoed. White and blue are higher. A total of 5 points for magical damage for the soul in the mirror. As soon as the words ended, a blue and white flame appeared in his hand, ready to attack the main character. The referee continued. "Now it's Hatcot's turn to roll the dice. White and red are higher. A total of 4 points for physical damage for Hatcot." The main character was holding a large sword, and red energy was radiating from it powerfully. The two charged at each other. Along with the clashing sounds, the referee's commentary continued. Hatcot takes 5 magical damage. The soul in the mirror takes 4 physical damage. Their HP has dropped accordingly. The main character has 25 HP left, and the soul has 26. A triumphant grin spread across his face. The referee continued to control the game. "Okay, next turn. Soul in the mirror. Roll the dice." He rolled the dice forward, getting red 6, high, white 1, attack, blue 2, low. Hatcot got red 2, high blue 1, low white 4, defense. The next second, a spear from the soul in the mirror pierced through and shattered Hatcot's shield. The referee calmly continued to observe the match. Hatcot takes 4 physical damage from the piercing attack. He couldn't withstand the attack. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, only letting out a small cry. After this turn, he only had 20 HP left. The soul in the mirror started to become smug. Seeing the main character clutching his stomach in pain, the smile on his lips grew wider. The judge ignored him and continued the game. Next turn, first to win. The soul in the mirror continued to roll. The soul in the mirror rolled 6 points of magical attack damage. He rolled 2 points of physical defense. He received 6 points of magical damage. This time he couldn't withstand the damage, and he cried out in pain. Now he only had 14 points left. He collapsed onto the floor, gritting his teeth, causing a small puff of smoke to appear in his mouth. The soul in the mirror mocked him. "What, you're really a gambler? Looks like I'm the one who fits that title. You're losing to your own reflection. It's pathetic. You don't stand a chance, kid. Give up now." The soul in the mirror continued to taunt him. "You're done for. I can read all your thoughts and memories. You think you can beat me, kid? Stop dreaming. From the very start, you were foolish to play." Maine slowly stood up, his eyes still firm. He sarcastically taunted him. "Damn, you're barking too much. Want me to shut you up? It'll help you out." Seeing his unyielding attitude without showing any disappointment, he didn't say much more. "Ha, all right." Then he continued to roll the dice forward. With a wide grin, he told Maine, "Let me send you to the new world first." The judge's voice echoed, "Soul in the mirror, 5 points of physical attack damage." Suddenly, Maine said, "Let me show you a little trick. Never reveal your true abilities from the start." He also rolled the dice forward. The moderator spoke, "Hatcot, 3 points of magical defense, 6 points of physical damage." The soul in the mirror arrogantly launched an attack. Thousands of swords flew towards Maine. Maine was grazed by the swords. Blood flowed, but he still smiled confidently, pointing out to the soul, "Taking a beating can be a tactic. To lure your opponent into underestimating you, they will become arrogant and unguarded. That's when I win," Maine said as he bowed his head. He seemed to be planning his next move. But Hatcot's HP was only 8 points left. The soul in the mirror ignored Maine's words. He only looked at the reality and mocked him. "Ha, you're finished, kid." Hatcot was more confident than ever. He pointed at him, raised a finger, and said, "Just one turn. I'll beat you with just one turn." The soul in the mirror seemed to hear a funny joke. He said, "Have you gone mad from losing so much? With 8 HP left, what can you do, kid? I still have 26 HP. See?" He laughed loudly, mocking his words. He grinned, threw the dice forward, and said, "How could I possibly lose to you? I'm going to bury you in a field of garlics." The 3 dice landed with a clatter, and the voice of the judge, Hatcot, announced, "The spirit in the mirror gets 6 points of magical defense and is completely immune to magical attacks." Hatcot rolled the dice, he said, his expression more serious than before. He threw the dice forward. Hatcot rolled a 2, but it was a set of 3. He rolled again and added those 3 numbers to the next round. The spirit in the mirror was astonished by this turn of events. He gaped, eyes wide, and said, "Lucky you, but it ends there." He continued to roll the dice, his face no longer playful, but silent. The spirit in the mirror held his breath, watching the dice spin in the air. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting in anger. He thought, "No way, you can't beat me." He looked at Hatcot, who was still holding his hand high, and felt doubtful. But what if? The dice began to land one by one, and the surroundings fell silent. The red die landed first, and the number shown was 4. The spirit in the mirror couldn't help but scoff immediately. 4 points of attack, too weak, not enough to scratch me. The remaining 2 dice also landed consecutively. The displayed black dots surprised everyone. The judge's voice echoed. Hatcot rolled a set of 3 4s, 6 plus 12, a total of 18 points. He was extremely surprised by the score, exclaiming, "What?" He rolled a consecutive set of 3. Main now exuded confidence. He held the 3 dice in his hand, spread them out towards the spirit in the mirror, and smirked. Gambling is unpredictable, isn't it? He was trying to reassure himself. No, it's all right. I have 6 points of magical damage defense. If he rolls a magical attack, my 6 points will handle it. The die continued to be thrown, spinning in the air. In the following throws, Hatcot continuously rolled sets of 3. The judge's voice sounded repeatedly. Set of 3, add it, another set of 3, add it. Ah. The voice made the spirit in the mirror question existence. He stared at the dice that kept landing and was dumbfounded. He thought, what? How is it possible 5 consecutive sets of 3? Moda continued narrating the game. Hatcot continues to roll. The total is now 124. Current turn, 6 points of physical damage attack. As the battle was about to begin, the spirit in the mirror blankly looked at Main's huge magical sword in front of him. Speechless, he emphasized in his mind, 130 points of physical damage attack. A pitch-black color appeared in front of him. He panicked. What? No way, I refuse to be trapped in a cave. He sneered, raised his hand forward, and activated his skill, Spiritual Mirror of Consciousness. He said, "Haha, I'll just use this." He was almost insane, yelling, "I can change the outcome. I'll win." The judge opened his eyes, activated his ability. Insight, detected cheating. He glared angrily at the soul in the mirror, shouted, "Did you just violate the rules? I warned you about cheating. You want a beating, don't you?" The angry judge held his hammer, punished cheating with the hammer of justice, aimed at the soul's hand in the mirror, and smashed it, causing his hand to deform. "You bastard, I'll crush your hand. Didn't I tell you?" Amidst the judge's yelling, the soul in the mirror, as if forgetting the pain from his almost deformed hand, was lost in thought. His skill was ineffective against him. No one had ever blocked it. He slumped, bowing his head to the ground, trembling and begging for his hand. "Please stop, I'm sorry." While the hammer kept pounding his hand, Hatcot jumped from the front, a huge flaming sword in his hand, his face smug as he charged. "Here my true personal trait, absolute luck." The soul in the mirror could only sit there, staring wide-eyed at the approaching large sword, regretting that he was so close to escaping. A beam of light flashed from the ground to the sky, cracks spread, releasing blinding light. Hatcot had 0 HAP. 2 days later, the last day of tournament registration, at the War God's Sanctuary. The bustling crowd around him, everywhere were strange faces, a mix of god and human, enveloped in a bright red light. The young boy sat cross-legged, looking around everywhere, muttering to himself, "Damn it." He furrowed his brows. What's taking them so long? All 3 of us need to be there, otherwise they won't accept us. Sora stood to the side, hand propping up his chin, looking at the passing crowd and pondering. What if he doesn't make it in time? Delitisi heard this and looked at Sora, making a sound, He then pondered, "Time is running out, all the training I've gone through." Sora suddenly became frightened and worried. What do we do? The tournament only happens once a year. Dac reassured her, "Calm down, he'll make it in time." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Excuse me, sorry." A man in iron armor approached the two, gently asking, "It seems you need another member, is that right?" Sora didn't answer but looked at Daijia. The boy thought for a moment and only made a sound as if in thought. The sun is about to set, we need to hurry." In the distance, the sky turned a bright red. The boy Dak was helpless, giving up. "You got it." The man awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, okay then." Suddenly a voice called out to them from afar, "Hey." Sora and Dak, hearing the call, both turned their heads to look behind them, towards where the voice came from. Hatcot walked up from behind then. His tattered clothes and thin frame drew attention. He approached, smiling at the boy Dak. "Hey there, you goofball." Hatcot chuckled. Teasing the boy, missed your old pal, huh? Dak, seeing the person who arrived, seemed to bristle, kicking wildly forward. He yelled, "Where have you been, you jerk?" Hatcot easily restrained the furious boy with one hand, laughing heartily. "Ha! Looks like you're really glad to see your uncle, huh?" Dak continued to scold angrily. "You jerk! Do you know we almost didn't make it?" After Dak's outburst, Hatcot calmly diffused the situation. Okay, let's go. We don't have time." Before the tournament, there's always another equally fierce competition, happening not just between the participants themselves. At the War God Temple, in the Central Market, it's bustling with people. Major events like this tournament attract a huge crowd. Of course, it's also a magnet for merchants flocking here, all with the same goal, to see who's the best. From handcrafted weapons to high-grade spoils of war, everything is available. Therefore, this market formed and flourished due to the ever-growing number of merchants who gather here every tournament season. A voice cuts through the surrounding din. "Wow, it's so loud, I've never seen so many shops before." Maine seems unfazed by it, replying, "It's to be expected. Everyone comes here. Come on, let's get you some gear first." Sora, hearing that Maine wants to buy her new gear, questions him, "Oh, is that really necessary?" Maine counters, "Yes, it is. Your current gear is too weak for your level. Does anyone at level 70 wear level 40 gear?" Sora still has a clueless look on her face. "I still don't quite get it." Maine points out, "Look at you. Your armor's durability is too low. You need to buy new equipment before the tournament starts." Maine urged everyone, "Hurry up or they'll snatch all the good stuff." Hadcott folded his arms across his chest and promised, "It's time for you to upgrade your gear, Sora. Good equipment can shorten a level gap by as much as 10 levels. It's an unwritten rule in RPGs. Trust me. You'll love it once you change your gear." Sora, hearing this, had no choice but to agree. Trusting man, fine. Maine started to make a plan. "I know this share items here are good days. First, we buy armor." Sora sighed. "All right, fine." Hadcott noticed her sigh and spoke to reassure her. "What's wrong running low on funds? Don't worry, he'll cover it." Dak, lying idly by, was also hit by the comment. "What are you talking about?" Sora waved her hand in refusal. "No, it's okay. I am to shall base her name. Either only be free. I can pay. I'm just used to wearing my current gear." Then she proudly showed the other two the fruits of her labor, a sack of coins. Beaming, she said, "Look, I made a pretty good amount selling my farming loot. 1 million gold in total." Hearing this, Hadcott simply said, "Good." Dak pondered, "Not a lot." Maine continued, "That's more than enough to get you some nice gear." Dak couldn't believe his ears. Confused, he asked, "Really?" It was time to shop. Maine said, "All right, guys, let's get Sora some new gear." Sora walked around, peeking everywhere. "Wow, so many people. Oh, look, a banner." Maine reminded her, "Pay attention to the shops that sell good gear." Sora immediately spotted a place ahead that looked like the one Maine described. "Oh, this place looks promising. All new and fancy. Let's buy." Sora excitedly described the items in the shop. Hadcott simply glanced at it and immediately walked away. He told the others, "No, let's go somewhere else." Dak, who was quite impressed with the shop, was surprised. "Why, these are all such good items, why skip it?" Hearing this, Maine began to teach them. "Listen, you two newbies. Substance over style. It's true that the goods look nice, but they're all common stuff. If you want something beautiful like a Miss Universe, buy these things. If you're going to compete, choose the items used for raiding or dungeon exploration." The two felt enlightened after hearing that. Maine walked while looking around for a high-quality stall according to his liking. "Let's see." Sora and Dak followed closely behind without bothering him. Maine noticed a simple stall set up in the middle of the road. a place where not even a single soul could be seen. He exclaimed, "Oh, this place is good." Sora, who was following behind, asked where. Main approached the stall, hands in his pockets, and softly said, "Right here." Sora and Dak, who followed him, also saw the stall. Dak, upon seeing it, couldn't help but ask, "Huh?" The owner of the stall was a golden toad, its body speckled with strange brown spots. It greeted the visitors with a smile. "Welcome to the Golden Toad Shop. What would you like to buy?" In its heart, the toad breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone to start business with. The three customers arrived and silently observed without saying anything, each with their own thoughts. Dak glanced at the goods for a moment before speaking to Maine. "I'm sure this place is no good. The stuff looks completely boring." The golden toad felt a pang of sadness in its heart. Maine explained to his younger companion, "You idiot. This shop is great, but you can't see it. These items might look dirty, but you can't find them anywhere else. They're all dungeon goods. If you look carefully, you can find some rare items." The golden toad, upon hearing Maine's praise of his stall, became excited and added, "Exactly. You are absolutely right. I've traveled all over Luxit Aventure." Dak, seemingly ignoring the golden toad's words, retorted to Maine, "I think this toad is selling scrap." Maine didn't say anything more, but folded his arms across his chest and squatted down at the stall, starting the trade. He asked the toad, "Hey, shop owner, do you have any good armor for females?" The golden toad immediately replied, "Yes, you've come to the right place." He turned his gaze towards the only woman among them and tried to flatter her. "I have a very good item for this beautiful lady." Sora, hearing the compliment, happily covered her mouth with a smile and waved to the toad. "Oh, too kind, aha." The next second, the golden toad shed his sales smile and instead put on a lecherous face to introduce the product. This one, the Sukubi armor, a masterpiece that's both beautiful and convenient. You should wear it right now while it's hot. Sora, too embarrassed, turned angry, clenched her fist, and decisively punched the golden toad on the head. She yelled, "You perverted heaven-sent freak!" The golden toad couldn't dodge and immediately received a blow that made him cry out in pain. Maine and Daoisi stood aside, each with a different expression, not bothering with what was happening in front of them. Sora's voice was still loud. "Don't even dream of me wearing that." Despite the blow to his head, the golden toad didn't give up. He still spoke up in defense of his brainchild. "Why, it's so beautiful." Sora yelled back, "Shut up, you pervert. Then let me show you something else," he said. The Kung Hea Japko Morat, a spirit armor from the desolate dungeon. As Sora tried on each piece, she gradually calmed down and marveled at the quality of the clothes. "Wow, these seem really good." After Sora finished trying on the clothes, the golden toad immediately started talking about the price. "Since you are such a beautiful lady, I'll give you a special discount. These two items are only 10 million. This time, Sora hit him again on the head, catching him off guard and making him cry out. She exclaimed, "That's ridiculously expensive." Maine and Digc stood aside, not understanding what Sora was doing. Maine whispered from behind, "Why are you hitting him?" The golden toad now had 2 large bumps on his head. He rubbed his head. "But I need to make a living, although it pains me to say this." He then pointed to the Sukubi outfit from before. "If you really want those 2 items, wear the Sukubi, and I'll lower the price to 1 million. Then came a series of loud thumps, accompanied by the golden toad's desperate pleas. "Stop, please. I'm sorry." After receiving a good beating from Sora, the golden toad's face was completely bruised. "I sincerely apologize, ma'am. I didn't mean to sexually harass you. I'll sell you both sets for a single bottle." But before he could finish his sentence, Sora stood in front of him, ready to attack again. She questioned with suspicion, "What are you up to now?" The golden toad continued, his eyes shining as he looked at Sora. "Ma'am, can you be my friend? I don't have any friends because I'm always busy trying to make a living." His words slightly touched Sora's heart with compassion. She regained her usual tone and said, "Okay." The cheerful frog happily shook Sora's hand. "Thank you, esteemed customer. This is my teleporter. Feel free to use it." Sora felt like she had just done something good, and touched her head bashfully. "You're welcome." Main watched from afar at the scene before him, pondering. My 300 friends would also want this. Dak beside him also exclaimed, "Sora is quite naive." Sora held her armor in her hand and opened it, looking inside with a satisfied smile. "The armor is so beautiful. I love it." Main continued his quest for his outfit. He said seriously, "Armor and boots are done, now let's go buy a sword. We should meet Hearthitter to look for some stuff." "Frog, show me your sword collection." Upon hearing this, Frog excitedly displayed his sword collection. He introduced warmly, "Yes, esteemed customer, please have a look. All special items, esteemed customer." Main glanced over the pile of swords, thoughtful. Where did these come from?" Frog cheerfully introduced, "All from the Lavuka region, esteemed customer, near Thon Tetu or Ban Sad. These items are found very far from villages. I also have some items that drop from special bosses." Suddenly, Main spotted something in Frog's collection. He immediately pointed and asked, "Hey, where did you get that?" Frog scratched his head and asked, "Which one?" Main continued to point it out, "That one, behind there." Frog glanced at the direction Main was pointing. There, in a corner behind the shiny swords, a sword lay simply in a cardboard box. Frog was surprised. "Oh, that one. Our name is so, that one." Frog explained, "I don't remember anymore. A strange man gave it to me. The item is unidentifiable, even with special tools, and I can't pull it out. I thought it was just a sculpture or something." He immediately grasped the gist of the Toad story. He smirked, thinking to himself, "I've got him." Right after, he spoke up. But unexpectedly at the same time, a tall man also pointed in that direction and said in unison, "I'll buy it." Hearing that someone else was also eyeing the item he wanted to buy, he angrily glared at the man and yelled, "What the hell? This is mine. Who dares?" His words suddenly stopped as he took a closer look at the man's face. The man was a master swordsman, an old friend of Hatcot. He stood with his hands on his hips. Seeing his friend, he raised his hand in greeting. "Wow, Hatcot, long time no see. What are you doing here? I can't believe you're here too. You've grown up, haven't you? Time flies," he said, reaching out to Hatcot and lifting him up gently. Hatcot didn't seem pleased to see his old friend. He reacted sharply. "What the? Get your hands off me!" His old friend, however, seemed very concerned about Hatcot. He looked at the people beside him and smiled with relief. "Finally made friends, huh?" He looked at him and smiled. "Haha, it's great to see you again." Hatcot bristled, ignoring him and pointing at him. "I don't care. This sword is mine." Scram! He still looked at Hatcot with a fond smile, chuckled, and reached out to pat his head. "Not so fast. Hey, Toad. I'll pay more. How about that?" He glanced at the blue-hilted sword behind his back. "My sword says it's a top-notch item. One of my gut members is participating in the tournament, so I need a good sword. Toad, I'll pay extra for it." The golden toad, upon smelling the scent of money, spoke without hesitation. "No need for further explanation, esteemed guest. Pay as much as you can, How much more will you be paying, sir?" Suddenly, a voice rose from behind them. "That sword, get out of the way." The main character's old friend didn't need to turn around. He firmly stated, "It's mine." The main character became even more irritated, addressing the newcomers with dissatisfaction. "What's this, Scram? It's mine." The woman disregarded those small fry, her gaze sweeping past them towards the golden toad. She spoke, "Toad, I'll pay whatever you want." The Gigiga Empire's 9th ruler of the Ramadan city, Hansoa, approached the sword. She smiled. "Ego, al, almo frey." This sword changes its form depending on its owner's nature. I didn't expect to see it here. Then, she addressed her attendant, Kim, pay the toad. The attendant obeyed immediately. Yes, my lady. The main character glared at her, seething with anger. Damn it, we saw the sword first. This greedy toad. Dak was oblivious to the unfolding events. He was surprised to see someone of authority in the same place as him. He pondered, Han-so. The main character's old friend sighed. Oh well, she's from the Giga Empire. The golden toad, clutching a box of gold coins, was overjoyed. He chattered excitedly. He delighted to serve you, esteemed guests. Then, Han-so reached out to grab the sword, but her hand trembled violently, while the sword remained stubbornly stuck, refusing to budge. Han-so angrily exclaimed, "What is this?" She abandoned her graceful image, stepping onto the box to gain leverage in her attempt to pull the sword out. Her body shook from exertion, yet the sword didn't budge. I can't pull it out. Sure you name in a gotcha gower and you say. I can't pull it out. Then, she turned her head back and spoke to her servant. Kim, draw it out. The man accompanying her was tall and muscular. He walked closer to the sword and obeyed. Yes, mistress. The next second he started gripping the hilt. He used his strength, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His powerful arms were filled with bulging red veins, but the sword didn't seem to budge at all. After his failed display of strength, he didn't dare look up at his mistress. He only bowed his head and said to Han-so, "Forgive me, mistress. I cannot draw it out. It seems the sword is rejecting me." Main, standing nearby, also heard these words. He thought, right, that sword. Suddenly, a domineering voice boomed. This sword chooses its owner. Main's old friend immediately chuckled, kicked the man accompanying him and said, "Go on, give it a try, kid." Gut, a young sword apprentice, fondue with a skinny physique, was kicked forward but didn't seem to mind. Oh, too much trouble. On Main's side, he also pushed Sora forward and said, "Sora, draw it out." Sora, a member of the Paidy of Hatcot with the Devourer attribute, was stunned. While walking forward, she pointed at herself and asked Main what. Beside Han-so, a woman with long hair that almost covered her face, a high-ranking subordinate of the Boromamter. Swordswoman Kokomori also asked her mistress permission. "Mistress, may I try?" Han-so didn't stop her. "Go ahead." 3 people from 3 different factions moved forward towards the sword, the ego sword. The moment of decision, who would become its owner. The golden toad just stood far away, watching the scene unfold without any intention of intervening. It happily held the gold chest Han-so had just given it, saying, "I don't care who pulls it out. Just pay up quickly." Kokomori spread out her hand, determined to say, "Let's get this done. If you get a good sword, you'll know who the rightful owner is. Go ahead." She grasped the sword to pull it out. Then Kokomori confidently declared, "This sword is mine." Fondue approached, pointed at her face and shouted so fast, "Auntie, who gave you the right to draw it first?" I got here first." Kokomori retorted, "So who gave you the right to draw it first? And besides, we paid already." Having said that, she grasped the sword to pull it out. Fondue's got angry, flew towards Kokomori, pushed her away and said, "I said I'm withdrawing first, so scram, woman." She also became angrier and said, "I think this little brat needs a lesson." He glared at her, challenged her, saying, "You French hag, you want to play with me?" Sora stood between them, hesitated and spoke, You two, you shouldn't fight before the tournament. That's against the rules. You'll be disqualified." Hearing Sora, Kokomori looked at Fondues and said, "Hear that, kid? Be smart and back off." He was so angry he couldn't say anything more, only managed a helpless, "You." Frog, the shop owner, said, "Yes, guests, please don't fight. How about we play rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner? Honestly, I also want this French lady to draw the sword. But don't worry, it'll be fair. I'll sell the sword to whoever draws it first." but I must add that I still hope the French lady draws it. Fondues looked annoyed. You're being too honest. Frog. Frau? The frog ignored him and continued selling. Okay, ready. Rock, paper, scissors. The order of sword drawing has been determined. Sora is the first, followed by Kokomori, and the last one to draw is Fondue. The toad continued, now draw in order. Dax spoke up. What a waste of time, doing all this just to draw an old, worn-out sword. Hatcot explained. The ego sword is extremely potential, kid. It strengthens itself along with its owner. So it can one-shot a dragon or just be used as a butcher knife, depending on the wielder. Dak glanced at him and asked, then why don't you try? The male lead quickly replied, unfortunately, this one is only for new swordsmen. Dak responded, oh, is that so? Sora walked towards the sword to draw it. She was so nervous, she sighed to regain her composure. Hatcot stood behind her, encouraging her. Sora, gather your energy before you draw. Sora replied, oh, okay. She quickly gathered her energy, and her hands emitted green chi. Then, Sora gripped the sword tightly to pull it out. She tried to pull it out, but couldn't. While struggling, she exclaimed, damn, it won't come out, the toad said. Okay, next person. Good luck, Duigie. Draw and pay me back. Kokomori looked at the sword and said, what a cute sword. Let me see. Then, she gently reached out with both hands to grasp the hilt and draw it. After that, Kokomori exclaimed, let's see if you can withstand my power. At that moment, immense power surrounded her, taking Dak and Hatcot completely by surprise. Seeing this, Dak said, her power is too strong, I'm getting goosebumps. Despite using all her strength, the sword remained unmoved. Kokomori, enraged, exclaimed, what? Why isn't it reacting at all? If that's the case, then, Nyawer, all a new conchanin wine, wadaways, why? Watch this, she exerted all her power to draw the sword, but the outcome was not as she expected. Kokomori, defeated, let go of the sword and turned to leave, saying, fine, I give up. The toad, disheartened, cried out, wah, my money. Then he addressed the next challenger. Next, please, little swordsman. Fondue mocked. Don't think that having lots of money makes you good. Then, with a confident tone, he continued, watch me. I'm gonna ace this. I'm gonna ace this. Fondue reached out and gently touched the sword. He widened his eyes in surprise at something. The sword suddenly shattered, losing its original form, now looking like mud. This surprised everyone, causing them to shout and gesticulate wildly. The toad cried and lamented, saying everything was ruined. His beautiful girl and fancy car vanished into thin air. Fondue angrily picked up the messy pile and said, what's this disgusting slime? The toad cried even louder, throwing a tantrum, give me my refund, you monster! You monster! At this moment, Hatcot thought to himself, that foreign girl, she must have destroyed the sword. If she couldn't have it, she wrecked it. What a wretch. Fondue disappointedly said, sigh, I really shouldn't have expected anything. After all, this is just a low-quality market. I'll get my money bad. Ow, he was an showing the day or terror. The toad replied, what? No, you can't do that. He quickly added, I sincerely apologize, but the sword is broken. What else can I buy? The toad, enraged, shouted, you scoundrel, stop right there. The toad sat down dejectedly, crying and saying, my beautiful girl, my fancy car, all gone in a blink. Seeing this, Hatcot said, hey Toad, well, I'll buy that messy pile. The toad, having been beaten earlier for stopping those people, was covered in wounds. He looked at him and asked, really, you mean you want to buy this pile of shattered hopes and dreams of mine? I don't care anymore. Take it. Just leave me alone. The male lead said to it again, no, you need this money, I will pay you. The toad, feeling grateful, said, you are so kind, sir, but what about my beautiful girl? Hey, Sora is busy looking at that messy pile right now. Later, the messy pile combined into a creature, which surprised her very much. It stared at her with a single eye. Sora approached to look at it, and they stared at each other without blinking. Then the creature uttered its first word, "Mother." Sora blushed upon hearing that and said, "Mother? Hey, look at this. This messy pile just called me Mother." It playfully climbed onto her head, repeatedly saying, "Mother, mother, hungry, food." Sora seemed uncomfortable and said, "Oh, don't climb up there." This scene surprised the toad and Hatcot very much. Dak immediately spoke up, "Damn, what the hell is this? It's eating all the swords." It seems this creature was very hungry. The frog could only helplessly yell, "No, my fishing rod. He's eating that extremely rare sword. It's rarer than any special weapon. Stop it." Why me? Hatcot tried to calm him down. "Calm down." The frog couldn't control his emotions and continued to yell, "Calm down, you hammer. You guys are such a bunch of weights." Dak spoke up, "Let me pay." "How much is it all?" Sora started crying and said, "Poor Mr. Frog. Please pay for him." The scene shifts to a tavern near the temple called Warrior's Grave. The three individuals and the creature were seated in the tavern. Hatcot said, "I bought your equipment, and I placed all the items at Hearthitter's already. I can't believe the tournament is tomorrow." Sora replied, "I'm so nervous." At this time, Dak glanced at another table. He was eavesdropping on the other table's conversation. "Let me tell you, this tournament is rigged." The large man sitting at the nearby table continued to speak loudly. "Gajage has bought almost half of the contestants. What's the point of fighting? Well, lose anyway. Join Jiage. They pay well. You know how rich they are, right? Come on. Join us." The people sitting at the same table were shocked and exclaimed, "What? Really? Okay, well, join. What do we have to do now?" He was pleased and smiled, saying, "Just provide me with your personal information. You've made the right decision." The male protagonist was still intently listening to what he was saying. The big guy continued, "Tomorrow's qualifying round, you two just need to attack the teams not affiliated with Giga. Giga is really putting a lot of money into this tournament. Just do as they say, and you guys, the poor ones, will get a hefty sum. I don't know why Giga is spending so much this time. Is it because of the prize? Oh well, whatever." They heard this, cheered happily. "Yeah, awesome." Hatcot felt uncomfortable and said, "A bunch of loudmouths." Then the male protagonist thought to himself, "If they're telling the truth, we need to act now. If we pretend to follow Giga and then stab them in the back, that would be great. But we have Dak. We can't do that. Besides, we can't get past this stage." Hatcot held his head, thinking further, "Why do I always have to work with these noobs? Should I just do it myself and deal with those bastards? Damn it, I hate working with others." After a moment of contemplation, the male protagonist spoke, "Dak, Sora, listen up. We need allies to get through this round." At this moment, the food was brought out. Dak, who was holding a glass of lemonade, turned to him and asked, "Allies?" Hatcot held a meat skewer in his hand, eating and replying, "Yeah, don't tell me you don't know what allies are, huh?" Meanwhile, Sora was busy taking care of the strange creature, reminding it constantly, "Hey, don't eat with the fork." The main character speaks up to explain that because the guild is too crowded, they need to find parties that aren't affiliated with them, and they need to find them as soon as possible. On the day of the competition, people who came to watch the match are chatting with each other. Wow, there are so many attendees. It's double the number from last year. I heard it's because of this year's prize. I don't know what it is, but it must be huge. The fairy PKs, the assistants of the NPC PKs, fly over to announce that the qualifiers will begin in 10 minutes until the start. A man in black armor with a sword on his back speaks, "Remember this? Am here for only one reason. That is to kill Hatcot. He is the bamboo swordsman who has been convicted 7 times and was just released after completing a rehabilitation program in prison." The bamboo swordsman continues, "And you two better not mess this up, or ill hang your heads alongside Hadcots. The ogre mage, terrified, replies, "Yes, sir." The camel man doesn't say anything. Both are currently without teammates. He angrily clenches his teeth, thinking to himself, "Hadcot, I will chew your head off. I will make you pay for putting me in prison." At this moment, the fairy PK announced, "All right, everyone, the time is approaching. Participants need to confirm their participation and register for the party." Each fairy PK went to the players to confirm their participation. Afterward, they said, "Done. Thank you for your cooperation." At this time, the system announced that the player Daisy had logged in. CAT, without knowing, immediately asked, "So what? Where's that kid?" Daisy quickly ran over and said, "It's me." DJGC's face was filled with panic, and he hurriedly asked, "Am I not too late?" Hearing Daichi's voice, CAT turned around and said, "Oh, you're right on time. We need to go register." Daisy immediately replied, "By the way, how's that alliance thing you mentioned yesterday going?" The male lead asked the boy, "Oh, you mean what happened after you suddenly left?" Juicy looked annoyed and said, "So what? I need to live, too? Not everyone's like you." At this time, a fairy PK flew to them and said, "Hey, I see you haven't registered yet. Please register, or you'll be disqualified from participating." CAT replied, "Let's register." DSA behind asked, "Where's my alliance?" "Ow." The male lead spoke, recalling what happened last night. Right after the male lead logged out, Hadcot said, "This kid, just like that, logs out. Oh well, I don't need him anyway." Sora then asked him, "But where do we find allies now? And how many more do we need? Come on, tell me clearly." The male lead crossed his arms and told her, "Why are you asking so many questions?" Then he answered Sora's question. "We need a sufficient number of parties, probably around 4, including our own. Too many is unmanageable, and it's easy to be spied on or betrayed." He went to Hearthitter to ask for his opinion and to get some equipment. Sora heard that and said, "Why do I have to do all that work? Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow." After saying that, Sora left, leaving Hadcot alone. The messenger screen popped up, notifying that the male lead was calling someone. He said, "It's been a while since I used Messenger." A moment later, a voice answered, "What is it? Is that Hadcot? How are you?" Q, the main character, responded, "I need your help." "Where are you?" The other end quickly replied, "Dwarf's Inn." "Come on over. Shall we our over. Having learned the location, he said, "Okay, see you later." At the Dwarf's Inn, one room remained laid. After hearing the main character's call, he said, "Wow, I never thought he'd call. What's up? Tomorrow's the tournament, that's why." A moment later, at the Swords Master's room, he was an old friend of Hadcot. He was drinking beer when he heard a knock on the door. He spoke, "You're here already, that was fast. Let's see what he want. I should have bought more beer." He walked to the door and said, "Hi, come in," then opened the door for the main character. At that moment, a dagger appeared. A stranger in concealing clothing quickly rushed forward and stabbed the Swords Master directly. He plunged the dagger forcefully into him. The Swords Master tried to hold onto his sword. In excruciating pain, the gamer shouted, "Ah!" Outside the inn, Hadcot had just arrived. He said, "This is the place. It looks pretty shabby." In room 225, the room where the Sword Master is staying. The Master spoke, "Hadcot, why?" The mysterious figure quickly rushed to see the Master after achieving his purpose. The floor was stained with a lot of blood. The Sword Master leaned back against the headboard, looking at him and said, "No, you are not Hadcot. Who are you?" He had a face and physique that looked exactly like Hadcot. At this moment, he didn't say anything. The male protagonist walked in. The receptionist saw him and asked, "Welcome to the Dwarf Inn. May I help you?" The male protagonist quickly replied, No, I'm just here to see a friend. Hearing that, the receptionist said, then please come in. Hadcott was walking up to the second floor to meet his old friend. The sword master was questioning the stranger. From where did you come? What are you planning to do? The imposter, pretending to be the male lead, opened his mouth and said, shh, it's none of your business. He raised the blood-stained knife and said sinisterly, die? The male lead's voice came from outside the door, startling him. Hey, you idiot, are you in there? Seeing him losing his senses, the gamer thought to himself, now's the time, go get him. Take down that bastard. The gamer was trying to imbue power into the sword. Seeing this, he used his special skill, Water Fury Dragon, to attack. The male lead walked in and asked, what's going on here? Round war. He entered the room and saw the sword master slumped over with bloody wounds. Seeing him arrive, the other guy ran away, jumping out of the window and running across the rooftops. Hadcott quickly ran to his old friend, hurriedly asking, what happened? Who was that guy? Are you all right? The sword master, his body aching, struggled to speak. I was stabbed by a paralyzing dagger. At this moment, the system announced, you have been stabbed with the annihilation dagger. The third stab will be fatal. You have been stabbed with the annihilation dagger. All your stats are halved for a period of time. The sword master angrily exclaimed, what kind of magical debuff is this? Hadcott continued to ask, why did he do that to you? What did he look like? He replied, he looked exactly like you. I think the guild has some kind of scheme. Help me, please. The male protagonist complained, gosh, this is such a hassle. He then approached and tried to lift him. At that moment, red lightning bolts surrounded the swordmaster, causing him excruciating pain. He screamed. Red lights flashed around the swordmaster's body. He cried out in pain. This pain, even if it's just a game, is too much. The male protagonist stared intently at him, as if realizing something. Hadcott thought to himself, the paralyzing effect is accompanied by red light. If it can affect someone as high level as him, it's very likely that it's my stolen paralyzing dagger. No way. The one who stole it shouldn't be able to reach this world yet. Damn it, so it's very possible. You hear me? Oh, I knew about now. Whoa. The PK player flew through the sky, using trumpets to attract everyone's attention. Then, the PK player announced, the time has come. Everyone, please pay attention. At that moment, two people appeared from somewhere. Sup appears and speaks. I told you, if you're going, go quickly. You're almost late. See, Dakin is also going with So. He says, is everyone here this afternoon? Well, officially start this year's tournament. The crowd hears this and excitedly shouts, fight. Well, at this time, a person comes and stands in front of the camera, introducing, hello everyone, the tournament has begun. Don't forget to leave a like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. His voice has attracted everyone's attention. The crowd standing nearby starts buzzing. Look, it's Uma. Wow, the famous BJ Uma is here, over there. Ignoring their chatter about him, Uma continues his broadcast. Thank you for watching. Today, we'll be participating in the tournament live. While we wait, let's take a look at the list of the strongest teams. Uma raises his hand in a gesture and continues. Are you guys ready? All right, let's go. Oh my god, guys, look at that team. Honestly, they're the most powerful team I've ever seen. Vice President Giga, Hangunsu, and his elite duo. I think this tournament is over. This team's estimated combat ability is S tier. Uma continues, introducing the next pair with an estimated combat ability of you so Look, it's the couple on the roof. They're members of the guild Swag, Fondue and Chokove. I don't see the last member. Where is he? I also heard that Chokov is incredibly powerful. Fondue speaks up. Tempest is coming. He's doing something else right now. Uma introduces the next two pairs, both with an estimated AI combat ability. Healeris's healing ability is so good that they can even revive the dead. They're a trio with the rarest characteristics, and they exude an unexpected mystical aura. Next up are the werewolves, vampires, and even Medusa. This party brings Halloween wherever they go. Their estimated combat capability is AAI, followed by the S-rank team that Uma will introduce later. Even the formidable players from Dobie Len are participating. This tournament is going to be fantastic, everyone. Uma continuidade. And lastly, Hatcock's party. He used to be the best player, but has been dethroned. Now has nothing. Don't pay him any mind, everyone. The male protagonist team only has an estimated CI combat capability. Hearing his introduction, Hatcock angrily retorted, "What did you just say?" Uma, frightened, quickly ran and said, "I take it back," as both unknown and rude. Dakin smiled brightly and announced, "Listen up, I'm going to explain the rules, and there won't be a second chance to hear them. It's simple, reach the finish line, and you win. The finish line is located at the battlefield behind the forest. The monsters in the forest are all eager to tear you apart. Whether you cooperate with other parties or not is up to you. Just make sure you reach the finish line before sunset." Soup, standing beside me, also spoke up. The rule is simple. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants this year, we've added a little twist. Each party starts with 25 points. You can kill other parties to steal their points. Only the first 32 parties to reach 100 points will advance. The first team to finish will receive a reward, while the last team will face a penalty. In other words, you need to eliminate at least 3 other parties. This new rule has left everyone bewildered and surprised. Soup continued, "For those who are struggling to understand, remember to check the guide I've sent to your inventory. It'll mark the finish line with a beam of light. Get ready, get set, go." The participants were ready to run. At the sound of the starting signal, they sprinted forward with all their might. The vice president's team had reached the center of the forest. Vice President Han Su spoke, "You don't need to hide." Another team member was surprised to be discovered. He was surprised because his team had used the refractive mist concealment technique, but was still found. Han Su continued, "I have to admit, you hid well. Take them down, Kim. Shoo, outer. Take them down, Kim." Upon receiving the order, Kim said, "With pleasure." He quickly flew over, shattering the refractive mist concealment. He regretfully said, "My Kekai." He belonged to Dobie Len's Black Ops team, with S-class combat ability. He and his comrade appeared and said, "So invisibility doesn't work on you guys, huh? Oh well, whatever. You're going to die anyway." After saying that, 2 members of the team used their techniques. One used the blazing infernal fire technique, and the other used a giant warhammer. Han Su remained calm in the face of his opponents. A large explosion occurred in the forest. Right after that, the vice president of the guild used a special skill, canceling the attack. Then, Gunsu used magic to attack with holy light, piercing through the 3 of them. The other 2 were pierced through the heart and became motionless. As for him, the representative of the group was pierced through the forehead. He was furious and yelled, What is this? The 3 of us died like this. How could this be?" On the other side of the forest, Dak asked the male protagonist, "Hey, Hatcot, are you going to fight or what? Why are you just running around?" Hatcot said, while running, "Shut up, we have to wait for them to fight to the fullest." After saying that, the male protagonist thought to himself, "What happened yesterday? Who was that hooded assassin? He dared to impersonate me and cause trouble everywhere. He was definitely in this forest. That woman from before, she must be involved in this." Sora went ahead, saw something, and shouted, "Hatcot, it's insane." The male protagonist and Dak quickly ran to Sora. Seeing a group standing there, Hatcot looked annoyed and said, "Damn it, it's those Gagas again. Get ready to fight." The leader of the Gagas saw Hatcot approaching and said, "Han Yu." The male lead quickly took a defensive stance, reminding his teammates, "Observe carefully. Dak and Sora also got into a defensive posture. Park Bu-jang spoke up. We hit the jackpot today. Let's get him. Well, get a reward and a promotion all at once. Just stand there and die, Hatcoat. After saying that, he unleashed a high-level fire magic attack, Great Fire. The next second, the forest erupted in a fierce blaze. This puzzled Park Bu-jang and his team. He was furious, gritted his teeth and said, "You scum, how dare you block my magic?" Dak had used combination magic, summoning a golem along with a bone barrier to form a golem barrier. He hid behind it and loudly said, "Who gave you permission to call me scum? Be polite." Park Bu-jang retorted, "Polite? Are you kidding me?" Dak was enraged and cursed at him, "You bastard." At that moment, one of his companions shouted, "Manager Kim, it's our turn." Hong, the employee, continued, "Well, I'll get a reward too. Let's go." "Han-gun, you must die then." The two of them started to attack. The male lead flipped a coin, let out a sinister smile and said, "Excellent." The male lead flipped a coin, let out a sinister smile and said, "Excellent." Another loud explosion occurred. A team standing outside fearfully said, "Oh my God, it's exploding everywhere, so scary." The man made of bamboo said to Oh Jim Don, "You should have made it explode like that. Your magic is weak, the damage is low, and you even let them escape." Her face drooped in sadness when she was scolded. He continues to speak, "Disobeying me again, then I will behead you and put your head in my collection." Ogm Dagon walked and cried, "Boo-hoo." Then she saw something strange and screamed, "Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that?" Is he the famous CUL player? He is currently using his inner energy to heal his wounds. The system notifies him, "You were stabbed twice with the Annihilation Dagger. The third stab will cause permanent death. You were stabbed twice with the Annihilation Star. All your stats are reduced by half." Siula angrily said, "Why are you unharmed?" Siula and the disguised Hatcoat met face to face. He asked, "Who are you?" "Why, there, Mr. Yahello, sure me." O-Ring Candy sat leaning against the tree and said, "Suela, it's so cold." Seeing that, he threw a water bottle to her and said, "Hey, drink this, it might help." She finished drinking and said, "Suela," and then gradually disappeared. The system announced, "Player O-Ring Candy has permanently disappeared." Siua shouted loudly, "No! Damn it, this dirty cheat user." He held out the dagger without saying a word. Then he glared, looking terrifying, and said, "Die." He used Moonslash, attacking Siula directly, causing him to lose a lot of blood. He collapsed and said, "Stop it. I'll report you," he said, and then gradually disappeared. The system announced, "Player Siula has permanently disappeared." Gum Don witnessed Siula's disappearance, fearfully thinking to himself, What was that? I've never seen an effect like that before. Normally, if someone dies in the tournament, the NPCs should come and collect the body. This is the first time I've seen a corpse just disappear like that, and then permanently disappear. Wow, it's too dangerous. Let's run. The name NG Trey appeared, and he said aggressively, "Ha ha! We meet again at last. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Seeing him like that, Gum Don said, "This madman, we need to run." His face was now filled with utter fear. The bamboo man drew his sword from behind, his voice full of defiance, saying, "Come on, you bastard. This is the decisive moment, Hatcoat. I have to kill you." The man pretending to be Hatcoat stared at him. As he didn't understand the bamboo man's words, the bamboo man looked at him with hateful eyes, continuing, "Say goodbye to your head, Hatcoat. Hey Mendu, why didn't you come over yesterday?" The tournament was intense. A few students chatted, "Hey, I'm Ren. My mom wouldn't let me. She's afraid I'll get addicted. Have you heard the news about CULA yet?" "No, what news?" "Her account was hacked and deleted." "What? Really? Everyone was talking about it yesterday. You should check it out." "No way. She even wrote a post about it." "Let's see." The first post. Dopey, what a funny name. She seems really angry. Are they going to protest for real? In the post, it says, "Hello everyone. I'm one of the participants in yesterday's tournament, and I want to warn everyone about a hacker who's been lurking in the game. I was in the forest with my party, killing monsters, when suddenly a scruffy-looking guy with red hair and pink eyes popped out of nowhere. Then he used a knife to slash my party member 2 or 3 times, killing her and deleting her character, even though her defense was over 1,000. It's ridiculous. And yes, all of our characters were wiped out. I'm so furious. I've invested a lot of money and effort into this character, so I'm going straight to the Giga headquarters to join the protest. And you guys should do the same." In the comments section, many people said they encountered the same problem and wanted to join the protest. I don't think Sula is the only one. I think they'll really do it. I need to share this right away. Things are getting interesting. Let's see what happens next. Oh, the Giga Games headquarters. A noisy crowd is protesting in front of the company. We need answers. Why isn't the company doing anything about this? Get the manager out here now. Those damn hackers. Arrest those hackers. The confused security guard says, "Calm down, I am just a security guard." The irate leader yelled at him, and then what? We just love to yell and protest. A woman in red high heels calmly walked up and said, "Excuse me, I'm the only one with an appointment. I want to see the server admin immediately." The striking girl stepped forward. Actress Lee Do-now. Everyone was amazed. It's that famous actress. What's she doing here? What's she doing here? Lee Do-na continued to the guard. "I have an appointment with the server manager here." In other words, Siwala had an appointment with the manager here. The company employees were panicked. "Oh no, why is a movie star here now? We're doomed." Shell spread the news. "Calm down, just let them all in," the calm blue-shirted employee said. "We can handle this. The higher-ups have agreed." The protesters lined up and went inside. "This way, please." "Thank you." The employee poured coffee for them. The man stood up and said, "Thank you for coming to see us today. I'm the server manager, Lee Won-sik." A man stood up, slammed the table, and angrily shouted, "Have you ever managed your own server?" The crowd started to get agitated again. "My money, my time, my effort is gone. Give it back. Don't even dream of me letting this go. I make a living from this game character." The actress sighed and said, "Hey, calm down a bit. I understand how you feel. But try to be a little civilized if you want compensation. Mr. Lai, please explain about that mysterious character." The server manager bowed his head and said, "First of all, please accept my apologies for this incident. We are doing our best to resolve it, but I'm very sorry to inform you that the deleted characters cannot be restored. So we will provide adequate cash compensation and maximum support for your new characters." The staff member beside him silently thought, "Yes, that's all we can do. We don't even know if we can find the source of this hack." The crowd erupted in dissatisfaction again. "I need my old character to make a living. Are you mocking me? Restore my character." Lee Won-sik calmly said, "We will pay each of you 10 million won. In return, I hope you all keep this a secret. Sign this paper, and we will transfer the money immediately." Everyone was stunned, reading the paper in their hands, hesitant. 10 million won, and they could create a new character and join Giga's Guild. Suddenly Lee Do-na spoke up. "No, I don't need the money." The manager turned to look at her. "Suppose I create a new character and this happens again, then what? What good will it do? What I want is for you to bring that hacker before me. And I don't want to hear any refusal. Otherwise, I will let the whole world know how incompetent you are." Lee Won-sik had to reply, "As I said, we are doing our best. Please be patient and trust us." We are sending our best people to fix this. In the game Lucid Adventure, Forest Area, Manager Key. It's our turn. D-Y-N-E. And R. The two people wearing yellow masks, Assistant Kim and Employee Hong, are not at the scene, shouting, "Well, get a reward too. Let's go." Hangan shouts, "They must die." They attack the male lead's group. Hatcot looks up, smiles, "Excellent. Wow, a fool with an even bigger fool. Let's fight, brothers." And Ganya. While our years were shaden, and rather, I will be you. Receiving the signal from the male lead, Dak and So get ready to fight. Summoning Spirit, Beast Razi. Holly's Ward, Eggo. The male lead smirked carelessly. "Come on, if you're so good, take me down." The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. "Damn scum." Summoning a salamander behind him, Director Park Bujang said, "I've heard of you. You are reaping the consequences of your actions. Or rather, you are a tumor that needs to be eradicated. I will personally destroy you." He activated his skill, Salamander's Blessing. The male lead felt a little worried. Salamander's Blessing has planning to burn down the entire forest. "In far stronger now than I was in my prime." Four eyes. Hancock laughed. "Do you know that I am the embodiment of overwhelming power?" Meanwhile, Hong was fighting Sora. He exclaimed, "Whoa, Sora! What kind of sword is that?" The liquid-like sword of hers replied, "Oh my god, it hurts. What are we even playing?" Sora didn't know how to react to it anymore. The Hong Lao employee lunged at her repeatedly. "I'm sorry, but I just want the bonus. Let's finish this quickly." She dodged and backed away. "Not so fast." The sword shrieked. "Ouch, it hurts." Mom am scared, she glared. "Damn it, this sword's like a stepchild. It's useless." She put it away and pulled out a branch. "Igor, all the swords." "All right, Igor, back off. Watch your mom fight." She wondered, why did Hatcot insist on buying this sword? "I have to rely on myself." The golden masked man chuckled. "Ha, you're funny, but enough joking." She activated her skill, Supersonic Speed. Sora was struck by his blade. Blood spurted out. She stared in shock. Igor nervously looked at Sora's blood on its face. "Mom injured that man. Shoe scarred her. Hers with our, well, gone." The villain, Wayne. It suddenly grew gigantic, opening its gaping, tooth-filled maw to swallow its opponent whole. Hong's employee froze. He struggled within the sword's mouth. Ego's special skill, Devour. Sora exclaimed, "Wow, amazing. Level up announcement. Hong is dead. Ego levels up. Ego reaches level 2. Manager Kim, floating in the air, said, "Hey, that elf looks strong." Razi frowned. Assistant Kim praised, "Kudos to you for blocking my punch. But what about this? Activating skill, acceleration. Continuous fire fist." Razier struggled to defend. The giant mud monster moves, aiming to attack the golden mask. "Let me show you some magic." "Got it, God. The hands on his jetpack blocked the monster's punch. "My strength stat is the highest on the team, so this huge golem is just a feather to me." He grabs the mud monster and spins it around. Then he throws it away with force. The mud monster instantly disintegrates. The golem is destroyed. "Haha, look at this. My trusty golden assistant, excellent. The reward is definitely mine." He looks at his opponent warily. "Damn it, I have to use the forbidden stuff." "Raze, come here." "Yes, master." Activate skill, Soul Possession. The golden mask rushes forward. Assistant Kim screams, "Give up." Dak's appearance transforms. Activating Dark Demon X Black Witch mode.